Lord Global, starting as the Desert Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. The Kobold God reappears, using rat to win lions, eating free food. Bang! A violent collision sounded. Under the huge force, the collision point of the two floating islands splashed gravel and soil tens of meters high, and dust filled the sky. With the violent vibration, the two floating islands were tightly connected together. The player who got the chess piece lion in the sect camp looked at the short, bandaged half-rat mummies in front of him, and suddenly a ferocious smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, kill. The 200 brilliant one-star holy light lion knights behind him clenched their giant sabers and stepped into the floating island marked with rats in front. The lions under the seat were majestic, and the knights behind them were fierce. Compared with the half-rat mummy, the gap was so big that it was unspeakable. Holy light. In the back, the player wearing a white priest robe suddenly raised the arm-length magic wand in his hand. The next second, all the holy light lion knights suddenly glowed with milky white light, and the holy breath rushed towards the half-rat mummy in front like a tide. In such a small area, the half-rat man mummy could not dodge at all, and was directly enveloped by the holy light. But that was all. Enshrouded by the milky white holy light, the half-rat man mummy did not feel any discomfort, as if a breeze was blowing on his face. The cult player widened his eyes, full of disbelief. How could it not work? Question mark. This is the holy light that can cause fatal damage to evil forces. Exclamation mark. They are immune to holy light? How is this possible? Exclamation mark. The cult player's heart was trembling. Since he entered the glorious era, this was the first time he saw the holy light fail in such a long time. Crown of the Dark King. Feature 3, Fearless of Light. When commanding the undead army, you can be immune to the damage bonus of the light and natural camps to the evil camp. The power of legendary equipment is far beyond the imagination of current players. This scene was quite noisy, attracting the attention of 10 terrifying phantoms in the sky. The blurry, invisible phantom instantly brought huge pressure. Richard looked up and looked at the sky, staring directly at the phantom. At this moment, a shadow suddenly started to shake violently. It seemed to be angered by something, and the terrifying might was like a mountain collapsing and pressing down. Richard instantly felt a huge stone weighing 1,000 kilos on his chest, and it became difficult to breathe at this moment. Hostility. He felt a strong hostility above the shadow in the sky. The gods were hostile to him. Who was that shadow? The moment this thought came up, a word suddenly appeared in his mind. The god of dogs. Among the 10 camps, there is the dungeon clan. The god of dogs is a member of the dungeon god system. Only this mortal enemy would show hostility to him. Thinking of the scene where the other party had descended on the city of dusk and wanted to destroy everything, his eyes narrowed slightly. The god of dogs is really powerful. I hope you can always keep this attitude. A deep and cold arc hung at the corner of his mouth. When the crimson moon rises, the gods will fall into fear. Perhaps we can start to make some additional arrangements. The phantom wanted to descend, but was stopped by the other 9 gods. The phantom that seemed to be condensed from thick fog and darkness shook for a while, showing great anger. But in the end, it was helpless and quiet. Realizing this, Richard regained his composure. Holding the statue of the ancient god in his hand, he had a powerful weapon to restrain the gods, and the gods had limited deterrence on him. Turning his head, he focused his attention on the confrontation between the rat and the lion. The players in the sect camp also came back to their senses at this moment, and roared in anger. Charge. I want him to die. Even if he is immune to holy light, so what? I'm a level 10 holy light lion knight, and I can defeat you rats with a charge. But the next second, after he gave the order, suddenly, it was discovered that a yellow sand light rose behind the half-rat mummy. The dry and hard ground of the floating island turned directly into a yellow sand land. The charge of the holy light lion knight immediately slowed down. Super A skill, sandification of the earth. But before he could react, he saw endless yellow sand rolling and surging, rising from the surface and beginning to condense around the half-rat man mummy. In an instant, the gravel turned into a substantial yellow sand armor. Its thickness was 3 times thicker than the warrior shield. Super A skill, condensing sand into armor. At this moment, the Holy Light Lion Knight, who was forced to slow down, finally killed the half-rat man mummy. Bang! The frontmost Holy Light Lion Knight crashed into the half-rat man mummy with violent force. The knight thought that due to the huge size difference and level difference, the half-rat man mummy in front of him would be crushed directly. But he never thought that they were like hitting a stone. Although the opponent was knocked away for more than 10 meters, the sitting lion was forced to stop charging. The knight behind him looked intently and found that the yellow sand armor on the half-rat man mummy that was knocked away had only a small crack. Not to mention crushing the opponent into a pulp, it didn't even hurt it. In anger, he drove the lion forward, swung the giant saber in his hand violently, and slashed at the other half-rat mummies rushing in front of him. Whoosh! A violent sound of breaking through the air. Crack! Several half-rat mummies were unable to dodge and were directly chopped. But such a terrifying force still failed to tear the yellow sand armor, only leaving more cracks on it. In a blink of an eye, the yellow sand flowed, and the cracks returned to their original state. The defense was terrifying to the extreme. The Templar Lion cavalry was shocked and angry. He still planned to continue attacking, but the half-rat mummies around him no longer gave him a chance. Like a tide, they swarmed up. Directly submerged this level 10 brilliant 1-star soldier. The half-rat mummies, who were fearless of the yellow sand armor, had no pain and no fear, immediately made these high-level soldiers taste the taste of fear. And after the two sides fought, Richard was surprised to find that the title of King of Gladiators regarded everyone in the entire sect as an enemy. Therefore, the second stage of the title was triggered. When the enemy army exceeds 1000, the attributes of the self-attribute will be increased by 40%, and the attributes of the arms will be increased by 30%. In addition to the 50% attribute increase of the death elegy metal, the combat effectiveness of the half-rat man has increased to an exaggerated degree. Not to mention the yellow sand armor to protect them. Even if the yellow sand armor is broken, the B-level sandification can still allow them to ignore physical damage for 15 minutes. The Templar Lion Knight thought he was facing a group of level 5 ponies, but the real enemy was a group of fierce hunters that made people tremble. Catcher! The shield of a half-rat man mummy was finally broken under the crazy slashing of the saber. The knight on his back showed a ferocious smile on his face. How the blade slashed directly. The half-rat man mummy, who should have been killed with one sword, turned into countless gravel at this moment. The saber directly cut off the opponent's body, but failed to cause substantial damage. The next moment, the half-rat man mummy ignored his attack, showing its fangs as sharp as daggers, and jumped onto the lion's head. He held onto the knight's furious attack and bit him fiercely with his sharp teeth in the gaps of his armor. The surrounding half-rat man mummies also rushed forward, while the opponent's attack paused. The scene looked like countless rats crawling out of the sewer and biting people crazily. The player in the sect camp, who was sure of winning, watched 200 level 10 Holy Light Lion Knights being drowned by the rat tide. His hands and feet were cold. How can this desert lord be so strong? He couldn't accept this fact. He was the lion second only to the statue in the sect camp. How could a small rat eat a lion? A rat can fight a lion? What a joke! Exclamation mark. But no matter how unwilling he was to accept it, reality would not change. He smiled bitterly as he watched the situation completely collapse. It turns out that the opponent's rat is not a mini rat, but a demon wrapped in rat skin, and his lion is a small toy for you. When a large number of half-rat mummies rushed into the lion's floating island, the sect player sighed to the sky. He sent the last message in the chat panel. Brothers, I was eaten by a rat. This rat is damn poisonous. It is more fierce than a lion. A moment after the message was sent, the mummified half-rat man completely destroyed the lion statue in the center of the floating island. Not only the players of the sect camp, but also other players who were fighting fiercely suddenly heard the system prompt coming from their ears. Ding! The desert camp chess piece rat occupied the chess piece lion of the sect camp. Desert camp rat, get 100 rotten lion cavalry, glorious 1-star, level 10, as a reward. Desert camp rat, eat an opponent's chess piece, and get 10 points. Because the small is big, an additional 20 points will be awarded. Cult camp player. Below the chat panel, a series of question marks suddenly appeared. Elephant? tiger. Players from other camps were also confused when they heard the prompt. Are you kidding me? Lion, eaten by rat? Funny, right? Rat can beat lion? The sect camp is against the desert camp? Aren't these things natural enemies? How come the lion was eaten by rat? Is the sect camp so useless? The strongest lion can't even beat rat from the perspective of the food chain. Lions absolutely crush rats. Even if there is no attribute bonus from the superior to the subordinate, wouldn't it be easy for 200 brilliant ones to level 10 soldiers to beat 1600 level 5 soldiers? This weird situation made them completely unable to understand. Is this how to play the beast chess? I've learned something new. The sect camp wanted to cry, but had no tears at this moment. Fuck, damn it, I'm going to skin him when I get back. Lions can lose to rats. This idiot is wasting his knife by committing suicide. How should we play next? Several players in the desert camp were excited and screamed. Fuck. Boss King Q, you are simply my god. Rat eats lion. Ha 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 ha. Even gods are not so fierce. I thought that Richard was assigned to the rat, and their situation would be difficult to handle next. But I didn't expect that the opponent would make such a big move. As soon as he made a move, he used rats to fight lions and ate the opponent. This fight is really fucking awesome. More importantly, after winning this battle, the opponent received 100 rotten lion cavalry as a reward. Now, won't the already powerful rats be invincible? Exclamation mark. At least now there is absolutely no one in the sect camp who can stop Richard's edge. Thinking of this, morale was immediately boosted. Boom, accompanied by a violent sound, the floating island of lions slowly collapsed in front of Richard's eyes. The island under his feet expanded from 500 meters in diameter to 600 meters. At the same time, a special light surged down from the sky, and then 100 rotten lion cavalrymen crawled out from the corpses of the holy light lion cavalrymen. Richard Giant's expression was a little subtle. He also wanted to use the 5-star treasure given to him by Chris, the Sword of the Mourner, to revive these corpses. Unexpectedly, he didn't get a chance to exploit them at all. But it was okay. This time, because of the yellow sand shield and the desertification skill, none of the 1600 half-rat mummies died. Now that he has obtained 100 rotten lion cavalrymen, his strength has increased significantly. After all, the 10th level brilliant troops are not comparable to the 5th level elite troops. With his series of attribute bonuses, the 10th level rotten lion cavalryman will not be weak when fighting against the 14th level elephants. And he was quite surprised to get extra points by defeating the big with the small. After the harvest of 2 large-scale dungeons, the more points the better. The shadow of the god who was exerting pressure on Richard saw this scene, and immediately there were waves of fluctuations. The terrifying divine power dissipated again. It seemed that the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Richard noticed something strange and looked up at the sky. His eyes were indifferent. The Dusk City and the God of Dogs have long been in a situation of life and death. The other party wanted to leave and destroy the Dusk City, and he was the same. The rules of this copy have strong restrictions, and the other party can't turn the world upside down. Retracting his mind, he looked at the battles of the other chess pieces. If he wanted to make some additional arrangements, he had to wait until he left the copy. He hadn't thought so much before the God of Dogs jumped out. Since this guy jumped out to remind him, he naturally wouldn't refuse the other party's kindness. Since the Italian canon said that the rise of the Crimson Moon would start with the fall of the gods, then why can't it be this old dog? Exclamation mark. While thinking, the image of a hyena appeared in his eyes. This guy was lucky enough to avoid the rats and face the dogs of the sect camp. 800 level 7 soldiers, holy light kobolds. It must be said that the initial balance of this camp copy was a bit too much. Whatever chess pieces, the corresponding races really found. Moreover, the number, level, and combat power of each chess piece are exactly the same. The only difference is who is in charge of these soldiers. Although the hyenas do not have powerful skills to improve the attributes of the soldiers, they are stronger than the 14th level giant elephant mummies. Facing 800 level 7 soldiers, there is no pressure at all. The height of 5 meters allows them to crush and charge back and forth among the opponents like tanks, and the earth rumbles, and the scene is quite impactful. No one can stop them at all. Because of the distance problem, he can't see the other chess pieces clearly, so he didn't pay much attention to them. After 20 minutes, the first round of battle between the two camps ended. Finally, there are 3 chess pieces left in the desert camp: the elephant of the hyena, the lion of the boss, and the rat of Richard. The dog of the third tiger and the bald man, sir, was eaten. The remaining chess pieces of the other side, the elephant and the tiger, the lion, dog and rat were eaten. The situation immediately became clear. Richard's rat ate the lion. In other words, the big boss of the desert camp is not the elephant, but the rat. If he can even eat the lion, the remaining tiger of the other side can be swallowed easily. As for the elephant, the rat is the natural enemy of the elephant. The 2 players of the sect camp were speechless when they saw the situation. That was beyond redemption. How did it become like this? They were the ones who restrained the other camp. How did they become restrained? Ding, the first round is over. Please arrange the order of battle for the elephant. The desert camp has 1 more chess piece. If 1 chess piece of the desert camp is occupied in the second round, the remaining chess piece can continue to fight. Looking at the huge advantage on the scene, the hyena smiled so hard that his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. King Q, boss, you are awesome. If the rat had not eaten the lion of the other side, the situation would be reversed now. After making arrangements, the second round begins. Whoosh, the whistling of the air came to my ears. Richard looked at the elephant approaching quickly, and a smile appeared on his face. The elephant of the sect camp looked at the rat on the opposite side coming towards him. Suddenly he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Your uncle. How could this damn rat eat his lion? Chapter 377. Players are shocked. King Q, this audacious lunatic, is actually cursing the gods? Bang, with a loud noise, the 2 floating islands were closely connected. Ding, you have encountered a chess piece, an elephant. The attributes of all the troops you command are increased by 60%, and the attributes of the elephant's troops are reduced by 60%. Richard heard the system prompt. His eyes half smiled. After this round of enhancement, ordinary rats can already have the upper hand against elephants, not to mention the rats he commands. The players in the sect camp felt the rapid decline of the troop's aura, and their faces changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said viciously, I don't believe it. This rat can really go against the sky. Kill it for me. The holy light elephant rushed forward with heavy steps. But the speed was like an ordinary person carrying hundreds of kilograms of things, which seemed extremely slow. After several enhancements, the half-rat mummy has become extremely flexible. Without a word of nonsense, the war kicked off directly. The holy light elephant held a heavy hammer in his hand, which could even smash the city wall. But at this moment, after being forced to slow down several times, facing the flexible half-rat man mummy, their attacks seemed to be hitting the air. They could not hit the target at all. On the contrary, the half-rat man mummy, which had been strengthened, used its agility to directly jump onto the holy light elephant. Its sharp teeth began to madly bite the area not protected by the armor. Many ants can kill elephants, let alone crazy rats. With few casualties, the holy light elephants fell one by one, smashed on the sand, and splashed dust all over the sky. More than 10 minutes later, no one stood on the field, only the crazy half-rat man mummy was left. The players of the sect camp looked at the mummy in their hands, being eaten by force, and their faces turned pale. They moved their lips a few times to say something, but they couldn't say anything. The confident heart quietly collapsed at this moment. Finally, they breathed a sigh of relief and silently accepted the fate of failure. The moment the lion was eaten by the rat, they could not play anymore. They wanted to fight to the death, but now it seems that it is just futile. When the half-rat mummies rushed forward and sent away the players of the sect camp. On the other side, the hyena's elephant also won the battle against the tiger. Ding, the second round is over. You ate the elephant and got 10 points and 50 rotten elephant men. The remaining chess pieces of the desert camp are elephants, lions, and rats. The chess pieces of the sect camp are all destroyed. The desert camp enters the second round of games. The fallen lords will all be resurrected. All lords get points. 10 points. Ding, in this round of battle, you ate a total of 2 chess pieces and got points plus 20. The current points are 60. The first round of battle is over, and the camp copy points ranking is opened. First place, King Q, Desert Camp Rat. 62nd place, Coruscant, Elf Camp Lion. 43rd place, Madman Zhang San, Fortress Camp Elephant. 40 as the prompt sounded, the chess pieces of the bald man and the third brother who had just died were automatically reorganized, and they were resurrected on them. After the two knew the victory, they were overjoyed. Chat version. Hyena flatters, Boss King Q, broken voice, awesome. Since I followed you, my waist doesn't hurt anymore, my legs don't feel sore anymore, and even my bowel movements are smooth. Bald, dog licker, I look down on you. Boss King Q, are you still in need of a younger brother? Look at me, I'm good at running errands, doing housework, and warming the bed. Boss, shameless, we knew Boss King Q first. Third, you're right. Richard looked at them with a bit of amusement, but he didn't pay much attention to them, and waited for the next round to start. He didn't take the victory seriously, but the players in other camps were furious. Looking at the ID ranked first on the leaderboard, his eyes widened. Am I fucking blind? King Q? Fuck. What sin have I committed? I can meet this pervert in any dungeon. I was wondering why the Desert faction could win, even though it was restrained by the Sect faction. It turns out that the Desert faction has King Q. Just now I was wondering how the rat ate the lion. Now that the rat is King Q, it makes sense. This pervert, even if he kills the phantom of the god above our heads, I think I can accept it. With his performance in the dungeon twice, Richard has a special name in the eyes of the players, pervert. Ordinary words can no longer describe him. I can only hate and envy him, and use this extreme word to express minor feelings. Ding, the second round of battle begins. The Desert faction versus the Dungeon faction. Please arrange the battle order. Dungeon. Hearing this familiar word, Richard subconsciously looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the phantom of the god who was extremely hostile to him was now rippling with waves. Even if they were far apart, they could still feel the suppressed anger. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, I'm afraid the opponent would have exploded long ago. Several players felt the surging power of the gods again and again, and they also noticed something was wrong. Hyena asked hesitantly, Boss King Q, why do I feel that the shadow of the god in the sky is not very friendly to us? Is it the god of the sect camp? Boss, no way. Is this god so narrow-minded? Isn't it just to destroy their camp? It's not a big deal. The third brother, I also feel that this force seems to be very unhappy with us. Boss King Q, what do you think? Richard responded directly, that is the god of the dungeon clan. The god of dog-headed people. Hyena, the god of dog-headed people. Boss King Q, how did you know? I used to have a grudge with the god of dog-headed people. Hyena, hahaha, you are really a joke. Having a grudge with a god can only be explained by joking. Boss, I didn't expect that you also have a humorous side, but it's just a little too cold. The third brother, laugh. Why don't you laugh? Cooperate with me. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't say anything else. From the perspective of ordinary players, the gods are indeed far away from them. And if ordinary people offend the gods, it is highly unlikely that they will still be alive and kicking. Ding, the elephants have arranged the battle order, and the battle begins. He didn't have much time to think. The second round of battle against the dungeon camp started directly. Looking ahead, a chess piece with a dog on it came quickly. Ding, your opponent is a chess piece dog, and the opponent's attributes are increased by 40%. The dungeon player also heard the system prompt in his ear at this moment, but when he saw that his opponent was a rat, his face turned green. Although the dog has attribute suppression against the rat, the opponent is King Q who can eat lions. What's the use of these attributes? Damn matching mechanism. Who designed this? I'll fuck you. Immortal board. Bang, with a loud noise, the two floating islands were directly connected together. Looking at the vast army of half-rat mummies on the opposite island and the dozens of rotten human-like heads and hundreds of rotten lion knights standing behind them, the dungeon player wanted to cry, but had no tears. What the hell is this game? There was no extra episode. The battle broke out directly. Richard watched the dungeon dogman in front of him being crushed and flattened, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Too weak. Although the opponent had tried his best to resist, But under the leadership of the Rotten Elephant Man and the Rotten Lion Knight, the half-rat man mummy still annihilated the opponent at the fastest speed. Seeing the situation collapse, the phantom in the sky became more and more angry, and the waves of divine power like the waves of the raging sea pressed down on Richard without reservation. Richard frowned and his eyes became colder. This old dog really doesn't know what's good for him. Retracting his gaze, he stepped onto the floating island in front. He immediately found the huge dog-headed man statue in the center area. There was a bit of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. He walked to the bottom of the statue alone, waved his hand, and a large amount of yellow sand floated out from his floating island. In the blink of an eye, the yellow sand condensed into a huge warhammer and floated above the head of the dog-headed man statue. The phantom of the god in the sky was completely ignited by this action. In the illusory body, composed of darkness and dark clouds, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared, like two suns that made people tremble. Humble Desert Lord, you are courting death. The words of the gods, which contained endless majesty and coldness, exploded. All the players were shocked. They looked up at the phantom in the sky in disbelief. The gods spoke! Exclamation mark. Desert Lord, could it be King Q? Yes, only that dead pervert could anger the gods. But what happened over there? Question mark. The players were shocked and surprised, and their curiosity was raised to the extreme. Richard looked up at the phantom overlooking the world, with a deep and cold arc on the corner of his mouth. Endless yellow sand light surged on his body. The indifferent tone resounded throughout the sky under the blessing of magic. God of the kobolds, isn't it better to be a dog in your doghouse? Come here and bark. Hearing this floating voice, all the players in the camp copy widened their eyes and even subconsciously held their breath. Full of shock, he turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. The whole person was in a mess. WDNM, what is King Q talking about? The god of dog-headed people? Question mark. The god who spoke was the god of dog-headed people. Is this guy trying to defy the heaven? How dare he scold a majestic god so recklessly? Exclamation mark. That fucking god is a god! Exclamation mark. You are a real talent for barking dogs. Everyone's scalp was numb, their backs were cold, and their hearts were trembling. Many people were dizzy and even felt that they were hallucinating. No words could express the emotions at the moment. Although they knew that King Q was fierce, you can't be so fierce that you can point at a god's nose and call him a dog, right? Now the copy has restricted the other party, but what about leaving the copy? You have to face the revenge of a god! Exclamation mark. Thinking of that picture, they felt suffocated. Being hated by the gods, this is hell. No, it is a world of difficulty. When King Q murmured the idea again, he didn't know what words to use to describe this audacious and reckless madman. Of course, there were a few lawless players who felt a numbness from their spine to their brains at this moment. They felt more excited than 10 times orgasm. Pointing at the nose of the gods and calling them dogs. What the hell is this? Exclamation mark. It's so satisfying. The players in the dungeon camp were surprised and happy when they saw this scene. When they heard that they were facing the desert camp, they felt that they were going to follow the footsteps of the sect camp. Unexpectedly, their protector, the great god of dog-headed people, actually stood up and stopped King Q. What they didn't expect was that King Q, this thug, was so arrogant that he didn't even take the gods into consideration. This wave, it was simply God's help for them. Exclamation mark. If you offend the gods, I don't know what you can do with King Q. Hyena, Baldy, Boss, and the third and fourth brothers all felt numb at this moment. Richard said that the ghost of the god who was hostile to him was the god of the dog-headed people, but they didn't take it seriously. Now they didn't expect it to be true. The other party really had a grudge against the gods. Exclamation mark. If there was no grudge, how could he curse the other party like crazy? Too fucking crazy. That was a god. How could the King Q boss have a grudge against the gods? After coming to their senses, they had to sigh in horror. The King Q boss is worthy of being the King Q boss. Such a fierce man really can't be ignored by common sense. He offended the gods outside, and it seems that he offended them quite a lot, but he can still live well. If it were them, I'm afraid there would be nothing left. And now the posture of pointing at the gods and cursing is an act that they dare not even think about. The Kinkyu boss, newbie! Exclamation mark. The other ghosts of the gods in the sky also shook. Their eyes all looked at Richard. It seemed that they didn't expect that a mortal would have such courage to point at the gods and curse. As the party involved, the illusory figure of the kobold god seemed to have set off a huge wave. The violent fluctuations made people wonder if the sky would collapse in the next moment. Blasphemer! I will imprison your soul for 1,000,000 years. Let you, a lowly bastard, live in pain forever. The words of the gods with endless anger seemed to collapse the world. A dog with a broken spine dares to bark. Richard waved his hand suddenly. The warhammer condensed on the kobold statue smashed down directly. Crack, the dog's head was smashed. This time, it was equivalent to Richard slapping the face of the kobold god in front of other gods. This evil god of the dungeon pantheon could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. A divine power that was 100 times more fierce than before surged out. Crack, above the sky, spider web-like cracks appeared. The other party wanted to break through the rules and restrictions at all costs and vent his anger. Exclamation mark. The kobold god moved too fast. When the other 9 phantoms wanted to stop it, it was too late to act. Moreover, at this moment, all the phantoms of the gods were only supported by a wisp of divine power, and they had not descended in person. The god of the dog-headed man invested the most divine power, and the other phantoms of the gods were powerless to deal with it, even if they wanted to stop it. Boom, the cracks in the sky exploded. Pieces of rule fragments were like glass being smashed and scattered all over the sky. That terrifying phantom landed directly. When the other players saw this scene, they immediately felt that they were going to be in trouble. Damn Kinkyu, are they going to wipe them all out? It's just a dungeon. Why is there such a big scene? Question mark. Who can stop the gods from doing it themselves? Exclamation mark. Boom, after the rules were broken, the dungeon began to collapse from the edge. Everyone's heart tightened. This place was going to collapse. The other 9 phantoms of the gods collapsed like bubbles at the moment the rules were broken and disappeared without a trace. In the end, the power to stop the god of the dog-headed man was gone. The terrifying phantom was no longer restricted by rules, and the divine power it exuded was like a mountain collapsing, pressing down with a bang. The players fell to their knees like wheat blown by a hurricane, and no one could stand up. At this moment, even breathing became extremely difficult, let alone standing up. The pressure that penetrated the soul, no one could be exempted. But the phantom was still not satisfied. Sensing these chess pieces that were in the way, the words of the gods rang out again. Ants. The moment the voice fell, endless divine power erupted, and except for the rat in the center where Richard was, the rest of the chess pieces were like glass being hit by a heavy hammer, and they shattered directly into dust. The players above were in front of black eyes, and then they found themselves out of the dungeon. After they opened the system in fear, they saw several prompts that made them speechless. Warning: the faction dungeon was destroyed by an irresistible existence, and this exploration is over. Warning. Kinkyu! Exclamation mark. Thinking of the culprit who caused all this, my teeth were almost broken. Even the gods dare to despise this perverted hyena. Bald head, boss, and third brother, 4 players, also appeared in the empty violet grass at the same time. After falling to the ground, the 4 people got up in fear. They looked at each other and could see the fear in each other's eyes. Facing the majesty of the gods, that feeling can make people crazy. At this time, Chris and Weya, who happened to be humming a light song, passed by the grass and talked and laughed. Seeing the 4 players who suddenly appeared, they were a little surprised. What were these gods and grace lords doing? Why are they so embarrassed? Weya looked carefully and did not find Richard's figure, and her eyes immediately became extremely cold. She knew that Richard left with a few people. She walked quickly to the front of the few people and asked repeatedly, "Why did you come back suddenly? Where is Lord Richard?" Hyena was awakened by the sound, looking at the girl's anxious expression, and said with a bit of fear in his tone, "The god of dog-headed men, the god of dog-headed men has attacked us. Lord Richard of Kinkyu has not left the dungeon yet." As soon as the words fell, Chris' pupils shrank outside the grass. God of dog-headed men! Exclamation mark. What did these lords of divine grace do? They actually touched the gods? Exclamation mark. He quickly approached, stared at the two of them, and said solemnly, "You should tell me the information you know in detail immediately." Immediately. The majestic lion head of the hyena was like a husky at this moment. Under the majesty of the other party, he stuttered and told the situation of the dungeon again, and finally said with admiration and amazement. Lord Richard said that he had a grudge with the god of dog-headed men before, and then the god of dog-headed men kept provoking him, so the Lord scolded the god of dog-headed men in front of the phantoms of other gods. Chris heard everything that happened in the dungeon, and her eyes were full of light. At this moment, she clenched her hands and said with some excitement, "How did you scold him?" The boss, who had recovered, rushed to speak with some admiration at this moment. "Kobold god, why don't you just be a good dog in your kennel? Why are you barking here? A dog with a broken spine, dare to bark." Imitating Richard's tone, it was 90% similar. In the end, the kobold god was completely furious, tore up the rules of the dungeon, and strangled us all. At this moment, Lord Richard is still in it. But you don't have to worry, we will be resurrected outside if we die in the dungeon. They didn't notice that Chris's face was flushed at this moment, and her eyes were extremely excited. Scolding the gods in person? Exclamation mark. A dog with a broken spine, dare to bark. Thinking of that picture, she couldn't control herself. Is this Lord Richard? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Crazy Ideas, Imprisoning Gods. Because the copy was still collapsing, Richard felt that everything around him was blurry. The shadow of the kobold god condensed and exuded divine power wantonly. The space became sluggish and the energy became solidified. The scarlet eyes attached to the shadow were like a giant beast that swallowed the sky in the dark and chaotic environment, which was breathtaking. The shadow shrunk to more than 30 meters high, and was now floating on the floating island. Looking down, the hatred of the kobold god for Richard could not be washed away, even if all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes was poured out. Previously, he was attacked by the other party with the relics left by the old gods, causing him to lose his divine power and divinity. Now, in front of the gods of other camps, his statue was smashed alive, even after he blocked the exit. Damn blasphemer. Lowly bastard. Looking at the helpless figure below, a strong sense of revenge surged in my heart. Lowly, dirty human, are you scared now? Blasphemer, beg for mercy and despair. My wrath will burn everything you have to ashes. Richard looked at the constantly twisting phantom with indifferent eyes. The opponent's surging divine power pressed on him, but he didn't feel too much. He had bathed in the blood of the holy dragon in the first copy, and possessed a very special skill, the power of the dragon. Special, your body becomes extremely powerful after being washed by dragon blood. Defense increases by 300%, strength increases by 500%, immunity to poison, plague, instant death skills, and immunity to aura type pressure. Coupled with the blessing of the growth skill, the yellow sand aura, the influence of divine power on him was reduced to the minimum. Even if the opponent is a god, what does it matter? A mere phantom wants him to bow his head. Are you done? Richard slowly took out the statue of the ancient god. His mind moved slightly, and the dark light suddenly burst out, instantly protecting him. Forcibly blocked the terrifying divine power. After sensing the distorted shadow, the statue gradually became more active. It was like a hunter smelling the stench of prey. The careless tone made the kobold god pause, and the words of the gods exploded like thunder. Humble human lord, you will regret your actions for the rest of your life. Do you think you can still rely on the power of the ancient gods? The moment the voice fell, the scarlet eyes that were as scorching as the sun suddenly dimmed. In a breath, endless dark energy bloomed. The last ray of light in the space was wiped out. After the darkness enveloped the world, even the space was solidified at this moment. The dim light emitted by the statue of the ancient god in the past was now frozen by the endless darkness, and could not continue to spread. The Aranubi gem is a remnant of the old days. I specially prepared it for you, the lowly blasphemer. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. This kobold god has been planning how to eliminate the City of Dusk during this period of time, but just when he was about to release the extraordinary hunter and prepare to start the second plan, a subtle expression suddenly appeared on his face. He sensed it quietly at this moment. Because the copy had collapsed for the most part, the energy that existed before had now gathered near the floating island. What's more, after the kobold god controlled the mysterious old gem, he transformed all the energy around him into dark energy. Darkness murmured this word and could feel the darkness flowing around him. A mocking arc hung on the corner of his mouth. With a thought, the Dark King's crown on his head and the Dark King's cloak behind him were activated, and endless energy burst out instantly. After 2 breaths, the distorted shadow of the kobold god suddenly found that everything around him was out of his control. It was like a fish caught and his hand broke free again because of the slime and fell back into the water. A little fear suddenly rose in his heart. Blasphemer, what have you done? The Dark King cloak comes with a skill. Darkness descends. With itself as the center, a radius of 500 meters falls into absolute darkness. The enemy's sight and perception will be compressed within a range of 10 meters. The power of darkness can be manipulated and unlimited teleportation can be performed. Gather to legendary equipment to activate the skill. Dominate the darkness. When in a dark environment, the darkness within a radius of 300 meters with itself as the center can be manipulated, and the darkness can be turned into substance. The copy collapsed, causing the space to shrink rapidly, and everything was in darkness. The god of dogs used the 2 mysterious old gems to condense the darkness. Various factors combined to instantly improve the skills of this legendary equipment by 10 times or 100 times. On the isolated island, the primary and secondary positions were reversed. Feeling the power around him, that was countless times more terrifying than the eruption of magma. Richard's eyes flashed with surprise. The horror of the legendary equipment was even more than he expected. Retracting his mind, looking at the shadow of the god of dogs isolated by the darkness, a cold arc hung at the corner of his mouth. Now, have you decided to die like this? As the words fell, the statue of the old god in his hand once again shone with a brilliant dim light, and the aura that had been passed down from ancient times surged again. At the same time, a shadow elf with a bit of illusion condensed out of thin air. Divine soul. Lini, dig out the eyeballs of this dog. Upon hearing the order, this top-level combat force who was not afraid of death disappeared in an instant. Because of the collapse of the rules, the main body of the god of the dog-headed man was no longer able to invest more divine power when it was countless distances away from the main plane. After the dense darkness was controlled by him, the energy that had just suppressed the statue of the old god immediately became a cage to imprison the opponent. Controlling the darkness can make the darkness become substantial. The invisible force was now imprisoning the nearly 100-meter tall phantom of the god. The opponent was twisting and struggling madly, but could not shake the darkness that he had condensed. Lini suddenly appeared 100 meters away from the phantom, reaching out to take down the exquisite longbow with intricate patterns carved on the back. Pull it to the full. An arrow exuding a deadly aura condensed out of thin air. Death Hunt, a weak divine spell. Select a target within 500 meters. Use the power of the soul to condense the arrow of the god of death, and it will hit the opponent's soul. Each casting consumes 20 points of divine power. Whoosh, the arrow cut through the sky and directly pierced into the shadow of the god imprisoned in the darkness. Roar, the horrible pain of tearing the soul made the shadow roar loudly. The god of the dog-headed man could no longer bear it. The shadow of 100 meters in height suddenly shrank to 70 meters, and endless energy burst out of its body. The energy storm that could destroy everything swept around and swallowed it. Krakerini wanted to use space to move over the energy, but the attack was like a tide that could not be crossed. The moment she appeared from the space, her body was directly shattered, and she died on the spot. Richard sensed the danger and immediately controlled the dark energy around him to fight hard, but the terrifying attack directly penetrated the darkness. Unable to resist, it was an explosion of divine power, the power of rules. Swish, the violent energy storm tore everything apart and directly washed over Richard's body. At this moment, the Dark King's cloak suddenly burst out with dark energy, protecting him. The horrific attack that killed Rene dissipated into nothingness. Like a breeze blowing on his face, it did not cause any damage to him. Absolute defense. Can condense a dark shield, which can resist any skill attack once. Cooldown time 30 minutes. The skills of the Dark King's cloak blocked this horrific attack that could destroy everything. After a brief defeat of the darkness, the phantom of the god who regained his perception found that Richard was not dead. He was furious. The divine power surged again, and the second attack was about to break out. Richard reacted faster than him. With a wave of his hand, Rene was resurrected from the statue of the old god. The longbow in his hand was fully drawn again. Death hunting. Puff the twisted phantom of the god shook for a while and became a little lighter again. The horrible pain forced the god of the kobolds to temporarily suspend the attack. But before he could recover, Rene had consumed a drop of divinity to restore her 40 points of divine power. She drew her longbow for the third time. In order to deal with unexpected situations, she had to inject a point of her 4 divinity into the world tree seed every week, and the remaining 3 points would be kept for emergency use. Each point of divinity could instantly restore her divine power to full. Now, 3 points of divinity were consumed in tens of seconds. Adding the original 40 points of divine power, a total of 120 points of divine power, the phantom of the god had injured 6 death hunts. Coupled with the big move just released, the opponent's momentum has changed from invincible to erratic. It seems that it may collapse at any time. The cage condensed by darkness completely imprisoned the phantom of the god in place. It can never break free. The god of the kobolds did not expect that such a big change would happen after he thought he was fully prepared, especially Richard's action of controlling the darkness, which made it even more difficult for him to accept. He thought that he could control the situation by suppressing the statue of the old god, but he did not expect that this damn blasphemer had such a method. Last time, the opponent was still using a broken mechanical puppet to fight him. This time, the opponent was able to use his own strength to limit the growth rate of this blasphemer, which made him terrified. An extremely strong killing intention rose in his heart. No matter what the price, this lowly human must be killed! Exclamation mark. Richard looked at the phantom that had weakened to a certain extent and controlled the statue of the old god to move forward, ready to devour the opponent completely. But after getting close, looking at the opponents unable to break free, a crazy idea suddenly arose in his mind. I wonder if this phantom of the dog-headed god can be imprisoned? Isn't the opponent a god? How much value would it have to imprison a god as a research object? His heart thumped, thump, thump faster beating. Imprisoning gods. Thinking of this picture, he breathed quickly. Perhaps there is nothing in this world that can make people's adrenaline soar more than this. Even if this phantom is only a wisp of the soul of the dog-headed god. But, is this not enough? His mind turned quickly, and he thought of the scarlet moon he planned to use. Since the unknown scarlet moon can frighten the gods, he might be able to give them his gift. It is also possible to let them study the god of the dog-headed man. Since the other party can make the gods fall, what does it matter if the fallen god is the god of the dog-headed man? Moreover, what kind of benefits can be exchanged for the soul of a god? Question mark. After this thought arose, it immediately spread like wild grass. The whole person became excited. The feeling was like doing things with the first love on an ignorant summer night at the age of 18, which made people's blood boil. The most critical point is that he has a cage to imprison the phantom of the god. There is a special space inside the statue of the old god. Before, Rene was sleeping and transforming. After absorbing the energy of the broken land of rules and the power of the god of the dog-headed man, the statue of the old god has become extremely solid, and the internal space is even more unshakable. Moreover, the statue of the old god feeds on the gods, and is naturally resistant to the opponent, so there is no need to worry about being broken free. The right time, right place, and right people are all in place. Richard took a deep breath, and looked at the twisted phantom of the god with a burning gaze. Now, he only needs to solve the problem of how to get the opponent's phantom into the statue of the old god. To complete this crazy idea, weaken first, then collect. After making up his mind, his eyes focused. He directly controlled the surroundings to condense into a substantial darkness and sent the statue of the old god to the sky above the phantom of the god. After the statue of the old god approached the twisted phantom, it was like a hungry shark smelling the smell of blood. Endless dim light eroded down and madly devoured the power of the phantom. Richard could clearly sense that the power of the statue of the old god was growing, and the phantom in the dark prison was getting weaker and weaker. Damn bastard. Seeing the situation that happened last time when he descended on the city of dusk, the god of the dog-headed man roared and cursed with extreme unwillingness. In the roar, the momentum suddenly soared 100 times. He broke free from the dark prison by force, and the pair of dim eyes lit up again, and the scarlet light reappeared. The evil spell that could not be described in words resounded through the sky. The scarlet energy in the eyes of the kobold god was like an exploding sun. It rushed straight towards Richard. Richard wanted to operate, but he could no longer stop it. Every pore in his body sent him a warning of danger at this moment. Death whispered in his ear. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Controlling the darkness, the skill gave him the ability to move without restrictions in the darkness. However, the breath of death not only did not disappear, but became more and more intense. A must-hit skill. Richard noticed this, and his eyes suddenly regained calm and stopped moving. In an instant, the scarlet blood light attacked, but at the moment of hitting him, Rennie suddenly appeared in front of him. Forcibly blocked the fatal damage. Puff the body with a bit of illusion was shattered again. But Rennie's idea did not work. After the bloodlight tore her apart, it still hit Richard. The moment Richard was hit, a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, you are hit by the divine spell, blood curse of death. Your body and soul will gradually turn into blood, and your soul will be annihilated. This skill cannot be blocked by single target skill immunity. Before he could react, the second reminder sounded. Ding, sand rebirth has taken effect. You will be resurrected in 10 minutes. The next second, Richard felt that his body and soul lost their perception along with severe pain. Then, his consciousness entered a dark space without the concept of time. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like 1 second, and it seemed like 100,000 years, before I gradually regained my perception. When I opened my eyes again, and felt the power surging in my body, I was also a little frightened. What a terrifying divine spell. This kind of power that constantly erodes the body. If there is no resurrection skill, the absolute defense that can block one skill attack is useless. Fortunately, he has many trump cards. Concentrate your mind and immediately focus on the front. At this moment, the shadow of the god who once again exploded with a big move is less than 10 meters high. The faint light emitted by the statue of the ancient god completely enveloped it. Now, the dark prison is useless. Rennie, who had been resurrected, was cruising nearby. Sensing Richard's recovery, Rennie's face immediately relaxed, and her eyes were fixed on the phantom of the god, to prevent any accidents. You lowly human lord, you are not dead yet? The god of the dog-headed man went crazy when he found out that Richard was alive again. Why does this blasphemer have so many magical treasures? Exclamation mark. How long has he been in the glorious era? Exclamation mark. The blood curse of death is a divine art that will not disappear unless the soul is completely annihilated. Even if the opponent has many life-saving skills, it is impossible to stop it. This divine art is specifically designed to deal with enemies with a single life-saving skill. Richard ignored the frightened and angry god of the dog-headed man. The gods are not easy to deal with. In order to prevent the night from getting too long, he stepped forward to regain control of the statue of the ancient god. Speed up the devouring. Sensing that he was about to die completely, the phantom of the god of the dog-headed man cursed more fiercely. Richard turned a blind eye. The curse of the weak was just a mockery of his own incompetence. This time, after the statue of the old god completely enveloped the other party, the god of the dog-headed man could not cause any more accidents. Finally, under the endless devouring, the divine power contained in the shadow was weak to a critical point. At this moment, the statue of the old god shone brightly. A moment later, in the central area of the statue of the old god, a shadow composed of darkness and thick fog lay quietly on the ground. Above the shadow, 2 scarlet gems slowly floated, imprisoning the gods. This bold and crazy idea, at this moment, successfully sensing the weak shadow of the god of the dog-headed man, Richard was extremely excited. This shadow has a trace of the soul of the god of the dog-headed man. He imprisoned the soul of the god. Although it is only a pitiful trace, but this is the god. Exclamation mark. No extra words are needed. This word is enough to explain everything in the glorious era. And this is not the end. This wave also got 2 old gems that can compete with the statue of the old god. With a wave of his hand, the gems floating on the phantom fell off and disappeared directly into the statue of the old god. Outside, Richard held 2 egg-sized scarlet gems and felt the power surging inside. The corners of his mouth curled up. The god of kobolds really looked like a boy who was spreading money. He could bring him good things every time they met. Last time in the City of Dusk, he contributed a lot of divinity and power to the statue of the old god. This time, in addition to the power, he even sent his own soul. And it also came with 2 gems that could compete with the statue of the old god. This dog cub who wanted to bite people was pressed to the ground by him for the second time. Although this battle was not long and even seemed simple, it brought a lot of pressure to Richard. It is no exaggeration to describe it as thrilling. If there were no top skills attached to the legendary equipment, no shattered sand rebirth of his own talent, and no Rennie who could be resurrected continuously, I'm afraid that this battle would be really difficult to withstand after the kobold god restricted the statue of the old god. But there is no if in this world. The many trump cards I had obtained through life and death finally played their due role. This wave was not a loss. Chapter 379, Strongly Shocked. Sir Richard, the gods are imprisoned by you? Rumble. The rules were constantly broken, and the world began to collapse. Waves of spatial turbulence tore through everything around. Even though the phantom of the kobold god was imprisoned, the destruction of the copy could not be reversed. Richard once again saw the scene of the plane collapsing and destroying the world. He seemed to see the scene in the first copy when the president of the Scarlet Council, the top boss, shattered the plane and took out the plane stone from it. When his thoughts turned to this, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. With a thought, he directly took out the plane stone that had been quietly stored at the bottom of the box from the system space. The rules were broken, and the plane collapsed. This seemed to be related to the plane stone. The function of the plane stone was to stabilize the plane and support the rules. After taking the plane stone in his hand, he looked down. Its appearance was gray and white, and it looked no different from ordinary rocks. If it was placed on the side of the road, I'm afraid no one would pay attention to it. After waiting for a while, Richard did not see any unusual movement of the plane stone, and he frowned. Was his idea wrong? Isn't that how the plane stone is used? He was unwilling to give in. The yellow sand on his body surged, and he directly input power into the plane stone. At the same time, he also manipulated the surrounding dark energy to infuse it into the plane stone. The plane stone can carry a plane and is a top treasure in Glorious Era. The surrounding majestic power infused into it did not cause much reaction. Seeing that more and more space was collapsing around him, Richard gritted his teeth and infused it with all his strength. With his full firepower, the energy reached a certain limit. The situation finally changed. The plane stone quietly emitted a hazy chaotic light and dissipated in all directions. Wherever the light passed, those distorted spaces and broken rules calmed down in an extraordinary way. The collapse was stopped. Richard looked at the gradually stabilizing situation and was overjoyed. It worked! Exclamation mark. He continued to increase the energy input into the plane stone. The special light emitted by the plane stone made everything around him begin to stabilize again. After a dozen breaths, the chaos covered all the uncollapsed areas. The plane that was just turbulent and collapsing quietly returned to calm. The plane stone made the darkness glow slightly. Richard was quite excited at this moment and looked around. Outside the chaotic light, there was a silent and dark area. The void. It was the eternal end without the protection of rules. The endless riverbank seemed to hide a giant beast that could devour everything, which made people shudder. He was like a child holding a lantern at night. Even if he tried to raise it high, he could only decorate a small area in the endless darkness. He retracted his gaze and looked inside the chaotic light. At this time, the floating island below had already become countless fragments. Those fragments had lost gravity and were floating around. None of the soldiers on the chess pieces survived. After Annie returned to the statue of the old god, only his lonely figure was left in this space where the rules collapsed. Silence. There was no sound in his ears, which made Richard feel very subtle at this moment. He seemed to have experienced the feeling of the god of creation when he created the world. A world without living creatures will drive people crazy. Take a deep breath and suppress the ups and downs of emotions in your heart. Thinking back to the current situation, looking at the rules that have been controlled around him, Richard, who was holding the plain stone tightly, suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. The shattered space has been suppressed by the plain stone. After so many things before, this place has become a real no man's land. If the plain stone is placed here, will he get a real plane? The moment this idea came up, the whole person immediately became excited. A plane. How exaggerated is the value? Exclamation mark. Even if the scope is small now, it doesn't matter. The plane can grow. This is the information learned from the old man who lost his heart. With the plain stone, it seems possible to achieve it. Richard has always been a practical man. Thinking of this, he immediately increased the power input to the plain stone. Under his control, the power of the plain stone began to gradually repair the surrounding rules. Richard could clearly sense that everything in this space was returning to normal. This made his emotions more and more high. If this idea can be successful, the gains will be greater than imprisoning the soul of a god. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 hours later. The previously collapsed rules have been restored. Even the fragments of the floating island have fallen below. Everything is back on track. What makes Richard even more excited is that during the repair process, the plain stone has a close connection with him. At this moment, he can even use the power of the plain stone to control this space. Taking a deep breath, with a little trepidation, he slowly stopped inputting power into the plain stone. After he stopped, nothing around him changed. Richard turned his head and looked around. After confirming that there was no accident, an unspeakable surprise emerged in his heart. Success! Exclamation mark. He really has a plane! Exclamation mark. But at the moment, when a smile appeared on his face, click, a crisp sound of glass rang out. In the silent environment, this sound is no less than the explosion of thunder. Richard had a bad premonition in his heart. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the place where the sound came from. The space that had just been repaired now had a clear crack. He hadn't had time to make a move yet. Crack! The crack spread out like a spider web, covering the entire space. Richard's face changed again and again, and he clenched the plain stone tightly and input power into it again. Chaos light surged. The cracks began to repair quickly under the special power, but before the repair was completed by 1/10. Crack bang! The rules of the entire space burst like glass hit by a heavy hammer. The void also exploded at this moment. The space that had just been repaired collapsed, and the speed of the collapse this time was more than 10 times faster than before. Within a few breaths, the surrounding space had been swallowed by the void, leaving only Richard. The plain stone barely supported a place for him to stay, so that he was not affected. Seeing this sudden scene, Richard's expression was very complicated. I thought I could use the plain stone to obtain a plane. But I didn't expect that this plane, which had collapsed to a tiny area, could not survive. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the emotions in his heart. Looking at the endless void 100 meters away, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sure enough, controlling the plane is easier than I thought. If the plane is so easy to control, it would have been flooded long ago. After the rules were repaired by the plain stone, the overall space power became very weak, and the space barrier could no longer isolate the erosion of the void. This should be the main reason for the collapse of the plane. And because the plane power is so small that it can be ignored, the plain stone can mobilize far less rule power and cannot support the plane. And this special camp copy has imperfect rules itself. It is more difficult to support an imperfect plane. Another thing is that my current strength is not enough to fully exert the power of the plain stone. For various reasons, this attempt failed. After Richard made a summary, his mood gradually calmed down and his eyes regained clarity. Failure is not terrible, just try again next time. And this attempt was also quite valuable. With this experience, he had a clear idea of how to use the plain stone. It was no longer the state of not understanding it at all before, and even relying on blind men to feel the elephant. Recovering his mind, looking at the lonely endless void in front of him, Richard did not stop, waved his hand, controlled the plain stone, and used the remaining power around to break the space. disappeared on the spot. When repairing the rules, he controlled the coordinates of returning from the rules, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost. The moment he left, the only remaining trace of rules was completely annihilated in the void. The faction copy was completely destroyed. Violet Manor. Chris had been waiting near the grass for several hours, but still didn't see Richard's figure. This made the girl's face a little solemn. Looking at the players next to her, her eyes became cold. Are you sure that you can be resurrected after dying in that copy? For the so-called copy, in the eyes of the natives, it is just another name for ancient ruins, and she doesn't care. Because of the special rules of the ancient ruins, any situation is not surprising, which is what she is worried about. Several players have no temper with Chris, and they nodded repeatedly. That's right, we were killed by the god of the dog-headed man and resurrected. Then why hasn't Sir Richard returned for such a long time? Chris's tone was a little dissatisfied. The tone was completely different from the past. As the daughter of a legendary strongman, the most distinguished person in Solon City, the little girl in front of Richard was a special case. In front of outsiders, her words can determine the fate of countless people. A natural superior. Several people were interrogated, and beads of sweat slid down their faces crazily. They stammered and couldn't say anything. After they saw the phantom of the dog-headed man break the rules, they were killed in one move. Who knows what happened next? Welia looked at the angry Chris and stepped forward to comfort her slowly. Your Highness Chris, you don't have to worry. Even if the city lord encounters a god in that ruin, his life will not be in danger. She had bound to the hero altar before leaving the City of Dusk, knowing how extraordinary that magical building that can revive hero units is. Hearing this, Chris's face looked a little better. No longer looking at the players who were frightened, she stared at the air in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. I don't know how long it took. The space in front of her rippled like water waves. Then, a heroic figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and landed on the grass. Seeing the figure of the person coming clearly, several players were so excited that they almost cried. Boss Kinkyu, you finally came out. If they didn't come out, the little princess of Solon City would probably skin them alive. With the other party's status, it would be a matter of a word to kill them. I don't know how the other party did it to make this noble girl with such an extraordinary status care about him. If they can get a leg up with an NPC of Chris's level, they can definitely take off. When Chris saw Richard, the worry on her face disappeared, and she showed a very bright smile. She dragged her long pure white noble dress and jumped forward, then hugged his arm without any taboos, and chirped with her head tilted. Sir Richard, did you just meet a god in the ancient ruins? Several players immediately pricked up their ears. They also wanted to hear what happened to Richard in the few hours. Logically speaking, with the strength of that god, the other party could not stay for so long. The hyena seemed to have thought of something and whispered. Could it be that the boss of Kinkyu was locked up and tortured by that stupid god for a while? Thinking of the furious attitude of the god of dog-headed people before they were wiped out, he suddenly felt that this idea was very likely to be true. At the moment, he looked at Richard's bald head with a subtle expression and sighed softly. It's not easy for the leader of Kinkyu. Just think about it, what price you have to pay to become the strongest group. Richard didn't pay much attention to the guys who were muttering. He pulled his arm out of Chris's arms with a smile and tears, and the little lotus just showed its sharp corners, which really made him uninterested. He stretched out his hand and pinched the other's fair face. Little kid, why are you asking so many questions? Chris, who had been waiting for hours to satisfy her curiosity, was very dissatisfied. She stamped her feet and glared at Richard fiercely. She said hatefully, Sir Richard, I was worried about you for hours in vain. She said with a face full of grievances, as if tears were about to flow out. Anyone who saw her would feel distressed. Richard glanced at Weir, and when he saw the girl nodded, his heart was warmed. Although this little girl was a little young in her mental age, her character was really good. He rubbed the other's head and comforted her for a long time before making the girl laugh. Chris was unwilling to be coaxed like this and muttered, you haven't told me what happened in the ruins yet. She was full of curiosity. Did you really scold the god of dog-headed men? A dog with a broken spine dared to bark. She shuddered when she thought of the heroic Richard pointing at a god and scolding him. Being unorthodox, challenging the rules, and despising authority. Richard's actions were extremely attractive to this girl, who had lived under protection since childhood. The excitement brought by that kind of adventure was completely incomparable to the trivialities of life. Seeing the little girl's eyes light up, Richard said with some amusement, "The god of dog-headed men and the city of Dusk have a feud. A few months ago, the other party wanted to descend to the main plane and flatten the city of Dusk. We are enemies who will never stop until death. What's wrong with scolding him?" This was said lightly, but Chris's face became solemn. A god wanted to flatten the territory. And how long had the city of Dusk been established? A few months ago. Can it withstand the majesty of the gods? No wonder the other party was so angry. At that time, I was afraid that Twilight City would suffer heavy losses. He slowed down his voice. What happened later? What happened later? Richard smiled and didn't speak. Seeing this, Wayer next to him couldn't help it, and said with strong admiration in his eyes, "Your Highness Chris, the clone of the God of Dogs was hunted down by Lord Richard. The god of the Dungeon Clan didn't hurt Twilight City at all. That's why the God of Dogs hates you so much." Richard had hunted down the clone of the God of Dogs a few months ago. This heavy news was like a depth bomb, making Chris, who was not mentally prepared, feel dizzy. The gods represent the supreme majesty and glorious era. They are the controllers of rules that cannot be challenged or desecrated. Absolute masters. Living in this background since childhood, you can imagine what the gods represent to her. It's not just Chris. Most of the natives have unimaginable respect for those great beings who control absolute power. But now, standing in front of her was a god's grace lord who had hunted down the god's avatar. That feeling made Chris hard to describe. What if we meet each other again in the ruins? Chris' eyes rose with an indescribable heat and expectation. It was like listening to a heroic story and hearing that they were going to fight the last big devil. "Sir Richard, did you destroy the kobold god's avatar again?" Richard shook his head. "That's not the case." Chris's expectation froze for a moment, and after a long sigh, she finally regained some composure. "Yes, this act of slaughtering the god's avatar. Even the extraordinary, or even the legendary strong, may not be able to do it, and it may happen again and again." Presumably, Sir Richard was still like the other gods' grace lords, and left only after he died in battle. Thinking of this, she was about to open her mouth to comfort him, but Richard's next sentence made her completely confused. "I'm just the avatar of the kobold god, imprisoned." Imprisoned? Chris's ears burst, and she felt a surge of hot blood rushing to her head. She immediately became extremely excited. Imprisoned gods. This word made it almost difficult for her to stand. Her heart was beating wildly at this moment. Her face flushed. The other party did not just destroy the avatar of the kobold god, but captured and imprisoned it. That's a god. Although the kobold god is not the most powerful existence in the dungeon god system, it is also a ruler who can be called a name in the entire main plane. Now, the god who is high above, arrogant, and controls the absolute rules is imprisoned by the Lord of Divine Grace in front of her. A sense of excitement of breaking taboos made her almost unable to control herself. Looking at Richard, it seemed like there were stars twinkling in her eyes. Several players were also confused when they heard this. After coming to their senses, they suddenly felt dry mouth. The shock they felt was no less than Chris's. They had personally experienced the tyranny of the gods. With a wave of his hand, dozens of floating islands collapsed, and tens of thousands of troops were destroyed. The horrifying feeling almost made them despair. But now, Richard told them that the one who seemed to them to be absolutely invincible was enslaved and imprisoned by him. Exclamation mark. The strong contrast of the two extremes made it impossible for them to describe their emotions at the moment. They were so excited that they wanted to slap their thighs. Chapter 380, Layout of God Slaying. After returning to the living room, Chris's face was still flushed, and she looked at Richard with a little admiration. Several players were still in an excited mood, and could not get out of it for a long time. Imprisoning gods, this news was too shocking for both the natives and the players, even if he imprisoned only a clone of a god. But, no matter how weak, it was still a god, the ultimate power of this world. "Sir Richard, can you let me see the imprisoned god clone? Just take a look." Chris looked at Richard with eagerness, blinking her big eyes, and her cute look was full of spirituality. Several players also pricked up their ears. Who doesn't want to see this thing? It will also give you more topics to talk about when you go out to brag in the future. Richard shook his head. The forbidden things cannot be taken out, and it is easy to cause problems. The power of the gods is unpredictable, so you can't be careless. The most important thing is that the origin of the old god statue that feeds on gods is too extraordinary. Just revealing his aura can shock and even terrify the god of dog-headed men and the revived god in the broken rule land. How exaggerated. He would not reveal it unless it was absolutely necessary. What is the ancient god? After he came to Solon City, he secretly explored it several times, but he did not find the answer. No one has even heard of it, as if such a thing does not exist in this world. This feeling is like someone has erased everything about the ancient god. The more so, the more he feels that there is a huge horror hidden in it. Chris was not disappointed. It would be strange if the treasure that sealed the gods could be taken out at will. Her special identity gave her more insights than ordinary people, and she knew the importance of it. Then you must keep it well. The gods must not be underestimated. Richard admired the little girl's temper of knowing when to advance and retreat. After organizing his words a little, he spoke slowly. I have an irreconcilable hatred with the god of kobolds. As long as it lives, it will keep spying on the city of dusk. Chris, I heard that there is a force called Crimson Moon, and they have a way to deal with the gods. I need to find that force and use their power to hunt down the god of kobolds. Richard said something that would make all the natives of Glorious Era tremble in his understated words. Kill the gods. Drag the majestic existence that controls the rules is high above, and even touching the other party is an unforgivable sin into hell. This made several players' hearts tremble. But they were more concerned about one point, the Crimson Covenant. At this moment, there was a feeling of sudden enlightenment. No wonder the Kinkyu boss revealed the secret of imprisoning the gods. It turned out that he wanted to use the power of the little princess of Solon City to explore new expansion packs. Think about it, since the Crimson Moon can make the gods afraid, there must be a way to deal with the gods. Finding the Crimson Moon can not only explore new expansion packs, but also solve big problems. Killing two birds with one stone. What's more, as the princess of Solon City, Chris can directly influence every aspect of this terrifying city on the edge of the death desert. Once the other party agrees, it will definitely play a huge role. When several people thought of this, they couldn't help but look at Chris with a little admiration in their eyes, and their hearts were full of emotion. The boss is worthy of being a boss, and any action he takes is full of deep meaning. Now he has not only brought this noble girl who is rebellious and likes excitement closer, but also rationalized the exploration of the Crimson Covenant. They couldn't find anything abrupt. The crazy idea of killing gods made Chris's heart tremble again. Richard's bold actions again and again constantly challenged the extreme of her concepts and made her feel unprecedented excitement. His tone was a little unnatural and trembling. Sir Richard, are you serious? Of course. The short and powerful response made Chris take a few deep breaths and couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart. But, that's a god. Yes. Richard smiled. But, so what? So what? Chris's face was flushed like a cooked prawn. Her breathing was rapid and her eyes were fixed on him. I'll help you. The god killer's participation in this deviant and extremely crazy event was simply an irresistible temptation for this girl who looked well behaved, but was full of rebellious emotions. Richard stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek. He smiled. Silly girl, don't be so nervous. I won't put you in danger. You just need to help me get the news. The power of Dusk City outside is almost zero. It's too difficult to find out where Crimson Moon is. What I need most now is to find Crimson Moon. Crimson Moon is the next expansion pack, which means that the other party will affect all aspects of Glorious Era for a long time in the future. Even if there is no imprisonment of the kobold god, he will make in-depth layout. Chris heard that he valued this force so much, and she was a little curious. Crimson Moon. I have never heard of this force. What is their origin? How can they threaten the gods? Richard shook his head. I also learned about this force from a special channel. Crimson Moon has special means to deal with the gods, but I don't know much information, so I ask for your help. He looked at the other party's smart eyes seriously. Chris, I need your help. The system has restricted the information of Crimson Moon this time. For example, when it will come, players cannot reveal it. They can only mention the name and the general impact. Speaking or using magic, paper and other means to record and transmit will be restricted by the rules and cannot be done directly. Under this special power, the natives did not react much to the Crimson Covenant that caused an uproar among the players. Even though a large number of players were listening to this kind of news, they did not take it seriously because they said it too vaguely. Anyway, these guys with abnormal brains often talk nonsense. At the beginning, some even shouted to kill the gods. If they took every word seriously, they would have been annoyed to death. Looking at Richard's deep eyes, Chris's face became more and more ugly. She avoided his eyes unnaturally and pretended to be calm. I will ask someone to find out the news of Crimson Moon when I go back, she said with a worried reminder. But I also want to participate in the subsequent plan. Richard looked at the girl full of yearning and couldn't help but smile. If it is safe, you can. Chris was happy. Seeing Chris's affirmative response, several players wailed in their hearts, saying that the boss of King Q was too good. After not talking for long, Chris, who was thinking about participating in the great cause of killing gods, turned around and left the manor excitedly. Looking at her posture, she was more concerned than Richard. There were only a few players left in the hall. After the air was quiet for a while, the hyena with the lion's head spoke first. Boss King Q, do you have any other tasks to entrust to us? Although I didn't get to hold the thigh this time and pass this faction copy, but I also witnessed the style of the boss, and I was more determined to hold the thigh. Richard pondered for a moment and said slowly, I need you to help me collect some information. The few people who were still a little nervous immediately became alert and said hurriedly, you say. Richard didn't waste any words and said directly, first, continue to find out the news of the treasures of the contracted heroes, focusing on the treasures that can be contracted above the extraordinary. Second, use the players' channels to collect and organize the information of the Crimson Covenant, and don't miss any clues. Third, help me find out some information about ancient myths. Remember a few key words: the old gods, the plainstone, the world tree seeds. I never treat my people badly. If you do these things well, I will give you generous rewards. The warehouse of the City of Dusk still has a lot of strategic treasures seized from the underground world, which he doesn't think much of. It's perfect to use them as rewards. Several people patted their chests. I will never let you down. If they can hold each other's thighs, they will really get through it. After several players left excitedly, Welia, who was silent at the side, hesitated and said, Lord Richard, can these gods' grace lords be trusted? In the eyes of the natives, the reputation of the gods' grace lords has always been bad. Perfidy and no bottom line are common adjectives. The player's personality is too jumpy. Although Welia has not been in Solon City for a long time, after collecting a lot of information, he was inevitably affected. Richard smiled. Except you, there are not many people in this world that I can trust. Welia was puzzled. Why do you? Richard shrugged. Even if they spread the mission I gave them all over the world, it won't affect anything. When using people, you don't have to block certain things, as long as you are sure to control the situation. His attitude towards players has always been that they can be used, but they will not be handed over. Using them is just a casual layout. If it works, it is an extra gain. If it doesn't work, it won't lose anything. The truly important things, in addition to the heroes under his command, he will keep a part of his heart for anyone. Just like the news of the imprisoned spirit, even if they spread it all over the world, I'm afraid few people would believe it. They don't even know what they used to imprison, and how they imprisoned. The natives would only think that these idiots were daydreaming. And there was nothing wrong with the information they collected. Who wouldn't want to have those things? Of course, as long as these guys' IQs were not off the line, they would not spread it all over the world. The hustle and bustle, all for profit. There is no point in doing something that has no benefit. Welia looked at Richard with a calm face. Her eyes moved slightly, and she said no more. She just mentioned that the other party should know the situation. And she didn't think that with the other party's skills, he would fail in such a small matter. Richard looked at the slightly thin voice in front of him and changed the subject. Welia, do you have any ideas about how the Violet Chamber of Commerce will develop in the future? Welia shook her head calmly. Sir Richard, I have too little information in my hands. The underground world has not yet integrated the information I need. I need some time. Richard nodded in understanding. The Chamber of Commerce is just beginning to build, and everything needs to be laid out. It doesn't seem to be that fast. Don't worry, we still have time. You should first build the framework of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, so that the Chamber of Commerce can operate normally. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, I will leave 20 million units of resources as the startup funds for the Chamber of Commerce. Although the silver goblins and half-winged people can serve as the backbone, they also need to buy some ordinary slaves and merchants to fill in. I will go back immediately. All the important tasks of the Chamber of Commerce are handed over to you. It has been a while since I came out. The several purposes of coming to Solon City, establishing a Chamber of Commerce, exploring the functions of the Planestone and the World Tree Seed, have all yielded different degrees of gains. If I stay any longer, I won't see any benefits in a short time. He has to go back and make some additional preparations for the next S-level task, exploring the temple. Moreover, there are still branches of the rotten tree in his hand, and he needs to explore it. When we came, we also found a glass mine occupied by a desert dragon. Maybe we need to hunt again. Although the number of skeleton blood dragons has expanded to 12 teams, after crushing the orc forces with the bodies of flying dragons, it is not enough for the situation. That is about to change. Strength is the basis for the City of Dusk to survive. There is no limit to the number of 1-star crown troops. The revived god in the Broken Rule Land must also be dealt with. If we delay any further, I don't know what changes will happen. Sir, is the news about the Crimson Moon really that important to us? Hearing Welia's slightly cold voice, Richard nodded. It's more important than what I said. There will be drastic changes in the future, and the Crimson Moon is the key. You should also pay attention to these news during this period. If time is not too urgent, establishing our information channels is the most important thing. In his layout, the Violet Chamber of Commerce is not just a Chamber of Commerce. Welia was silent. It has only been a short time. Even if she has great ability, it is impossible for her to build an intelligence organization. After Welia left, Richard stood up and walked to the open glass window, staring at the violet meadow in front of him. He fell into deep thought. Everything we have to do in the next period of time is urgent and important. The S-level mission is related to the contract to enslave the vampire archduke. The Crimson Moon is a future expansion pack. The world will change because of it. At the same time, it is also related to the layout of hunting the god of kobolds. In addition, the Rotten Tree, the Land of Broken Rules, and even going to the Krina tribe with Sinner cannot be shirked. He took a deep breath and his eyes gradually regained clarity. These major events are both challenges and opportunities. Seize this wave of opportunities, and Dusk City will definitely achieve leapfrog development again. From his recent experience, he vaguely felt that the situation had begun to become turbulent. The future will never be calm. The surging waves are already faintly visible. This made him tighten the string in his heart a little. However, he also firmly believed that no matter how many difficulties and challenges there are, they will become stepping stones for Dusk City to reach the top of the mountain. His gaze was as firm as ever. Chapter 381 Desert Dragon Hunting. You told me you are weak, and now you kill the dragon like killing a dog. October 8th early morning. Chris looked at Weir angrily. Sir Richard left. This bad guy didn't say goodbye to me again. She had worked so hard to help him find the Crimson Moon yesterday. This guy should be severely punished by her father. Weir looked at the unhappy girl and said softly. Sir Richard said that your highness is open-minded by nature, unlike ordinary vulgar nobles, and will not care about these secular etiquette. He also specifically asked me to tell you that the Lord will prepare a special gift for you next time he comes back, and you will definitely be satisfied. A special gift? Chris's eyes lit up, and her anger just now disappeared in an instant. She raised her head and pretended to be indifferent. Humph, this guy only knows how to coax me. When Sir Richard comes back, tell me the first time, and I will settle the score with him next time. Weir couldn't help but smile as she watched the girl leave. She also understood why the Lord liked to tease the other party so much. After coming to her senses, she turned her head and looked at the silver goblins and half-winged people who had gotten up one after another, and her eyes regained clarity. The next task was very heavy. Lord Richard had sent her from Twilight City to take over the Violet Chamber of Commerce from afar. She knew very well what he expected of her, especially since the Violet Chamber of Commerce was currently the only window for Twilight City to the outside world. This responsibility had risen to a serious level. However, no matter how great the difficulties were, she would not give up. She would not let Lord down, and the Violet Chamber of Commerce would definitely become the most important helper for Twilight City. She firmly believed in this. The carriage stopped in front of the demi-plane where the soldiers were stored. After using the token to lead the sleeping soldiers and Alvis out, Richard did not stay for too long and rode Alvis directly into the depths of the desert. The guarding army did not care about this, as the edge of the Death Desert could still tolerate flying soldiers. Only when they went hundreds of kilometers deep would the characteristics of being lost be triggered. After flying away, Richard seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. That extremely powerful city was like an ancient beast entrenched on the earth. It made people feel awed. Her eyes were a little subtle. When she came back next time, she might be in a different state. Her face flushed, wondering if this city would change. She turned her head and stopped thinking about it. Beside him, Hina and the Dark Valkyrie rode with him. For some reason, Richard always felt that the two heroes seemed to be in a bad mood. After Solon City completely disappeared from his sight, he said slowly, "Hina, FUI, are you hiding something from me?" Hina was awakened by the yellow sand land that passed by quickly in front of her. She turned her head and saw Richard's inquiring eyes, and her face showed a depression that he had never seen before. "Sir Richard, am I useless?" Hearing the girl's words that didn't seem to be joking, Richard was stunned. Useless? What a joke. This super A-level hero who always charges to the front line once fighting and tears the enemy's defense line with the most domineering attitude is useless? Question mark? Even if the gods came, they couldn't say such words. Just as he was about to speak, Zina continued in a low voice. "It's because of Milo's strength that you didn't let me follow you when you entered the ruins. And even if I went with you, I couldn't help you in the battle with the god of kobolds." There was a little confusion in his eyes. The god of kobolds is the sinner who sealed the power of the Krynna people. He is my biggest enemy. But I can't face him directly. The voice was full of self-blame, which made people feel inexplicably distressed. Richard found the crux of the problem. He was immediately amused. "Good guy, you are a level 14 hero and you want to fight against the gods? You are so frustrated when you can't beat the opponent. Is it that serious? Even if a legendary strongman comes, he will have to bear great pressure when facing the gods, let alone you?" Reaching out and rubbing the other party's little head, he said softly, "Zina, the god of the kobolds, is a rule controller above level 30 and one of the most powerful beings in this world. You are only level 14, and the opponent is not an enemy you should deal with at your level. Your achievements for the City of Dusk are enough to be called brilliant. No one is qualified to underestimate you. Your future is full of hope. It is normal that you can't fight the god of the kobolds now. The opponent has survived for millions of years. How old are you? But I firmly believe that one day you will be able to cut off the opponent's dog head with the sword in your hand. Don't be discouraged. You are Zina, a descendant of the Krynna tribe, a hero of the City of Dusk, my most trusted subordinate, and the strongest warrior who will amaze the whole world in the future. I believe in you." Hearing these powerful words of encouragement, a warm current surged into her heart. Zina's eyes flushed a little, and she took a few deep breaths to barely suppress her emotions. The confusion in her eyes faded, and she became tough again. Yes, she is a descendant of the Krynna tribe, a hero of the City of Dusk, and a subordinate of Lord Richard. How could she be afraid and retreat? The City of Dusk needs her, Lord Richard trusts her, and she is not afraid of anything, even if the other party is a god! Exclamation mark. Her eyes are blazing and eye-catching. One day, she will step up to the supreme altar step by step as the Lord expects, and cut off the head of the god of dog-headed people with her own hands. She swears on her soul that she will not let the Lord down. After a long time, Zina, who had adjusted herself, said solemnly, Lord Richard, after returning to the City of Dusk, I hope to go back to the Krynna tribe alone. Richard saw that the girl had returned to her former demeanor and nodded in appreciation. But after hearing what the other party said, he frowned slightly. Go back alone? Zinna nodded. Yes, I need to know why the tribesman didn't reply to my message. I need to know what happened. In addition, this time I came to Solan City, I felt that my strength is far from enough. I hope to reach level 15 as soon as possible, or even step into the extraordinary. The tone was firm and unwavering. He had to become stronger, and he would not let her wait behind next time. She hated that feeling very much. The dark Valkyrie heard the words, and her pale golden eyes flashed with a sharp look. Her unique high-level language sounded, "My lord, I hope you can also agree to let me experience combat, which is my destination. My level has been stagnant at level 15 for too long." Richard felt the firm attitude of the two top heroes, and his heart was also a little subtle. This time he left the two of them alone to go to the dungeon, but he didn't expect it to have such a big impact. It's a good thing to say that subordinates are motivated, which is better than lying down. After pondering for a moment, he nodded slowly. Zinna, this time, I will go back to the Krynna tribe with you. I will not accompany you. With the hero altar, there is no need to worry about any accidents happening to the two of them. Moreover, with their abilities, ordinary opponents will hardly pose any threat to them unless they encounter extraordinary power or a large army. After getting their consent, Zinna and the Dark Valkyrie looked at each other, both in a very happy mood. Alvis, who was sitting down, heard the conversation between the few people and muttered, "Master, I also need to upgrade my level. The Great Dragon Clan cannot be trampled underfoot all the time." Richard laughed dumbly. Why is this guy joining in the fun? But after thinking about it, his heart was moved. The strategy of the City of Dusk has always been to upgrade the nests of the troops, but it has somewhat neglected the cultivation of top combat power. It seems that it is time to change the direction and cultivate the top combat power, especially the Dark Valkyrie. The combat power of this boss is well deserved to be the best in the field. If she could reach level 18 or 19 and then use the ultimate move, the final form, her level would be raised by 3 levels. She might be able to directly possess extraordinary combat power. With this trump card, she would have a better chance of completing the S-level mission. She made a decision in her heart. After returning, not only Sinner, Gunter, Grey, Amirida, but even the ancient tree of the evil god, must raise their levels. Not to mention extraordinary, at least they must be above level 15. After regaining her mind, she opened the system map and looked at it carefully. There were 3 eye-catching marks on it, all of which were harvested from coming to Solan City. The glass vein is located in the west. There is a group of desert dragons here. When he came, Rebecca specifically asked him to avoid it. You can hunt dragons in this map to expand the number of skeleton blood dragons. In the north, the rotten tree, he accidentally found a branch with a special smell from the player's hand and knew the existence of the rotten tree. The consumption of 100 points of divine power could bring the branches of the rotten tree back to life, which made him more certain that the evil tree that the player said had died still had treasures waiting for him to dig. South, S-level mission, the place where the temple that sealed the heart of the gods was located. After a few glances, his eyes focused on the glass vein. He originally planned to explore the rotten tree first, but after getting the news about the desert dragon in Solan City, he set his sights on these top predators in the desert. Late October every year is the breeding season for desert dragons. At this point, they will return to the dragon nest and will not stay outside for too long. If they waste time, they don't know when they will meet again next time. With a goal in mind, he no longer hesitated and immediately asked Elvis to speed up. He rushed away with the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead behind him, without the burden of Rebecca's subordinates when he came. The flying speed increased significantly. Richard estimated that it exceeded 300 km per hour. For a skeleton blood dragon that is not known for its fast flying speed, this is already considered high speed. If it is the dragon hero Alves, he can reach 500 to 600 km per hour. From early morning to dusk, the sun sets on the earth. The colorful clouds on the horizon are red, like a girl seeing her lover's face, a hot face. On the undulating yellow sand land, layers of gravel are piled up, and a piece of crystal clear glass is spread all over the sand dunes. The glass reflects the sunset, making the sky full of rainbow colors. The colorful area stretching for dozens of kilometers gives people a strong visual impact. Richard looked at the magnificent scene in front of him, and felt quite emotional. No wonder the dragons like glittering objects. Master, I smell the breath of dragons. They are just ahead. Alv's hollow tone was full of strong fighting spirit. Richard's eyes condensed. He immediately raised his vigilance. Rebecca mentioned it before. The number of desert dragons exceeds 2 squadrons, with levels between 15 and 17, led by a level 17 dragon hero. The 3 squadrons of level 15 soldiers she led were directly killed by the enemy. Of course, the desert dragon had air superiority, but it also showed its ferocity. Master, I request to fight. The Dark Valkyrie spoke first, her fighting spirit high. The battle in her hands had not drunk blood for half a month. Hina's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Then she spoke. Please give the order. Richard looked at the determined eyes of the two and smiled. Be careful. After receiving the order, the Dark Valkyrie holding a 3-meter long sword suddenly floated up. The momentum surged like a tsunami. The world was eclipsed. Hina held the dragon-slaying sword in her hand, wearing bloodthirsty armor, full of blood, and stood across the sky. The murderous intent was awe-inspiring. Fearless warriors, how can they be afraid of fighting? At this moment, a low roar came from the front. The accompanying breath can make ordinary life tremble. Or skill's dragon power. One of the most fierce coercion in glorious era. Roar in the blink of an eye. A terrifying giant with a wingspan of more than 20 meters rose from the ground. It was covered with solid gray-black scales, which could not be pierced by siege crossbows. Its defense was amazing. A row of razor-like bone spurs grew on its back, extending from the back of its neck to its tail, making it full of ferocious aura. The dragon's wings flapped, stirring up a strong airflow, and raising sand all over the sky. Its strong limbs had sharp claws that flashed cold light, and they could destroy a wall with brute force. Desert Dragon, level 15, potential, crown 3 stars. Looking around, the previous level was 1517. With its ferocious appearance, it gave people an unspeakable feeling of suffocation. Dragon, the existence at the top of the food chain in this world. Even if it only had a part of the dragon's blood, its combat power would be more fierce than that of the same level. If the other side attacked, the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead would suffer heavy losses. There was a significant gap in the level and potential of both sides. Richard looked indifferent, without commanding the army to evade or perform other operations, just watching hundreds of desert dragons rushing over. Desert dragons have strong hostility towards skeleton blood dragons. These undead spirits make them feel humiliated. They immediately want to bypass the Dark Valkyrie and Hina and attack them directly. But the next moment, the idea of the desert dragon was suppressed. The two top heroes who looked down on them burst out with fatal attacks. The Dark Valkyrie held a 3-meter long sword and slashed through the air. In an instant, thousands of brilliant sword ki burst out around her. The void exploded directly. It was as if someone used thousands of long swords to draw on the sand, densely packed, all with knife marks. Annihilation of all directions, beyond A level, with itself as the center, burst out thousands of sword ki, slashing in all directions, causing indiscriminate damage to a radius of 100 meters, and consuming a minimum of 1000 points of ki in blood. The ki in blood consumption can be increased to increase the power and range of the attack. Wherever the blade passed, the desert dragons that bypassed the Dark Valkyrie were chopped into their bodies, as if they were cast into steel like tofu. Blood splattered, and flowers of death exploded in the air. Some desert dragons even had their bones pierced, and fell on the spot. The scene became bloody and terrifying. The desert dragons that had just looked down on the Dark Valkyrie, and locked their targets on the skeleton blood dragon behind them were shocked. They all turned their heads to look at the domineering figure standing with a knife. Their anger suddenly surged. They no longer thought about bypassing them. One by one, the top soldiers attacked with the most crazy attitude. Roar! A hot light suddenly lit up in their throats. The dragon breath carried a high temperature that could melt steel, pulling out a tongue of fire dozens of meters long, devouring everything. The light was distorted by the high temperature. The dark Valkyrie did not retreat a single step and swung the long knife in her hand. Endless blade light burst out and slashed directly at the dragon breath. A scene that shocked the desert dragon appeared. The dragon breath that could destroy everything was actually annihilated by the opponent's sword light. Dragon breath, invalid. The long sword broke through the void, and the dark blood attached to the weapon. When attacking, it could destroy all the enemy's skills and attacks. The dark Valkyrie rushed up with the dragon breath, and in an instant, she came to the front of the nearest desert dragon. In the pupils of the desert dragon, a figure wearing black armor was already reflected. A bit of fear emerged in my heart. When I wanted to dodge, I suddenly felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness. The 3-meter long sword with a sharp blade passed through the void. Puff! A huge dragon head flew out. The headless corpse fell quickly and hit the sand hard, splashing more than 10 meters high. The fighting style of the Dark Valkyrie was still as strong and domineering as ever. Wherever she went, no opponent could resist the sword in her hand. On the other side, although Hina was not as rampant as the Dark Valkyrie in battle, this super A-level hero did not lose color. Master level combat skills, plus the floating ability brought by blood, plus the dragon slaying sword in her hand that has special damage to dragons. The burst of attacks is more fierce than the last. After being stained with dragon blood, the 5-star bloodthirsty armor on her body can provide her with endless power. This fearless warrior slaughters dragons like killing dogs. It seems that he wants to pour out his pent-up emotions in Solon City on the desert dragon. Richard watched hundreds of high-level soldiers above level 15 being sniped and killed by 2 heroes. His emotions are also a bit subtle. He seemed to have heard it right just now. These 2 guys said that they were not strong enough and their levels were too low. They hunted a group of soldiers with higher levels than themselves like chickens. What the hell is called insufficient strength? Question mark? If others see it, won't they be autistic? In addition to laughing and crying, there are also some feelings. I wonder what kind of shocking power these 2 top beings will burst out after they are promoted to extraordinary or even legendary. It's worth looking forward to. And if he could make these 2 become extraordinary, then what would he need? He wouldn't have to search for the contract scroll so hard. The vampire duke in the blood coffin? What kind of person is that? Is he worthy of being compared with his sinner? Is he worthy of being compared with his Dark Valkyrie? Under the violent attack of the 2 top heroes, more than 1/3 of the desert dragons were killed in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. A fierce dragon might surged from the rear. Everyone on the field felt this momentum. Richard looked into the distance. In his sight, a terrifying creature with a body size of more than 30 meters appeared. The desert dragon hero appeared. The battle was entering its climax. Richard did not notice that on a small hill 1,000 meters away on the side of the battlefield, several players who had merged with the sand and had no breath at all stared at the battle between the 2 sides with wide eyes. Fuck, what level of NPC is that? It actually killed the desert dragon like a dog. How terrifying. Should we still complete the mission? Why do I feel so weak? Whether it's the desert dragon or those 2 terrifying NPCs, they can kill us with one hand. Fuck, what are you afraid of? Didn't you see that the desert dragon was attracted away? Now is the best time. After we finish this job, we brothers will be rich. No matter how big the risk is, it is worth it. Let's go. Before they find out what's in this glass mine, let's take it and run away. Taking advantage of the gap, when the desert dragon was led away, several people who had merged with the desert quietly touched the inside of the glass mine. The 2 warring parties did not notice this scene at this time. Chapter 382, The Horror of a Few Unlucky Players. I want to report him for a foul. Raw with the appearance of the dragon hero. The desert dragon, that was originally slaughtered wantonly suddenly became more powerful. Mysterious khaki lines appeared on the grey-black scales on its body. A heavy breath like a mountain escaped, and its defense increased greatly. When Hina, holding the dragon-slaying sword, chopped again, she immediately felt obvious resistance. It was as if she was cutting cowhide with a blunt knife. At the same time, the dragon breath of the desert dragon became more and more violent. Its incidental damage increased significantly. Desert dragon, hero unit, potential, class A, level. 17. The moment Richard saw the dragon hero with a wingspan of 30 meters, his eyes became more interested. Good guy, A-level hero. And it's a dragon. This is the first wild dragon hero he has encountered. He couldn't help but be moved. This is a dragon. One of the top lives in the food chain of Glorious Era. Although he has Alvis in his hand, he is still very jealous of this level of combat power. But he quickly suppressed the thought in his mind. He wanted to tame a dragon hero in the wild, but there was no hope. Hero units were difficult to recruit, and the unruly dragons had no chance without a contract scroll. Otherwise, hero units would not be so scarce. This was also the limitation of the rules of Glorious Era. After Richard gave up this thought, he suddenly thought of a treasure, a higher level artifact, the wishing balance. This artifact can be exchanged for the items you want with equivalent items. What can you exchange for a level 17, potential A-level dragon hero? This made him excited instantly. Fuai. While ensuring your own safety, try to capture the dragon hero alive, no matter how injured or disabled it is. He was really afraid that the Dark Valkyrie would kill the opponent with one sword. Although the Dark Valkyrie was 2 levels lower than the opponent, but as a boss template, her potential was 2 levels higher than the opponent. It was a life of a completely different level. Upon hearing this, the Dark Valkyrie immediately retracted the blade that was as bright as the moon, deliberately avoiding the dragon hero. The long sword swept across the 4 directions again. Although the ordinary desert dragon has been greatly strengthened, it still cannot hinder her. Seeing the heroic figure of the Dark Valkyrie, Xena's fighting spirit is also high. Although Fuai is stronger than her, she will not fall behind. Kill. When the battlefield situation is tense, inside the glass vein, several players who have merged with the desert sneaked into the central area at this time. Stopped at a place where only scattered glass fragments were left, holding a map and engraving the photo. One of the tall and thin players whispered, "This is it." Hearing the leader's words, the rest of the people immediately cheered up. "President, what should we do?" The tall and thin player subconsciously looked back and heard the fierce battle sound coming from the periphery of the glass vein and said decisively, "Make arrangements immediately and take out the treasures inside as quickly as possible. Or 3-star treasure map, the treasures hidden in it will definitely not let us down." All the players' eyes became hot. They have obtained the treasure map for more than a month. But for more than a month, the desert dragon has been entrenched in the glass vein. They tried their best, but couldn't find a way to attack it. But the heavens will not let down those who work hard. In the fight between the snipe and the clam, they, the fishermen, will finally benefit. The speed of several people is very fast. They quickly took out buckets of blood emitting strong magic fluctuations from the system space, and under the command of the tall and thin player, they slowly poured them down according to the special distribution rules. Goo 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 goo. The blood seeped into the ground, and the dry gravel gradually condensed into solid hard blocks. As more and more points were poured in, a special pattern appeared. The magic began to surge gradually. When the last bucket of blood fell, these points suddenly burst into a strong energy fluctuation, and then the points were directly connected together. The next second, it was like a key was inserted into the right hole. Boom. The ground shook violently, cracked to both sides, and sand splashed up. The sound was heard from a very long distance. Several players' faces turned green when they saw this scene. Fuck, is this thing making such a big noise? He turned his head to look to the side, not even daring to breathe, fearing that the enemy would come. When the cracks in the ground completely stopped and the steps were exposed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one outside noticed. The tall and thin player looked at the crack in the ground and spoke faster. "Everyone has a resurrection scroll. If you die, you will lose at most 3 levels. This treasure can be guarded by the desert dragon. There must be good things hidden in it. Go in. As long as we can get the treasure inside, it's worth buying." The other players had already made psychological preparations. Hearing this, they went in without hesitation. Richard heard the sound of the ground and subconsciously looked in that direction. Because of the undulating sand dunes, the view was blocked, and he didn't find anything unusual. He only saw a cloud of dust floating in the sky. But this scene made him frown slightly, and he keenly felt that something was wrong. This movement didn't seem to be made by the desert dragon. Is there any change inside? Turning his head to look at the unclear situation, He had to speed up the progress. As his mind turned, the endless power of yellow sand surged up. On the ground, the gravel suddenly lost its gravity and flew upside down. Although the desert dragon noticed something strange, the gravel covered the entire space and could not dodge at all. In a moment, the yellow sand suddenly condensed on them and forcibly wrapped the joints. It was directly shackled. The flexibility immediately dropped sharply. The desert dragon was suppressed by the dark Valkyrie and Sinner, and after this battle, it was even more unable to fight them. The dark Valkyrie seized the opportunity and swung the long sword in her hand intensively. Every swing would definitely take the life of a dragon. The level 17 dragon hero had been trying to snipe the dark Valkyrie, but the dark Valkyrie did not entangle with her and left at the touch. With her powerful strength and extraordinary fighting skills, the dragon hero could not do anything to her. The dragon breath and the sword light collided in the sky, and the space was distorted. Richard did not go out to hunt, but continued to control the yellow sand, to create opportunities for the two heroes. With his assistance, the offensive efficiency was greatly improved. Seeing the one-sided situation, he was in a good mood. He did not expect that his role as an auxiliary would be no worse than his own. The more he used the beyond grade A skill of controlling the yellow sand, the more he felt its potential was endless. Soon, with the assistance of Richard, the dark Valkyrie and Hinna forcefully cleared the two squadrons of desert dragons. In the end, only the level 17 dragon hero was left on the field. This fierce desert dragon was almost going crazy when he saw his subordinates being slaughtered. He launched wave after wave of attacks on the dark Valkyrie, his eyes filled with violence and anger. But under the blade, that could destroy everything, these attacks were strongly blocked. The dark Valkyrie did not retreat and dodge. Richard saw that the situation had been settled, and his mind moved slightly. He raised his hands up. Hualala, countless grains of sand suddenly surged into the sky, forcibly covering the dragon hero. With his powerful body, the dragon hero ignored the shackles formed by the gravel and forcibly broke everything. But Richard's intention was not to do so. The gravel, under the blessing of magic, greatly weakened his perception. Clang, the long sword slashed. The blade light shone in the sky. The perception was blurred. As soon as the dragon hero realized the danger, he felt a terrible pain in his right wing. His body suddenly lost balance and fell directly down. At this moment, several sharp gravel spikes condensed on the ground. Puff, the powerful body of the desert dragon, smashed the spikes down, but his abdomen was also greatly damaged. The sandstorm was still covering his perception. He wanted to get up and struggle. Puff, pain came from the root of the other wing, and the wings could no longer flicker. But even though he lost his perception and his wings were disabled, the desert dragon hero was still fierce. His limbs supported his body on the ground, and his furious dragon breath surged out. The surrounding gravel was directly melted into magma. After punching a big hole, it wanted to break through the obstruction of gravel. But no matter where it moved, the gravel would follow it closely. After a moment, this top life of level 17 could no longer bear it. It roared to the sky. Its body suddenly swelled. The scars on its body instantly recovered. At this moment, the aura emitted by the opponent was several times more ferocious than before. Full of heart-shaking power. Explosion. The desert dragon swept its eyes in all directions, and the next moment, a powerful energy shock wave attacked all around. It forcibly blocked the gravel outside. Then it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. This time, its target was no longer the dark Valkyrie, but Richard. The dragon wings flapped at a very fast speed. The dragon hero noticed the key point. If Richard was not killed, the gravel that could weaken his perception would become the soil embryo on his grave. But before it flew halfway, suddenly, the sky and the earth were eclipsed. The dragon hero turned his head subconsciously and saw a long sword that could cut through everything, swinging down. His pupils suddenly widened, and he wanted to escape, but no matter how he flapped his wings, he could not avoid it. Puff, the sword light was the result of the battle. From the tail wing directly to the back of the neck, a horrible wound exploded, and the rolling flesh and blood looked terrifying. The dragon hero, who was so fierce just now, fell directly from the sky, smashed on the gravel, and splashed dust all over the sky. The dark Valkyrie slowly floated over, indifferently examining the dying dragon below. I've been waiting for this move of yours for a long time. It didn't work before because she was afraid that the other party could not stop her god killing. The order given to her by the master was to capture it alive. Richard looked at the desert dragon hero whose momentum receded like a tide, lying on the ground, unable to get up, and his heart was a little subtle. When he saw a desert dragon a few months ago, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Now, this potential air-level desert dragon hero can only crawl at his feet and linger. Life and death, in his mind. All these things make people sigh. Driving Alvis to land, he stepped in front of the desert dragon hero. Richard looked at him intently and immediately found that the other party looked at him with extremely crazy hatred. This instantly made him give up the idea of subduing the other party. FUI, seal its power. The Dark Valkyrie stepped forward, swung her long sword, and slashed at several fatal points, depriving the other party of the power to move. After confirming that the other party could not recover in a short time, Richard looked to the side. Alvis, take it back to the City of Dusk and hand it over to the godly ancient tree for custody. In addition, bring 6 teams of skeleton blood dragons to escort. After returning, bring Ray. It is more efficient to let the other party come to recruit skeleton blood dragon directly than to bring the body of the desert dragon back. Alves immediately stepped forward, grabbed the dying dragon hero with his powerful limbs, and flew directly into the sky. The dead stone statues gather all these corpses together. After arranging these trivial matters, Richard suddenly remembered the vibration in the central area of the glass mine. That was not the sound that a desert dragon could make. He immediately controlled the sand to float up, and took the Dark Valkyrie and Sinner to the central area. A moment later, the cracked desert and the pattern watered by blood appeared in front of him. Judging from the smell of blood, it was obviously just poured. Richard frowned slightly. Is this a masterpiece of the players? Only those daring guys dare to do such a thing of taking advantage of the situation, right? Looking down at the deep and bottomless crack. What is hidden inside that can make these guys come in at the cost of their lives? Just when he was confused and curious, there was a burst of movement from below. Several dusty guys climbed up frantically from the steps under the crack. Hurry up, hurry up. If those NPCs can't hold back the desert dragon, we will. Suddenly, the voice of the tall and thin player who had just shown his head stopped abruptly. Standing on the stairs, it was as if his feet had grown roots, and he didn't move. The players behind him grumbled in dissatisfaction. President, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Hurry up, didn't you say that the desert dragon would come back later? The tall and thin player shuddered, turned his head, and roared at the people behind him. Shut up. Several players heard something was wrong, and quickly stood on tiptoe to look outside. Because of the perspective problem, only a stranger's hair could be vaguely seen. The tall and thin player looked at the Dark Valkyrie and Sinner who were looking at them coldly in front of him, and he was about to cry at this moment. Damn it, aren't these 2 NPCs who slaughtered the desert dragon like killing a dog? Exclamation mark. Damn, the desert dragon is too useless. How long has it been defeated by the opponent? Exclamation mark. Where did these big guys come from? Why are they so fierce? Zinner, let them out. Yes, sir. Zinner stepped aside. At this moment, the tall and thin player finally saw Richard behind him. He thought the other party was also an NPC, but after seeing his player panel, he took a few breaths of cold air and was extremely shocked. This is actually a player? Exclamation mark. What a joke. Question mark. A player can so casually drive and kill a top level existence of a level 15 desert dragon? Looking at the respectful demeanor of Zinner and the Dark Valkyrie, he suddenly felt bad. Fuck, I want to report this bitch for a foul. Exclamation mark. Chapter 383 Golden Dragon Soul. After the players came out of the crack, their faces froze. Especially after seeing the floating Dark Valkyrie, their emotions were hard to describe. They cursed the desert dragon in their hearts. Hello, big brother. The tall and thin player who led the team spoke with a stiff face. Richard looked at them with interest. Are you trying to fish in troubled waters, or are you the fisherman who benefits? The tall and thin player's smile was uglier than crying. Although they were not afraid of death, they spent a lot of effort to get the resurrection scroll. If they were not forced to do so, who would want to waste it in vain? Not to mention that the level would drop by 3 levels. The punishment was too severe. Big brother, we have been preparing for this for more than a month, and we didn't expect you to come. We don't mean to offend. Richard did not comment. What are you looking for? Nothing, just. The tall and thin player didn't know how to start talking halfway. He was caught by the other party, and he wanted to ask for compensation, but he didn't know where to find it. Fuai, go down and take a look. Richard was too lazy to talk nonsense. The Dark Valkyrie didn't look at the ants anymore. The blade light on her body surged, and she descended from the crack of the earth with an explosive momentum. Several people didn't even dare to look at it. The tall and thin player raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Why does the other person's figure feel familiar? It seems that I have seen it somewhere. After having no thoughts, he didn't think about it anymore. He made a decision in his heart and took the initiative to speak. Brother, we are actually here to find treasures. Below is the treasure place. The other players were immediately anxious. President. Richard was a little surprised. Treasure? So, those desert dragons appeared on the glass veins, not just because they like glass? It is more likely that the desert dragons are the guardians of this treasure. He keenly noticed the connection. What level of treasure can be guarded by a top-level soldier like the desert dragon? He immediately became interested. What good things did you find in it? The original plan this time was to expand the hunting of desert dragons, to expand the skeleton blood dragon. But I didn't expect to capture an A-level dragon hero on the way. What's more surprising now is that I found out that these dragons are here to guard a treasure. Sure enough, in this magical world, no one can be sure what will happen in the next second. The tall and thin player said with a wry smile. You don't need much, I know it in my heart. That door can't be opened anyway. After comforting his teammates, he looked at Richard and said seriously, brother, we got a 3-star treasure map before, and the treasure is here. But we only got the treasures on the periphery, and the core area is blocked. We don't have the key to open that door. After saying that, he made up his mind, and took out a tattered map full of traces of time from the system space. He handed it over directly. Hina, who was on high alert next to him, took it forward, carefully sensed it, and confirmed that there was no danger such as poison and curse, and then handed it to Richard. Several players looked at such a meticulous Hina and suddenly envied her. It's amazing to be able to train such a high-level hero so well. Golden Dragon's treasure map, incomplete, level 3 stars features. You can find the Golden Dragon's treasure by following the treasure map. Introduction, a treasure map made by a golden dragon, but because it is too old, it is already incomplete. It is unknown whether some key information is missing. The golden dragon is a top-ranked race among countless dragon races. It is known for its strong body and is very powerful. After Richard read the properties, his eyes were a little subtle. The name of the golden dragon's treasure map looks very tempting. Just as he was about to continue asking questions, the Dark Valkyrie floated out of the dark crack in the ground. A high-level language with a special rhythm sounded. Master, there is a vast underground space below, and there are no enemies inside. In the central area, there is a golden door with a dragon carved on it. I can't push that door open. Richard nodded. He glanced at several players who were looking at him eagerly. Zina, take good care of them. I'll let you go when I come back from underground. I have no interest in you. The tall and thin player swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. Although they are all players, after more than half a year of baptism of life and death, there is no saint. There is no affection between strangers. There are even players who specifically hunt other players for property. Even in modern times with a high level of education, crimes are endless. Coming to a world without legal constraints, it is a joke to expect players to abide by the law. Once the beast is released from the cage, it will no longer be willing to remain docile when it is domesticated. Richard took the Dark Valkyrie and disappeared on the ground along the stairs. Several players were honest. Even if they had the desire to escape in their hearts, they would be shattered by Zina, who was looking at them indifferently in front of them. They didn't even dare to make big moves, for fear that this NPC who hunted dragons like slaughtering dogs would kill them. In the chat private messages, several people were frantically discussing Richard's identity. There are all kinds of speculations, but there are too many players, and top masters are emerging one after another. After talking for a long time, no conclusion can be drawn. Richard concealed his own breath. Xena changed her weapons and armor, and the Dark Valkyrie's cold and fierce momentum made people dare not look too much, and they did not connect it to Kinkyu for a while. Tap 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 tap, the leather shoes stepped on the gravel covered steps, making a dull sound. The further down, the dimmer the light. But Richard controlled the gravel to cover the entire space. Even in the dark, everything is in his perception, and he can even see it more clearly than his eyes. After walking down 300 steps, tap tap, there is a soft touch under his feet. It's underground. Looking up, at this moment, there is only a well-like light on the steps. Look around. Everywhere you look, there are dried and rotten bones and corpses, covered with shallow gravel. It looks like an ancient tomb. There were dense footprints on the ground, obviously left by the players just now. He walked forward. Crack accidentally stepped on the bones, and immediately there was a crisp cracking sound. Richard's eyes were not as calm as before. After countless wars with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this scene was already common to him. The Dark Valkyrie was standing in the center area at this time, looking around vigilantly. In front of her was a golden gate with a height of more than 20 meters. The surrounding space was illuminated by the brilliance of this huge gate. Looking closely, there was a ferocious and terrifying dragon embossed on the golden gate, which looked lifelike, as if it would come to life in the next second. It also exuded a majestic dragon's might. Richard walked forward, and the closer he got, the stronger the sense of oppression brought by the dragon's might became. When he came to 10 meters away, the relief on it seemed to have come alive, staring at him with angry eyes, and the dragon's might was gushing out unscrupulously. Ordinary people would find it difficult to even breathe in the face of such oppression. No wonder several players said that they couldn't open the door, and they couldn't even get close to it. Richard didn't push the door rashly. He waved his hand and a 7 or 8 meter tall sandman condensed out of thin air. The giant sandman stepped forward and pushed the center of the door. But the golden door was as motionless as a mountain. After trying for a long time, it was still fruitless. Richard dispersed the sandman and opened the system panel with some curiosity, but to his disappointment, it only showed a name, the Golden Gate. There were no other attributes. Without hesitation, he opened the black gold system directly. A more detailed prompt immediately appeared on it. The Golden Gate, the dragon soul of a golden dragon is imprisoned. Devouring its dragon soul can obtain the inheritance of the golden dragon. The currently selected successor is the Desert Dragon. Richard's eyes lit up. Wow, dragon soul, inheritance? This is something. The 3-star treasure map is so powerful. No wonder the Desert Dragon has been hovering here. I thought it was because of the glass mine before, but I didn't expect it to be selected. If those players didn't open the treasure, he wouldn't come here. I'm afraid the Desert Dragon would find something strange soon. It carries the inheritance of the Golden Dragon. How much benefit can I get if I can get the inheritance? Unfortunately, the Desert Dragon is difficult to subdue. Thinking of the crazy and hateful eyes of the dragon hero, he had a headache. Unless he can get the contract scroll. But this thing is not so easy to get. The vampire duke in the blood coffin has not been dealt with yet. After thinking about it, he put his mind on Alvis. They are all dragons. If the other party can choose the Desert Dragon, they can't ignore the skeleton blood dragon, right? However, before that, we still have to wait for the other party to return. This guy's now sending its competitors back to the City of Dusk. As his thoughts turned, he crossed the 10-meter limit and came to the Golden Gate under the tyrannical dragon's might. He stretched out his hand and pressed it. Just as he was about to try to push it open, a golden dragon suddenly appeared in his mind, roaring wildly at him. The terrifying power made people tremble. Richard subconsciously pulled his hand away, and the shadow disappeared at the same time. It is indeed a legacy, and it is extremely resistant to other people. After trying to find it, he did not hesitate, and turned to search in the empty underground space. After a while, behind the golden door, he found a series of mottled murals. It recorded the process of a golden dragon killing one powerful enemy after another, and then ascending the golden throne. Although it was shabby, he was very interested in it. Judging from the murals, the legacy of this golden dragon is definitely extraordinary. He couldn't help but feel a little bit of expectation in his heart. If Alvis can obtain the legacy, I wonder how much improvement he can get. After confirming that there are no other treasures in this area, he let the Dark Valkyrie continue to guard here, and he left the underground space. On the surface, several players saw Richard appear again and were relieved. "This big brother, I didn't lie, can you let us go?" The tone was indescribably humble. Richard was a little amused. "These guys are indeed famous for being flexible. Don't be nervous. I said I'm not interested in you. Do you know what's hidden inside that golden door?" "I don't know. We can't even get close to it." Richard carefully sensed the other party's emotional fluctuations and suddenly said, "Have you ever obtained any treasures related to the golden dragon in it?" "No," the tall and thin player answered firmly. "I only got a few 3-star treasures." No lie, Richard sensed that there was nothing unusual in the heartbeats, facial expressions, and even breathing of several players, and he had an idea in his mind. As his level got higher and higher, his mental power became more and more turbulent. The existence of a lower level than him had no room to lie at all. He immediately lost interest in them. "Wait for me. I'll let you go after I get the things inside." He waved his hand in the distance. A team of skeleton blood dragons came quickly, patrolling the sky with a domineering attitude. "Take good care of them." The expert player saw the skeleton blood dragon and suddenly felt a sense of horror. A familiar ID Kinkyu appeared in his mind. Exclamation mark. He had seen the last battle in the previous instance, and the fierce troops led by the opponent left a deep impression on him. He turned his head to look at his companions and wanted to say something excitedly, but others spoke before him. "Fuck, we met Kinkyu. This undead army, the symbol of Kinkyu. Those two heroes just now are the heroes in the final battle?" I said. "Why they look familiar." "President, let's stay here honestly. A big boss like Kinkyu should not break his promise." The tall and thin player sighed and could only smile bitterly and nodded. "Kinkyu, he can meet such a top boss. I don't know if it's bad luck or luck." Richard ignored those players. If it weren't for the existence of the Golden Gate, he wouldn't even bother to stay. Now the gap between ordinary players and him is so big that few people can catch his eye. It wasn't until the next morning that Alvis returned. Gray also arrived. "Good day, Master." Richard looked at the saluting mummy hero, nodded slightly, and pointed to the skeleton blood dragon corpses that had been gathered on the side. "Transform all these corpses into skeleton blood dragons. Currently, only Gray can recruit skeleton blood dragons. No one else can do it except him. Gunter can recruit skeleton demons of the same level as skeleton blood dragons, but judging from the current situation, demons in the main plane are more difficult to find than dragons. Therefore, the skeleton demon has been vacant for a long time. As you wish." Richard has seen Gunter recruit too many times, and he is too lazy to watch it again. After confirming with Alvis that the level 17 dragon hero has been placed, he took him to the underground space. This unexpected golden dragon inheritance is the top priority. The moment Alvis entered the underground space, he immediately sensed the obvious dragon power, and the blood-colored power emanating from his body immediately began to surge. The dim underground space was immediately covered with a blood-colored blanket. His empty eyes stared at the golden door, and his tone was low. "Master, I feel the soul of a dragon behind that door, and it is roaring at me." Richard frowned slightly. "That soul did not accept you?" Alvis stared at the front. His eyes did not shift a bit. "It is expressing anger and hostility towards me. The dragon soul chose the successor Desert Dragon." Alvis appeared in the form of an undead, which was obviously very different from the other party's choice. Richard thought about this and felt a little tricky. How to resolve the other party's hostility? Let Alvis successfully swallow it? After thinking for a while, he couldn't help shaking his head. He had too few means to deal with the dragon soul, and he couldn't let the other party damage it. After not finding the answer, he subconsciously opened the black gold system. Originally, he just wanted to take another look at the properties of the golden door, but unexpectedly, new information appeared at this time. The golden gate holds the soul of a golden dragon. Devouring its soul will allow you to inherit the golden dragon. The currently selected successor is the desert dragon. It has been detected that the new dragon hero, Alvis, meets the inheritance requirements. Alvis can replace the desert dragon as the successor and obtain the inheritance. Note, However, the golden dragon is incompatible with the life of the dead and requires a higher potential to bear the inheritance. You can consume the treasures that increase the potential to stabilize Alvis' soul and prevent it from collapsing. Looking at the detailed information above, Richard was pleasantly surprised. The black gold system is indeed the eternal god! Exclamation mark. This reminded him of the prompts given by the black gold system when Gray, the A-level hero, was born. Now it is exactly the same. Treasures that increase potential. Richard instantly thought of the dark crystals he obtained in the previous copy when attacking the gathering place of the Void Hunters. The only function of these crystals is to increase life potential. Because of various considerations, he has never used the dark crystals. Now that he has kept this trick, it just works, and it is completely in the right place. His tone was a little excited. Alvis, push open this golden door. There is the inheritance of the golden dragon inside. Alvis was immediately alerted and stepped forward. With a light push of his sharp bone claws, he pushed open the golden door that even the dark Valkyrie could not open. Chapter 384. Alvis's transformation. Return to Twilight City. The moment the golden gate opened, a golden dragon soul roared to the sky. The terrifying dragon might was like a lake roaring out from a mountain rock thousands of feet high. It made people tremble. If this dragon soul still had a body, even the extraordinary would have to give in. Alvis entered under pressure, and the fire of his soul became stronger and stronger. The fighting spirit was surging. Seeing that this undead dragon dared to enter, the ferocious golden dragon soul immediately pounced on it. He wanted to force Alvis out. Alvis roared in a low voice and rushed forward without fear. The two sides collided directly. The two dragon might exploded instantly, and the strong airflow swept around, and the dust covered the already dim light. The golden dragon soul might have easily crushed Alvis when he was alive, but without a body, his strength had shrunk to the freezing point. Under Alvis's forceful impact, in less than a minute, the dragon soul was forcibly torn apart in unwillingness. The moment the body collapsed, it turned into golden light and merged into Alvis' body. Alvis felt a surge of energy like thousands of rivers and streams pouring into his body, and the soul fire suddenly surged like gasoline. But the energy was too huge, making him feel the pain of being overfed. Richard, who was staring at the golden door, heard Alvis's painful roars and immediately took out a large number of dark crystals from the system space. He manipulated the sand and gravel to send the dark crystals to Alvis. The blood-colored power of the other party dissipated in the space was like a shark smelling blood, and it directly swallowed up the dark crystal. After the large amount of energy in the crystal was absorbed, Alvis's pain immediately eased. The momentum on his body began to stabilize and rose at an exaggerated speed. The blue soul fire in his head gradually glowed with golden light. There was a strange beauty in the stars. The huge body was raised little by little with the sound of crisp bones. The already exaggerated body size became even more terrifying. The situation was deadlocked. Time passed by little by little. The dark crystal in Richard's hand was consumed like running water. But no matter how much was invested, there was no sign of stopping. An hour later, Alvis's transformation reached a certain limit, and his momentum suddenly soared. At this moment, the 20-meter high golden gate in front of him suddenly melted like ice and snow in the sun, turning into liquid bit by bit, and flowing in the air. Alvis' body was like a black hole, directly attracting the golden liquid floating in the air. After a moment, the blood-colored skeleton was wrapped in gold, and the blood dragon turned into a pure gold dragon. In less than half an hour, the 20-meter high golden gate was completely swallowed by Alvis. Deep marks appeared on the ground. Interestingly, the golden liquid did not become the main color. After wrapping the blood-colored skeleton, it gradually seeped into it, revealing the blood-colored appearance again. In the 10th hour of the transformation, the huge golden gate had been completely integrated into Alvis's body, and the golden liquid disappeared. Instead, the blood-colored skeleton was replaced with a little golden light. It gave people a sense of indestructible heaviness. I'm afraid no one could imagine how much the opponent's defense had improved at this moment. Along with this, Alvis's body grew from a wingspan of 30 meters to an exaggerated degree of a wingspan of 40 meters. Lying on the ground motionless also gave people a sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. At the same time, Alvis's soul fire also transformed into dark gold at this moment. It looked like an indescribable sense of mystery. Richard had already invested 20,000 dark crystals at this time. But there was still no sign of Alvis's absorption slowing down. For this, he was both heartbroken and expectant. When time flowed to the 12th hour, Alvis's originally surging and domineering aura suddenly converged, and he looked like an ordinary skeleton. Richard was awakened by this scene, but before he could move, Alvis had turned his head. "Master, the energy contained in the golden dragon soul is too huge. I need at least 1 month to absorb it. Please take me back to the City of Dusk." As soon as the voice fell, the huge body lay directly on the ground. The soul fire in the head also dimmed at this moment. From the scorching light, it turned into a candle-sized spot. Looking at the body in front of him, that looked like a small mountain, Richard's mouth twitched. "Good guy, it will cost me half my life to carry you back. Fortunately, this is a desert." He didn't rush to act, turned around and looked around, and sensed everything. After finding no strange breath and the black gold system was no longer moving, he didn't stay any longer. "The treasure has been taken, FUI, let's leave." After saying that, he waved his hand and controlled the gravel on the ground to directly lift up Alvis. He flew away from the underground space with him. On the ground, several players who were bored and browsing the forum suddenly saw the earth rolling violently and countless gravel rushed into the sky. The yellow sand directly covered half of the sky. They were shocked and thought something big had happened. When the dust settled, they saw a giant undead dragon wrapped in yellow sand in front of them. Is it the undead dragon hero of King Q boss? No. Why is the opponent's skeleton glowing golden? The treasure of the golden dragon. Does it need a dragon to discover it? No wonder we can't open the golden door. What a pity. Several people looked at Alves, who was still sleeping, but felt completely different, with envy. What made them most helpless was that, even if they knew the secret of the treasure in advance, they would be helpless. They didn't have a dragon. Richard glanced at the players who were not very good, and waved his hand indifferently. Let them go. The stone statues of the dead in the sky only dissipated at this moment. Several players were immediately surprised and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, King Q boss. King Q boss is really trustworthy. You deserve to be so awesome. King Q boss is awesome." After saying that, he rolled away, as if he was afraid that Richard would regret it. Richard didn't pay attention to these guys. The treasure was in his hands, and these little pony boys really didn't interest him. He looked forward. He immediately noticed that there were many more skeleton blood dragons flying in the sky. His eyes lit up, and he opened the attribute panel and found the system prompt that he had ignored before. Dingray recruited 4 teams of skeleton blood dragons, initial level 10, potential crown 1 star, from the corpse of the desert dragon. The current total number of skeleton blood dragons is 160. 4 teams? Richard was quite satisfied. He had only recruited 7 or 8 teams after hunting thousands of flying dragons raised by orcs. Obviously, the level 15 and higher potential of the desert dragon were the key. He was in a very good mood. It can be said that this harvest was completely beyond his expectations. The target, skeleton blood dragon, directly increased by 4 teams. This is a high level soldier with a crown 1 star and an initial level of 10. If you use resources to recruit, it will cost at least hundreds of thousands of rare resources, and there is no place to recruit. The second harvest, a desert dragon hero with a level of 17 and potential of A, although it seems that, unless he can get the contract scroll, the chance of taming the other party is not great. With Alvis, he has no interest in conquering this dragon. Instead, he values its own value more. In the later stage, as long as he completes the S-level mission, with the help of the high-level artifact the wishing balance, he may get unexpected gains. The third is a golden dragon inheritance obtained by Alvis. He consumed a full 30,000 dark crystals in the process. Judging from the strength of the dragon soul, this guy can definitely transform to a surprising level. He is looking forward to Alvis's awakening in a month. He is quite satisfied with the gains he has made in these 2 or 3 days. After making sure that there is nothing around, he decisively ordered everyone return to the City of Dusk immediately. Send Alvis back first, rest for a while, and then explore the collapsed ruins, where the rotten tree is hidden. On the way back, Richard did not ride on other skeleton blood dragons, but directly controlled the gravel and took Alvis to gallop away from the ground. The skill of controlling yellow sand is simply a universal skill in the desert. There was no pressure at all to transport this huge monster with a wingspan of 40 meters. On October 13th, the sun set over the earth. Richard saw the sandstorm that covered the sky at the end of his sight. A warm emotion rose in his heart. It was the feeling of home. As the bond with Twilight City became deeper and deeper, the feelings were also thickening. Now, this territory that belonged entirely to him had become his inner sustenance. That feeling was wonderful. He asked his subordinates to speed up and directly cross the sandstorm and return to Twilight City before dark. The residents on the street were immediately excited after seeing Richard and saluted with their chests in the most respectful way. Lord of the city, good night, sir, welcome home. In this land, Richard enjoys absolute prestige. Richard smiled and nodded to everyone. In the midst of admiration and scorching eyes, he returned to the Lord's mansion. First, he put the sleeping Alvis in the spacious backyard. The Lord's mansion is the most strictly guarded area in Twilight City. As long as Twilight City doesn't fall, nothing will happen to Alvis. After dismissing the soldiers, he sat in his special seat in the hall and drank the hot tea prepared by the maid. Richard was in a particularly good mood. No matter how powerful he was outside, he was not as comfortable as in Twilight City. Not long after, Kalu, who got the news, came in a hurry. The butler of Twilight City was getting older at this time, and the traces of time were very conspicuous on him. But his mental state was very pleasing, and he didn't look like he was old at all. Sir Richard. Looking at the excited Kalu, Richard was also a little touched. This old man who followed him first for such a long time can definitely be said to have made great contributions to Twilight City. It's a pity that no treasures that can restore youth or prolong life have been found so far. Otherwise he can continue to shine and heat so that he won't be so worried that he will suddenly fall down one day. He stretched out his hand to point to the seat next to him and said slowly, "Keru, sit down and talk. Don't be so anxious. Many things can be handed over to the people below to complete. You don't have to do everything yourself." Keru laughed. "Sir Richard, in the past 6 months in Twilight City, I have finally found the meaning of life. It is my honor to give my life and soul for you, my city." His tone was full of pride and pride. He believed that more than one person in Twilight City had the same idea as him. This city was worth everything he had to give. Richard was in a slightly complicated mood. Looking at the other person's eyes as bright as stars, he didn't know how to start. Keru came back to his senses and smiled. "Sir Richard, let me report to you the recent situation of the territory." Richard regained his composure and nodded. "Let's start with the underground world." "Yes." Keru's tone became serious. "The unification plan of the underground world is being carried out step by Bloodhoof City, but because of the need to integrate those next small forces, the progress is not fast. It is estimated that it will take another 3 months to completely tame those small forces that have escaped. Second, the weapons factory plan has been launched, and the project of exchanging food and other surface items for weapons in the underground world has begun to spread in the underground world. The intelligent races in the underground world have responded well, and many forces have taken the initiative to contact Bloodhoof City, wanting to establish a cooperative relationship. It won't be long before weapons will be produced continuously. Third, the development of all chemical technology in the main city of the Grey Dwarves is on the right track. Currently, the work is presided over by the Master Alchemist, and it has entered the stage of full resumption of work. Now we are integrating the alchemical technology left by the Grey Dwarves, and it is expected that the integration will be completed in early November. By then, the level of alchemical technology will be further improved. Fourth, we have recruited a lot of dungeon heroes in the underground world. Although most of them have the potential of D level, E level, or even F level, there are also a small number of B level heroes. In addition, there is a dwarf tribe that is said to have the blood of gods and has come to join us. Richard's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had been recruiting heroes from the underground world, but they were all killed by the Grey Dwarf's alchemical bombs. After conquering the underground world, he restarted the plan. The hero units were fine. He had expected them, but what about this dwarf with the blood of the gods? It seemed that he knew that Richard would be interested in the dwarves, and Kalu continued to add, "It is said that those god blood dwarves have a very huge power in their bodies, but because of the war thousands of years ago, they lost the way to develop their own power, so they have been unable to use the blood of the gods they possess. This time I came to seek refuge, and I also want to solve this problem. Where are those god blood dwarves?" "In the Crucible City. They are under strict supervision." Richard wrote this down. "Anything involving the gods is not a trivial matter. I will go to the underground world later and see then." After the matter was revealed, Kalu continued to report. In Twilight City, in the blacksmith shop, Sam, a one-armed blacksmith, has gained some insights while researching attack technology. He has developed advanced attack technology and is currently working on special attack technology. It is expected that there will be results in a week. Another surprise. Richard's mind flashed with a blacksmith who only had one arm left, but had a firm look. He admired his self-improvement character very much. Therefore, he later used the strengthening crystal to grant him the beyond grade A skill. He did not expect that the other party's progress was so fast that the special attack technology was about to be developed. He was quite satisfied. It seemed that the policy of cultivating talents could not be shaken. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Chris, Sister Windsor. Sir Richard wants me to help him find news about Crimson Moon. Lord Richard, the literacy class is going smoothly. Currently, most residents know more than 300 characters and can read simple announcements. Next, we will gradually adjust the knowledge depth of the literacy class. After many adjustments, the seminars of various departments are very suitable for the current situation of Twilight City. Our previous idea, to integrate the knowledge of each industry and revise it into books, is already being done. With the improvement of literacy rate, this project is speeding up. It is expected that the first batch of books will be revised in 2 months. These professional books are the experience summarized by the old people in related industries over a long period of time, and there are a lot of exclusive secrets, which will be of great help to novice apprentices. In addition, the government department you asked me to set up before has built a framework. It is currently divided into 5 departments, namely the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Weapons, the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Commerce. Everyone in Twilight City works in these 5 departments. The list of managers of the 5 departments has been sorted out and needs to be appointed by you personally. Kalu described the recent situation of Twilight City in detail bit by bit. Richard listened very carefully and asked directly when he had doubts. Although he had only been away for half a month, Twilight City had undergone considerable changes. It took him a while to consume all the information. You have done a good job on these tasks. Thank you for your hard work. Tomorrow, we will organize an appointment ceremony. I will appoint the managers of several departments at once. For other government affairs, just follow the established plan. If you are undecided, report to me again. Then he changed the subject. Weir is already in charge of our newly established Violet Chamber of Commerce in Solon City. You need to speed up the statistics of the special products of the underground world and report the final news to her. The Chamber of Commerce is currently the only external window of Twilight City, and it will bear greater responsibilities in the future. Whatever Weir needs, you must help her as soon as possible. Kalu looked solemn. Yes, sir. He had a thorough understanding of the Chamber of Commerce's plan and knew how powerful it was, so he sent Weir, who was as close as a disciple, out. Richard didn't say much when he saw this. He trusted Kalu almost completely. Although the old man was old and weak, he had not made any mistakes since he was appointed to manage government affairs. You go down first. I'll go to the blacksmith shop. After Kalu left, Richard finished his cup of tea, got up and walked out of the Lord's mansion, and went straight to the blacksmith shop. The mummy guardian who was guarding the door saw Richard coming, and immediately saluted with a humble attitude. All the soldiers recruited from the army nest will be absolutely loyal to the Lord who recruited them while the Lord is still alive. This is especially true for undead spirits such as mummies. As the Dusk City grows stronger and has sufficient troops in order to prevent accidents, Richard has arranged troops to garrison in some key departments. Entering the blacksmith shop, the hurried apprentice immediately saluted in surprise. The house immediately became lively. Richard smiled and nodded and went up to the second floor. As soon as he stepped out of the stairs, he saw Andal, who had several black marks on her face, holding a long-handled copper hammer taller than himself and preparing to forge. The girl turned her head subconsciously, and when she saw that the person coming was Richard, her eyes curved into crescents. From top to bottom, there was joy. "Sir Richard, you are back." Richard looked at the darling of Twilight City and chuckled. "Your father's letter has been delivered. This is your father's reply to you." He took out a letter from the system space and handed it to the girl. Knowing that Richard was going to Solon City, Andal had written a letter to him in advance. When he went there this time, he asked Onik to deliver it. Andal took it with joy and tore open the envelope in front of him to read it carefully. After a rough look, she looked at Richard with a smile. "Sir, my father asked me to work hard for Twilight City." Richard thought of the scene when Andal's father was hung up and beaten by him, and the girl asked him to punish him more, and he couldn't help but smile. That guy still knows what is good and what is bad. After chatting about family matters for a while, Richard got to the point. "Andal, have you made any progress in your previous research on improving the potential of the troops?" He got several top treasures from the dungeon last time. Dark crystals that can improve the potential of life. A strengthening crystal that can upgrade subordinate skills to beyond grade A. A fusion gem that can fuse two arms into one. A psychic gem that can enhance the potential of arms. Most of the dark crystals were consumed on Alvis, and one strengthening crystal was used on Sam, the one-armed blacksmith. There are 2 left. The fusion gem fused the axe of the dead and the dark gargoyle to give birth to the statue of the dead. There are also 2 left. There are 14 psychic gems in total, 5 of which were given to Andal, but the girl has not yet achieved any results. Andal's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. She said excitedly, "Sir Richard, when Sam was researching attack technology, I got some new inspiration from it, so I'm trying another way to improve it recently. The dead statue has great potential. It's a waste to simply use psychic gems to strengthen it. Using this new method, the dead statue can become even more powerful. If the attempt is successful, the benefits we can reap will be amazing. Specifically, I plan to do it." Richard was quite interested at first, but when he heard this, he quickly waved his hand to stop the girl who was getting more and more excited. This girl has a kind of stubbornness that is exclusive to scientific research, and she is simply crazy about the research she loves. No need to explain it in such detail, just do it. I have absolute trust in you. If you need any resources, you can ask Kalu for them. We have conquered the underground world now, and we are no longer as short of supplies as before. Andal smiled even more. From the beginning to now, Richard has never criticized her. No matter what wild and even unrealistic ideas she has, he supports her unconditionally. This is also an important reason why she is so devoted to working for the City of Dusk. It's worth it. After Andal, who was full of enthusiasm, returned to work, Richard went to see Sam. The one-armed blacksmith, who already had his own workshop in the blacksmith shop, was also very excited to see him. It was the master of Twilight City who gave him a new life. After asking about the progress of the special attack technology, Richard encouraged him. This guy lived up to his investment. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Richard suddenly thought of the upgrade requirements of Twilight City. The current Twilight City is still a small city, and to upgrade to a medium city, it needs to meet 3 requirements: population, building level, and technology. The first 2 have been met, and it was stuck on the advanced technology before. Now, Sam has researched the technology of the Scorpion Warrior to the advanced level, and is even ready to upgrade to the special level. It fully meets the upgrade requirements. Thinking of this, I felt a little bit of anticipation in my heart. It has been half a year since I came to Glorious Era, and I can finally upgrade Twilight City to a medium city. Without any hesitation, he went back to the Lord's mansion called everyone out, and started to upgrade the territory. In Solon City, dozens of carriages with the Luanwiho logo slowly drove into the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city did not check the convoy at all and let it pass directly. Pedestrians along the street saw the logo above and gave way automatically with admiration. In the hearts of most residents of Solon City, the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce has a special status. Not only is it the largest chamber of commerce on the edge of the Death Desert, but it has also guarded Solon City several times. If it weren't for the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, Solon City might have ceased to exist. The controller of this behemoth was looking at the street retreating backwards through the car window at this time. The exquisite and flawless face was full of solemnity, and the elegant temperament of the past was now as cold as a blade. The deep eyes can bring a terrifying pressure to people at any glance. No matter how peerless the faces, no one would dare to have a blasphemous heart in front of this superior momentum. Little girl, there are still many good things in the Red Dragon grocery store. Take them all away later. The future of Crimson Moon is controlled by you. Paim, the old man who hunted the ancient Red Dragon, possessed the advanced artifact the Wishing Balance, and lived for 10 years without his heart. At this moment, he was half lying on the soft blanket in the carriage, looking at Windsor with heartache. Before, your father and I hoped that you could be a happy girl, like Chris, the little girl. Later, you were forced to control the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce and spend countless efforts, step by step, to become the president of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce that ordinary people fear now. Now, you have to shoulder the responsibility of Crimson Moon. Things are unpredictable. No one expected that your life trajectory would be so different from what we expected. If we could go back to the beginning, all this should not have happened. Windsor, you should have been carefree. Windsor's heart trembled, and he turned his head to look at the old man who was like a candle in the wind, as if the fire of life would be extinguished at any time. His eyes suddenly lit up. He suppressed his inner emotions and said in a trembling voice, "Teacher, I don't regret all this. It was my father's expectation to take charge of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, and I didn't let him down. The current Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce has grown to a height that no one dares to despise. It is your wish to master the Crimson Moon, and I will not let you down." Pim looked at Windsor, who was as stubborn as a child, and felt more distressed. He wanted to say something, but the other party's stubborn character made it impossible for him to speak. In the end, thousands of words could only turn into a long sigh. Windsor suppressed his emotions and spoke again with a firm tone. "Teacher, those false gods will eventually tremble and fear under the crimson. They are not worthy of ruling this world." Pim smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I never doubted our beliefs, but I'm still worried that you originally wanted to see you get married, give birth to a lovely child, and hold you in your arms and babbling, but now, you may not be able to wait." Windsor's nose was sour. His voice became hoarse for no reason. "Teacher, we still have time. When I come back this time, I will issue tasks to all the gods lords. There will always be someone who can complete it." Paim smiled calmly. "I know better than you what those gods lords are capable of. Now, the only one who has a slight hope of success may be that bastard named Richard. In the 10 years since he lost his heart, he has long since become indifferent to death. If it weren't for the Crimson Moon and Windsor who worried him, perhaps he would have chosen to sleep forever." Richard, hearing this name, Windsor's mind flashed the image of that person whose temperament, appearance, and conversation could be called amazing. Can the other party do it? Thinking of the ancient ruins that only the gods lords could enter, he felt subtle. Even if the other party was Kinkyu, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. No matter what the situation is, Lord Shannon, those lawless beings are the ones we want to win over. If Crimson Moon wants to expand, it must not be limited to a certain group, and must be recognized by all classes and all races. Even if Richard fails to complete the task, you should not feel resentful. The other party is worth winning over. Windsor was silent and did not speak again. After passing through a long street, the convoy drove into the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Windsor got off the car, she saw a smart figure waiting in front. Sister Windsor Chris came trotting over, her eyes full of smiles. "How is it? I'm fast this time, right? I knew it when you entered the city, and I came here specially to wait for you." As soon as the voice fell, she saw Pim slowly getting off the carriage, and her excited expression froze, and her eyes were a little afraid. Teacher Pim's eyes widened. You are so free. Have you finished the magic circle research homework assigned to you last month? Chris had a bitter face, and hesitated for a long time without saying a word. Windsor rubbed the girl's hair and smiled. Let's go in. The girl who was rescued was relieved. Teacher Pim, let me help you. Pim ignored the little girl, and waved his hand. A mechanical wheelchair appeared in front of him, and then sat on it comfortably. Chris immediately scratched her head awkwardly. Windsor couldn't help but smile at this, and his previous depressed mood felt much better. The two walked behind, with Pim in front. After pulling away a little distance, Chris, who was a chatterbox, immediately couldn't help it, and chattered about everything that happened in Solan City during this period. Of course, the one who mentioned the most was Richard. He kept talking about how Sir Richard was, and how he made her angry. Windsor keenly noticed the kindness in her words, and couldn't help but laugh. That godlord really has an extraordinary charm. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, gave the manor directly to him. Chris, a little girl, had only known him for a short time, and she respected him very much. Is that Sir Richard so charming? Can he always make the little princess of Solan City talk about him? Chris said indifferently. I'm a good friend of Sir Richard. He even entrusted me with the care of the newly built Violet Chamber of Commerce. Windsor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are still so proud even though you have been sold? The other party entrusted you to take care of the Chamber of Commerce. Isn't it a big profit for him? Chris seemed to feel that it was not convincing enough. After she finished speaking, she suddenly lowered her voice and whispered with a mysterious expression. Sister Windsor, you don't know that Sir Richard captured the incarnation of the Kobold God in an ancient ruins a few days ago. That incarnation is not an empty shell, it contains a wisp of the soul of the Kobold God. And Sir Richard also asked me for help, asking me to help find an organization called Crimson Moon. He said that this organization has a way to kill the Kobold God. Pym in front suddenly turned around, and Windsor was shocked. Chapter 386, Twilight City Upgrade, The Expectation of the God Blood Dwarf. October 15th, noon. Standing in front of the Lord's mansion, Richard watched the yellow sand in front of him gradually dissipate, revealing a magnificent building. He felt particularly happy. Finally upgraded! Exclamation mark. Dusk City has been upgraded to a third level middle city. The Lord's mansion has expanded by 50 squares of open space, and the territory has expanded by 500 squares of open space. The current open space of the territory is 1098 squares. Dusk City level, third level middle city. To upgrade to a first level large city, it requires 10 million units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore. 100,000 units of crystal, gemstone, mercury, and sulfur. 50,000 population. 5 special technologies. 20 hero units. From the evening of the 13th to the noon of the 15th, dozens of hours, Dusk City was upgraded from a third level small city to a third level middle city. Looking down from the sky, the area of Dusk City has expanded several times more than before. The original buildings were a bit crowded, but at this time, outside these buildings, large tracts of open space appeared. It is worth mentioning that when the Twilight City was upgraded, the city wall also expanded along with the Twilight City. At this moment, it is still firmly guarding the territory. City wall level, intermediate, can be upgraded with the territory level, and the next level requires 10 million units of stone. Features: 25 meters high, 12 meters wide, and 50 solidity. Skills: toughness, increase the strength of the defending army by 30% and defense by 30%. Introduction: a city wall with good defense. Obviously, the city wall is firmly tied to the territory. There will not be an embarrassing situation where the territory area exceeds the city wall. The only thing that makes Richard feel a headache is that the conditions for upgrading from a level 3 medium city to a level 1 large city are too harsh. not to mention the resources. With the current capabilities of the Twilight City, it is not a big problem. 20 heroes are not difficult, but the last two are different. 5 special technologies, 50,000 people. He has a personal experience of how difficult it is to upgrade technology. The resources consumed are secondary, and the key point is the time required for a search. It was okay for the elementary and intermediate levels, but it would take a month or even longer to upgrade the technology from advanced to special level. And there was also the probability of failure. 5 special technologies, even for Dusk City, would take at least 4 or 5 months to succeed. This was the result of him arranging Sam, the one-armed blacksmith, to conduct research full-time. If there were any unexpected situations in the middle, such as a more urgent task that required a queue jump, then the time would be delayed. The population of 50,000 also made him speechless. Where did so many people come from in the desert? It had been half a year, and he had been in Glorious Era for half a year, and Dusk City had only picked up more than 2,000 people from the desert. He simply couldn't complain. Those lords who lived in rich lands had 30,000 to 50,000 people. The poor resources in the desert made this condition, which was not a problem for other lords, very demanding for Dusk City. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and began to think about a solution. The population problem is that it will never be enough to rely solely on the desert's own production. Who has nothing to do but cross the desert all day? The best solution at present is to import people from the outside world. What this world lacks the least is the poor who are displaced by war. The Violet Chamber of Commerce should play its role, but there must be a limit. We can't introduce too many residents at one time. High public opinion has a huge promoting effect on the development of the territory. If there are too many people, the public opinion will easily disperse. Now that the population problem has been solved, Sam can only work hard on technology. We must continue to tap talents in this area in the future. According to such conditions, if a big city wants to upgrade in the future, it may still be blocked by technology. Richard's thoughts gradually became clear, and he soon found the key to the problem. However, this cannot be solved in a day or two, and it can only be done step by step. The development of Dusk City will inevitably encounter various difficulties. He is mentally prepared for this. After retracting his thoughts, he looked around. Other buildings should also be upgraded. Now he still has enough resources. He left 20 million to Weir before, and he still has 80 million in hand. Without hesitation, he upgraded all 5 buildings, including the blacksmith shop, food workshop, brewery, tailor shop, and barracks. 3 hours later, 5 special buildings appeared in front of him. Except for the barracks, all of them became 4-story buildings. They looked quite majestic. Only the barracks remained the same. The only difference was that the railings outside became 3-meter high walls. The barracks can train ordinary residents to become soldiers and participate in wars. Even special treasures can be obtained, and special arms can be trained. But this building, which is very useful to other lords, seems useless in Twilight City. Richard does not need ordinary residents to transfer to arms. First, there are fewer residents and they are more valuable than soldiers. Second, the army of undead in his hands is more suitable for desert warfare. As a result, the only function of this building is to meet the upgrade needs of the territory. After inspecting it, Richard was quite satisfied. In any case, Twilight City is getting stronger and stronger. But seeing that there were still more than 70 million ordinary resources left on the attribute panel, he immediately looked at the residential buildings. To upgrade, a large city must have a population of 50,000. The current number of residential buildings is far from enough. After thinking about it, he simply upgraded 40 residential buildings to special grade together. After such a crazy upgrade, only millions of resources were missing. Seeing that the numbers on the attribute panel were still considerable, Richard was in a good mood. The profits from the last conquest of the underground world were indeed very profitable. Until now, there was still a surplus. This made him sigh that it was indeed a gold belt for killing and arson. But looking back, it was a bit disgusting. Because so many resources can only upgrade to arms nests to crowns. The two formed a strong contrast. Is this reminding me that military strength is everything? It seems to be okay. No matter how well the city is built, if there is not enough power to protect it, it will also be a wedding dress for others. Others store food, and I store guns. His house is my granary. Under Richard's big move, all the buildings in Dusk City were upgraded to special grade. The next level requires the city of Dusk to be upgraded to a large city. This made him lose interest. A population of 50,000 and 5 special technologies. This is the key to success. Underground world. An old dwarf stood on the towering wall of the Crucible City, looking at the grey distance with an inexplicable look. Because this direction is the direction of Bloodhoof City. What he is looking for is not the city of the dungeon barbarians, but the figure who once appeared as a savior. Unfortunately, half a month has passed, and the other party has not appeared. Rand Augustus. What are you doing here again? Damn bastard, if you fall down again this time, I promise you that I will throw your body into the sewer and let those dirty sawtooth rats eat it up. Hearing the cursing voice behind him, the old dwarf turned around. In front of him appeared a grey dwarf sitting in a wheelchair with an angry face. There were 2 mechanical puppets behind him pushing the wheelchair. What was particularly eye-catching was that one of his arms was as short as a bean sprout. Congenital deformity. The old dwarf showed a bitter smile on his face. Lord Brown. The person in front of him was Brown, the first level 12 alchemist who surrendered to Richard. The grey dwarf stared at the old dwarf fiercely at this time. You fell from here last time, and you dare to come again. The old dwarf was helpless. Last time was just an accident, wasn't I fine? Accident? Listen, listen. Is this what a dwarf can say? Gods, I promise to the Great Master that if he allows, I will kick you down myself and let you experience what an accident is. Brown was furious. Seeing this, the old dwarf decisively changed the subject. Lord Brown, what do you want to do with me? Brown snorted coldly and was too lazy to entangle. Anyway, his life was not his. He said in a stiff tone. The master returned to the city of Dusk 3 days ago and specifically asked to see you. It is expected that you will come to the underground world in 2 days. He said threateningly. Rand, if you lied and you don't have the blood of the gods in your body, believe me, I will throw you all into the furnace without my master getting angry. The old dwarf showed an unconcealed surprise on his face. Lord Richard is back. Praise the dwarf god. Brown curled his lips. Dwarf god. That guy has fallen a long time ago. What's the point of praising him now? We are all small races. Why don't you let the dwarves follow me to believe in the great grey dwarf god? The old dwarf stared at Brown indignantly and shouted loudly. Stupid grey dwarves. Great gods will never fall. My god is just sleeping. He will definitely return. Brown sneered. Return? Is that the legend of you dwarves? What about resurrection when the moon rises? Seeing the angry old dwarf, he was too lazy to say anything and waved his hand. Stop arguing and inform your people quickly. Don't make any mistakes and offend the master. I won't forgive you then. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and sat up straight with a bit of flattering taste. Sir, and I have encountered several problems in alchemy recently. I wonder if you can ask for your answers. The old dwarf looked at the other party's shameless appearance, and his anger disappeared immediately. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They are all races of equal stature. Why is there such a big difference? With a long sigh, he could only ask the other parties questions and explain. He was not familiar with alchemy technology, but for some reason, as long as Brown described the cause and effect in detail, he could always think of a way. It was like the knowledge hidden in his mind. After Brown left with satisfaction, the old dwarf took a deep look outside the grey city wall and did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the city wall and walked towards the interior of the furnace city. On the street, mechanical puppets and grey dwarfs shuttled back and forth, which seemed very lively. The war that destroyed the furnace city seemed to have passed 4 decades. No one mentioned it again. Life in the underground world is always so pragmatic. Survival is the first priority. Who rules them is essentially unimportant, as long as the other party can give them a chance to survive. Coincidentally, the city of Dusk is in a laissez-faire management of the underground world, which has allowed the underground world to release its potential and find a development method that suits itself. No one paid attention to him except for a few mechanical puppets protecting him on the road. The old dwarf didn't care. With expectations in his heart, his steps became much faster. After crossing 2 streets, he turned into a small manor, ignored the mechanical puppets guarding the door, and pushed the door open directly. The moment the door of the manor opened, dozens of pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. Chief. Lord Rand. One by one, the old and young dwarfs looked at him expectantly. In the past, facing these eyes, the old dwarf always felt a little ashamed. He knew what his people were waiting for, but he couldn't give a reply. This time is different. Take a deep breath and speak loudly. Lord Richard has returned to Dusk City 3 days ago, and said that he will come to Crucible City in a few days. We have been summoned. These words immediately excited all the dwarves. After such a long wait, it's finally here! Exclamation mark. Praise the god of dwarves, I know that we will definitely get the recognition of the Surface Lord. Ha 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 ha, let those tribesmen who didn't come with us regret it. The life in the underground world always has a special worship for the strong. And for the great existence who can turn the situation around with his own strength and finally forcibly wipe out the underground overlord, the great dwarves. Everyone has a strong respect in their hearts. Not many people will have a psychological burden to join such a strong man. The survival rules of the underground world are far more direct, simple and cruel than those on the surface. The old dwarf waited until the heated discussion died down before speaking again. Everyone else go back and rest. Keep your spirits up these days. Lord Richard may come at any time. After saying that, he looked at 2 middle-aged dwarves. You guys come with me. Yes. Entering the side hall, the old dwarf looked at the 2 middle-aged dwarfs and said slowly, "Is that thing ready?" The 2 people's eyes suddenly became complicated. "Chief, once we hand over that thing, we will have no way out. That is the only treasure left by our ancestors. It is the key to unlock the power of our bloodline." The old dwarf fell silent for a long time. The air suddenly fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, the old dwarf raised his head. He said in a hoarse voice, "Do we still have a choice? Since the great dwarf god fell into eternal sleep, we have lost our power for too long. Who can still activate the key?" He said with a complicated look that no one could understand. "The resources needed to activate the key. With our current strength, we can't accumulate enough in 10,000 years. And Bloodhoof City has already started the siege of other forces in the underground world. If we don't seize this opportunity, it's obvious that our clan will be exterminated. Either show your value and survive, or be treated like garbage. We have no choice." The 2 middle-aged dwarfs looked helpless and painful. "The weak have always been like this. Then why don't we surrender to Bloodhoof City?" The old dwarf sneered. "Bloodhoof City? It's just a dog raised by Lord Richard. Although Bloodhoof City is now in charge of the underground world, and even has the same reputation. But smart people understand who is the real ruler of the underground world." The old dwarf sighed. "Now, only Lord Richard can give us help. We really need to regain our strength." And from Lord Richard's attitude towards the underground world, it can be seen that the other party is not a bloodthirsty person. "We will get what we deserve." He slowly stretched out his hand to the 2 middle-aged dwarfs. "Take it out." The 2 looked at the old dwarf with a determined look, sighed lightly, and said no more. Dwarves, since their god fell asleep, they no longer have the power to decide their own destiny. Each of them took out a dagger and slashed it directly on their palms. Blood flowed instantly, and the fishy smell was pungent. But the next second, a surprising scene appeared. The flowing blood seemed to have lost gravity and floated in the sky, and the blood of the 2 people gradually merged together. After a dozen breaths, a dwarf statue 1/3 the size of a fist condensed in the sky. The old dwarf looked at the statue that exuded a familiar breath, tears streaming down his face. "Before my god fell asleep, he predicted that he would return again when the scarlet moon rose into the sky, but now, we may never wait for that day again." Chapter 387, The Transformation of the Ancient Tree, and the Departure of Hina. After finishing the work of upgrading the territory, Richard inspected it carefully. Looking at the spacious city, he was in a good mood. From the shabby territory with only a few big and small fish at the beginning to the powerful Twilight City now, his efforts in the past 6 months have not been in vain. All are reflected in this brick and tile. And it won't be long before more buildings will be built on these wide and open spaces. He has never forgotten his original goal, to make Twilight City the most dazzling pearl in the desert. He is determined to achieve this goal. After a walk, when Richard came to the north wall and looked into the distance, he suddenly remembered that he had not had time to go to the quicksand land in the past few days since he came back. When he left, the dark energy obtained by the godly ancient tree was almost enough for the transformation. In the past half-month, the void sandworm has been constantly opening the space gate to let the godly ancient tree hunt the void hunter, which should be enough for the transformation. At this moment, he no longer hesitated and flew directly to the quicksand land. The moment the godly evil ancient tree appeared in front of him, Richard immediately found that this boss exuding endless evil aura was a little different. First of all, the dry branches, originally black and grey, now turned pure black and faintly shiny, as if they were covered with a layer of oil. It gave people a charming feeling. Its aura was also different from the previous majestic, becoming like a volcano about to erupt, turbulent. It fluctuated up and down, extremely unstable. Even at a very long distance, one could feel the pressure coming from it. Opening the attribute panel, the status bar of the godly evil ancient tree indeed showed new changes. Godly evil ancient tree boss unit level 14 status, transforming, 120%. The opponent has devoured the dark energy and has already reached the limit, even exceeding the limit of transformation. Richard frowned. It stands to reason that when accumulating transformation energy, the more the better. But now the state of the godly evil ancient tree is a little unstable, and he is not sure that it will be beneficial at this moment. Immediately approach. Master. A distorted face appeared on the huge trunk of the godly evil ancient tree. The other part is slow and unique tone was as if the video was set to play at 0.5 times the speed. Richard nodded and said directly, "Treebird, why haven't you transformed yet?" He had already given the other party the mythical treasure, Dark God Blood, which cost 8 million points, to exchange for the qualitative change of the ancient godly tree. It shouldn't be delayed until now, the ancient godly tree said in a muffled voice. "Master, you don't have to worry. I can still control the power in my body. This transformation is expected to take a long time. I need to wait for your order." As the most powerful fighting force in Twilight City, once he falls into a deep sleep, it will have an impact on the strategy of the entire Twilight City. The ancient godly tree is not a fool. As a boss unit, its wisdom can be called outstanding. It's just that his exaggerated fighting power makes people ignore this point. Richard felt relieved and nodded. Do those items stored under your roots need to be moved? Under the roots of the ancient godly tree, there is a huge underground space where the magic plants he plundered from the underground world are planted. The corpses of the hero units that were hunted before were also stored inside. With this boss guarding, it was safer than staying in Twilight City. No need, my transformation will not affect the items below. Richard's tone became relaxed. What about the desert dragon hero? I have controlled its body with my roots. When it is weak, I will directly inject energy and will not let it die. Richard was very satisfied. The role of the godly evil ancient tree was simply amazing. It can do anything. Treebird added at this time. Master, when I transform, please do not let the residents of Twilight City enter the quicksand. I will not be able to control the quicksand at that time. Richard agreed. Anything else I need to do? Do you need to send troops to guard the surroundings? The godly evil ancient tree shook its branches. No need. If there is an irresistible danger, I will sink into the quicksand and you can come to help me then. Richard smiled. This guy was more thoughtful than he thought. Then he seemed to think of something and took out a branch of the rotten tree. Treebird, do you know where this branch came from? The face of the evil tree was twisted with a bit of surprise. Master, the evil breath exuded by this tree is very familiar to me, like the breath of the abyss. Richard's eyes condensed. The breath of the abyss. He looked down at the branch, thinking, could it be another evil tree that came from the abyss to the main plane like the evil tree? It seems that, after finishing the trivial matters, he has to hurry up and go there. It is necessary to confirm whether the rotten tree is dead or not, and whether it can be saved. With the evil tree as a model, he is very interested in trees. After communicating with the evil tree for a long time, Richard was sure that the other party had no needs, and he didn't say anything more. He withdrew from the quicksand with the sandworms around. Standing on the edge and looking out, you can see the poisonous wasps flying in the air, gradually falling on the trunk of the evil tree. Then, the evil tree, whose breath fluctuated, gradually converged and became like an ordinary dead tree. Inconspicuous. Richard looked at the system panel, and the godly evil ancient tree only had one attribute left: transmutation. He took a deep breath, his eyes burning. From hunting the void hunter in the dungeon, to earning points to exchange for the dark god blood, to leaving the dungeon, to use the void sandworm to open the dark plane, and make up for the energy gap. After several months, he finally got to this point. It's not easy. Alvis is transforming, and the godly evil ancient tree is also transforming. The power of the City of Dusk is about to usher in a new round of explosion. And unlike Alvis, once the godly evil ancient tree successfully transforms, it will gain the power of the godly evil, one of the most terrifying existences in the world. The godly evil is an extremely evil existence that can kill gods. It is so powerful that it exists as the ultimate villain in all the myths and legends of Glorious Era. No one can estimate how high the powerful godly evil ancient tree can reach by then. He was full of expectations. After coming to his senses, he thought of another thing. If the godly ancient tree can successfully transform within 2 months, then we can take this super boss into the temple that seals the heart of the gods, to complete the S-level mission. Now half a month has passed since the deadline given to him by the old man, who lost his heart. There are still 2.5 months left, and the mission will fail. Now, we can only hope that the godly ancient tree will wake up soon. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it anymore. When he was about to turn around and leave, he saw a void sandworm with dark golden skin and countless mysterious runes engraved on it. This guy, who was still a baby worm 2 months ago, has now grown to 50 meters in size. The trunk diameter is more than 20 meters. Ordinary people standing close to it seem to be facing a wall, giving people a strong sense of oppression. At this time, the gap between ordinary sandworms and void sandworms is also reflected. Although the size of ordinary sandworms has grown a lot, it is less than 40 meters. Those little guys didn't dare to get close to the void sandworms at all, and could only whimper and show goodwill to Richard from a distance. As a void bloodline, for ordinary sandworms, it is simply a terrifying big boss. Richard saw this big guy and smiled. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to press on the other skin. The spirit radiated and entered the spiritual sea of the void sandworm. Sensing Richard's breath, the void sandworm was immediately excited. A somewhat immature spiritual power was transmitted. Master, after this period of development, the void sandworm has gradually mastered the ability to communicate, and its wisdom has gradually been opened. Richard looked at this big guy who wanted to rub his head against him, and his face turned black. If he was rubbed, the city wall would not be able to bear it. He quickly stopped the other party's coquettish behavior. Then he immediately got to the point, and used his spirit to ask the other party whether the time he could open the space door had increased. Master, I can now open the space for 6 hours, but if the distance is too far, the time will be shortened. Before he went to Solon City, it was still 4 hours, and it increased by 2 hours in half a month, which is a big improvement. The all-weather opening of the space door he expected may not be far away. The ability of the void sandworm is a strategic force for the City of Dusk. It is so powerful that it is beyond description. Even in the later stages, its value is higher. It is not a dream to conduct cross-plane transactions in the future. After encouraging the void sandworm and repeatedly reminding it that it can only devour the energy of the void and cannot eat the food of the main plane, Richard returned to the City of Dusk. The quicksand land will be temporarily left to these big guys to guard. With the current military strength of the City of Dusk, the area within dozens of kilometers around has been cleared over and over again. It is impossible for a large number of enemies to touch the quicksand land without being discovered. Moreover, the ancient tree of the gods and evils may not need to be guarded. Back to the Lord's mansion, just sat down to drink a cup of hot tea. The dark Valkyrie, Sinner, and the innocent little centaur Merida came together. Master, my lord, Father, 3 completely different titles sounded at the same time. Richard looked at them with some amusement. What is this? Sinner took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Sir Richard, I hope to go back to the Krynna tribe's garrison and gain some experience, at least to break through level 15. The stimulation she received in Solon City was too great. The girl was strong-willed by nature, and she was unwilling to be weak. Although to most enemies, Zinna was simply a demon." Richard raised his eyebrows. This was what he had promised before returning. But he didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. But after a moment of silence, he still nodded. "Go early and come back early, and be careful." He wanted to go to the Krynna tribe's affairs in person, but now he has too many things to do and can't get away. And with these two top heroes, there is nothing to worry about. The hero is the arm of the Lord, and the ability of the top heroes is even stronger than most lords. After giving a word of advice, he turned his head and looked at Amirida, whose eyes were rolling. "What about you? What do you want to do?" Amirida stepped forward, hugged Richard's shoulders and said coquettishly, "Father, I also want to go out, to play with Sister Zinna. No, to experience myself." Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You are only level 9. The surrounding field soldiers are enough for you to improve. You are not allowed to leave Twilight City before you reach level 15. Amirida was immediately depressed, pouting and looking at Richard pitifully. "Father, please." Father Richard ignored her. The little guy acted cute for a long time without seeing any response, so he ran out of the door angrily muttering that his father was a big villain. The former demigod level boss's plan to go out for fun for the first time was ruthlessly shattered. Zinna was also a little amused. If one day Amirida's memory is restored, she knows what her experience will be like. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look forward to the other party's memory being restored. After coming to her senses, she said slowly, "Master, if possible, I will try my best to persuade the tribe to join Twilight City." Zinna has always known Richard's thoughts. At first, she didn't have any big ideas, but now, this miracle city has explained everything. It is not shameful for the Krynna tribe to become a member of Twilight City, and it is even an honor. More importantly, it was the god of the dog-headed men who cursed the Krynna tribe. An evil god of the dungeon tribe, with extremely terrifying power. Although the other party suffered setbacks in the Dusk City many times, who can ignore a god? If the Dusk City cannot be taken, the other party will definitely hate the Krynna tribe. The Dusk City can stop the god of the dog-headed men, but what can the Krynna tribe do? Richard took a deep look at Zinna. "Just do your best, no need to entangle." The current Dusk City can be described as strong and powerful, no longer the weak territory that could be destroyed at any time. It is good for the Krynna tribe to join, but without them, it will not affect anything. After a trip to Solon City, I have a broader understanding of this world. Top heroes like Zinna cannot be everywhere on the street. Especially the ancient tree of the evil god and Alvis are still undergoing further transformation. It makes him more confident. "Yes, sir." Zinna didn't say much. The specific situation can only be known after returning to the Krynna tribe. After Richard finished speaking, he looked at the Dark Valkyrie, nodded slightly to this top boss, and said nothing. The Dark Valkyrie slowly stroked her chest and did not speak. Everything is self-evident. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Richard's emotions were a little subtle. The ancient tree of the gods and Alvis were transforming, and Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie were stimulated to go out for training and upgrading alone. Several top combat forces in Dusk City were gone in an instant. Now it seems to be the eve of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. When they return successfully, the power of Dusk City will definitely reach a new level. It seems that I have to go alone to explore the Rotten Tree, but before that, I still have to go to the underground world first. I don't know to what extent the alchemy technology in the Crucible City has recovered, and what about the dwarf with the blood of the gods? Chapter 388 Great Lord, this is the dwarf's treasure, which can summon my god to come. October 16th. Before going to the underground world, Richard recruited the newly refreshed troops. In addition to the troops recruited on September 22nd, before going to Solon City, he recruited 2 batches accumulated on October 1st and 8th when upgrading the territory. During this period, he recruited a total of 4 times the output of the troops nest. The current total forces Mummy Guardian 630 Axe of the Dead 515 Bandaged Mummy 273 Scorpion Warrior 141 Great Axe Death Knight 387 Condensed Sand Archer 850 Crazy Sand Mage 445 Cursed Pharaoh 90 Glorious Troops Dark Gargoyle 240, Axe of the Dead 70, 110 Dead Stone Statue, 720 Heavy Sword Warrior 20, Crown Troops, Skeleton Blood Dragon 160, Skeleton Demon 0. Total Force 4536, more than 4 battalions. What he valued most was the fusion troops, the Dead Stone Statues, which had an exaggerated number of 7 squadrons. If all of them were launched into the air, they could directly cover the entire Twilight City. The power in his hands surged again. But the price was that the resources on the panel dropped madly. The rare resources accumulated before were all consumed in Solan City. This time, in order to recruit the Dead Stone Statues, he had to exchange a large number of rare resources with ordinary resources. After this round of consumption, there were still 50 million units of ordinary resources left. This made Richard feel that the resources earned from conquering the underground world last time were rich, but he also felt a headache for the exaggerated expenditure. He wanted to accumulate some resources and upgrade all the troops' nests to the glorious level. But over the past month, the resources in his hands have become less and less, which made him a little helpless. With such a big money swallower like the troops' nests, no matter how much he earns, it feels not enough. It's still more profitable to conquer high-level maps. Unfortunately, a force as rich and easy to control as the Grey Dwarves is too difficult to find. If you want to find it, you can only leave the Death Desert. But at this stage, the City of Dusk does not have the spare energy to frequently carry out long-distance expeditions. The Crimson Moon is coming, and great changes are about to take place. Before the spatial ability of the Void Sandworm is unstable, the plan to go out hunting needs to be carefully considered. After granting the recruited soldiers sandification, Richard did not hesitate and entered the underground world through the two-way portal erected in the quicksand. When he passed the ancient tree of the evil god, the boss still had no vitality, and he could hardly even sense the other party's vitality. It seemed to be really dead. The poisonous wasps that stayed on the branches also turned grey and black, as if they had become fossils. This scene looked quite strange. Richard did not observe much, as it was still early for the other party to wake up. After passing through the space gate and immediately entering the underground passage, the dim environment of the underground world appeared in front of him again. He smelled the stench of mud in the air, and his brows subconsciously frowned. No matter how many times he came, this world without sunlight would still make him feel uncomfortable. Open the system map, determine the target, and directly control the gravel to fly out. Bloodhoof City. Since the Grey Dwarves were wiped out, this city has become the de facto center of the underground world. And the owner of this city, the Dungeon Barbarian, finally got his wish and became the overlord of the underground world. Although this overlord should be put in quotation marks in the eyes of many people. But no matter what, before the Surface Lord spoke, Bloodhoof City was the most powerful ruler of the underground world, and no force could be compared with it. At this moment, the streets of Bloodhoof City were very lively. Looking around, you can see all kinds of strange dungeon races coming and going. Most of these lives came to trade weapons. The news that Bloodhoof City used food to purchase high-level equipment from all forces had spread throughout the underground world before the Grey Dwarves were wiped out. And food is a hard currency that is more valuable than anything else for the underground world. 9 out of 10 fights are for food. Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand flew into the city from the sky. Many people on the street subconsciously looked up. How dare you break into Bloodhoof City? You're really courting death. Who is the Surface Lord? The streets suddenly became noisy. Everyone stared with wide eyes, wanting to see what the legendary Surface Lord looked like. Unfortunately, the speed was too fast. When they reacted, they only saw a blurry shadow, which made many people sigh. Controlling the yellow sand is Richard's signature ability in the underground world. In addition, his legendary degree has exceeded 10 points. His popularity and reputation in the underground world can be described as terrifying. Richard ignored the restless streets and flew directly into the City Lord's mansion. As soon as he landed, Cell Bloodhoof, the owner of Bloodhoof City, came out to greet him. The other party seemed to know his arrival one step ahead every time. Cell strode closer and saluted first. "Lord Richard. Welcome to your arrival." The attitude was respectful and humble. This is what Richard admired most about the life in the dungeon. He can take it and let it go. When he should admit his weakness, he will never force himself. There was a smile on his face. "No need to be polite, Cell. I promised you that in the future, the dungeon barbarians will follow the city of dusk to conquer the surface. Keep a good attitude. We were friends before, and we will be friends in the future." He stepped forward and patted the other's shoulder with a somewhat intimate tone. After Cell stood up, he felt mixed emotions. His friend looked at Richard deeply and nodded vigorously. The dungeon barbarians behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. There has always been a proverb in the underground world: when all the rabbits in the forest are captured, it is the time for the hunting dogs to die. Judging from Richard's attitude, the other party obviously did not have this idea. In the future, the city of dusk will take the Bloodhoof City to attack the surface forces together. This was the promise Richard made to Cell last time. At this moment, it was mentioned again, which also gave them great confidence. The heart immediately settled down. Please. Cell led Richard into the hall and let him sit in the main seat. Richard was not polite, of course, and did not let him sit down. A few months ago, when he just came to the underground world, he could control the Bloodhoof City with his severely broken extraordinary hunter. After a few months of development, Dusk City is no longer the same as it was before, so his status will naturally be higher. Strength is the only pass, and this statement is never false. After 3 rounds of tea and more than 10 minutes of casual chatting, Richard got to the point. "Sir, how is the Bloodhoof City doing with the plan we agreed on before?" Sir's face immediately became serious. "Lord Richard, everything is going according to plan. The progress of unifying the underground world has been completed by 1/3. The small forces around Bloodhoof City have all been brought under our jurisdiction. Those who do not submit have been eliminated. And the plan to exchange food for weapons is also being implemented steadily. At present, more than 20,000 weapons have been exchanged, and more new weapons will be delivered later. Making the underground world a weapons factory for Dusk City was a plan that was set early on. Dusk City does not have so much energy to invest in the underground world now. The best way is to set a goal and guide the underground world in the direction he wants. Bloodhoof City is his agent." Richard nodded. "Yes, you did a great job, and didn't disappoint me. I have some new ideas here. You need to gradually promote them later." Cell immediately became solemn. "Please go on." Richard organized his words and told the idea that he had just thought of when he came here. "In order to maintain the leading position of weapon forging in the underground world, I need Bloodhoof City to open the forging technology to everyone and share the forging information." Cell was shocked by the first sentence and felt a little difficult to understand. "Sir Richard, are you talking about opening up the forging technology?" Richard nodded. "That's right. Bloodhoof City will establish a Forgers Association in the future and select the top forgers to teach forging techniques to other forces. Those forces that surrender to Bloodhoof City can send forgers to learn from time to time. At the same time, those small forces, as long as they have forgers above the advanced level, must also come to Bloodhoof City to teach from time to time. In addition, as long as you contribute your forging skills to the Forgers Association, you can get generous rewards. If you work behind closed doors, you will never make progress. Knowledge can only be promoted through mutual communication. Of course, this is just a rough framework, and the specific details still need you to supplement. His weapons business is mainly for players. If he wants to continue, he must be one step ahead of the players. With the rapid development of players, the desire for low-level weapons and equipment has gradually decreased, and the corresponding demand for high-level weapons is rising. The underground world must keep up with the pace of development of players in order to continue to use their huge productivity to make money and to stay ahead. In his opinion, the best way to improve is to promote communication. In this closed world, knowledge is an extremely precious wealth. This is especially true for forging, a craft that can make a living. If it is not enforced by order, no one will share their craft. He has already tried it in Twilight City to see how effective it is. It is definitely worth a try. After listening to it, Cell couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This idea that completely breaks the inherent thinking made him feel a kind of visual crushing. While he was still complacent about mastering the underground world, the other party was already thinking about the longer term future. And what he did was so bold that he didn't even dare to think about it. Knowledge is such a precious wealth, sharing it just like that. But from the other party's simple words, he heard a strong feasibility. If it is firmly implemented and promoted, he is 70% sure that everyone will accept it. No one can refuse to learn other people's hidden skills. Other high-level officials in Bloodhoof City were also amazed and speechless. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Richard, who was equal to them a few months ago, and even slightly lower than them, could make them respect him a few months later. The gap and pattern is too big. Lord Richard, your mind is amazing. Richard smiled. In the modern era of knowledge explosion, ordinary people can even learn the driving skills of fighter jets and the manufacture of nuclear weapons, if they are willing. There are almost no obvious barriers. It is precisely because of the openness of knowledge that the whole world will develop so rapidly. Twilight City has achieved certain results in knowledge sharing. The scale of the underground world is countless times larger than that of Twilight City, and there are countless times more intelligent life. If it can really be promoted, for a long time in the future, it will remain ahead of players in the aspect of forging weapons. As long as the underground world can do this, it will be enough. You must arrange this matter well. Don't be too tough in the early stage. Use gentle means first, let other forces taste the sweetness, and then promote it strongly. You are free to operate the specific details. Cell came back to his senses and bowed with his chest in conviction. As you wish. After Richard gave his instructions, he continued. There is another important thing you have to do: register the hero units of all forces and count all the information on their levels, occupations, abilities, etc. And the detailed information of their arms nests must also be recorded. Cell was startled and then nodded with a serious face. Yes. Richard waved his hand. Only these 2 points. When you push forward, you can do it in my name, but you must grasp the degree of it, and don't be too aggressive. Don't let others have too much resistance. Our goal is to execute the plan, not other things. Cell's eyes lit up. He knew how terrible Richard's reputation was now. With the other party's endorsement, the difficulty of executing these two plans will be greatly reduced. After chatting about some details, Cell suddenly said, a little embarrassed, Lord Richard, can I ask you to go to the surface world with you? As if afraid that he would misunderstand something, he said hurriedly, I just want to. Richard interrupted with a smile. Of course you can. After the underground world is completely unified, you can go to Dusk City at any time. In the future, Dusk City will still need Bloodhoof City to send troops to defend the city. Cell was overjoyed. The yearning for the surface is almost engraved in the genes of the Dungeon clan. But unfortunately, many dungeon life has never left this grey world in their lives to see the sun, the stars and the moon. Richard didn't say anything more. After agreeing with the other party to trade weapons at the end of the month, he left Bloodhoof City and headed for Furnace City. After Richard left, the barbarian leaders all looked at Cell. Chief. Cell took a deep breath, his eyes like a torch. He quietly restored his former dominance. Immediately have someone refine the 2 requirements raised by Lord Richard, and at the same time, formulate a complete plan, and start implementing it in 3 days. This is a task personally issued by Lord Richard. Anyone who dares to drag his feet will be punished according to the laws of Bloodhoof City. Yes. Several people responded in unison. Cell didn't speak again, turning his head to look at the dim sky outside the window. Conquer the surface. I really look forward to that day. His eyes were particularly bright at this moment. 1 hour later. Furnace City. The soldiers guarding the city only saw a ball of yellow sand flying in. Several Grey Dwarf recruits subconsciously wanted to blow the horn, but were stopped by their teammates next to them the next second. Idiot. That's the Great Lord, Lord Richard. The Grey Dwarf was startled, and then looked at the sky with admiration. That's the Great Lord? Richard ignored this scene. In the underground world he conquered, he naturally had enough privileges. One sentence could decide the fate of countless people. After crossing the city wall, he arrived at the vast central square a moment later, but when he was about to land, his face suddenly turned black. Because a rock statue over 30 meters high appeared in his sight. The statue seemed to be carved by a master, and its appearance was vivid, giving people a strong visual impact. But what made him speechless was that the statue was him. Who the hell did this? Question mark? Richard fell to the ground with a speechless face. A moment later, two teams of grey dwarves controlling mechanical puppets surrounded him. Sensing the familiar breath, the grey dwarves immediately opened the cockpit, came out in unison, and shouted in the most flattering tone. "Great Lord, your humble servant greets you. Welcome your return." After Richard captured the Crucible City, he stayed in charge for more than half a month. Few soldiers in the city did not recognize him. And with this statue, it is hard not to recognize him. Richard said with a dark face. "Where are Brown and Jejaloo? Let them come here to see me." "Yes, Great Lord." The two Grey Dwarves immediately turned around and communicated, and the other Grey Dwarves quickly protected the surroundings. They were ready for battle. 10 minutes later, Brown, whose wheelchair was pushed quickly by two mechanical puppets, came to the front of the statue. Master. After seeing him, the 12th level alchemist immediately stood up excitedly and ran over. Richard glared at this guy unhappily and pointed at the statue in front of him. "Who asked you to carve this?" Brown's excited expression froze on his face, and then he said carefully, "This is the common wish of all the Grey Dwarves. Everyone says that it is a great honor for the Crucible City to welcome a great ruler like you," he added, pointing to the Grey Dwarves next to him. "If you don't believe it, ask them." Richard looked at the Grey Dwarves, who nodded in unison without any intention of lying, and his mouth twitched. Although he knew that the Grey Dwarves had no bottom line, "You can't be so inhuman. I occupied your city, and you erected a statue for me right after?" He didn't know what to say to these cheap bones for a while. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. "Where is that guy Jejaloo?" Jejaloo, a 15th level master alchemist. It can be said that he is the top talent in his hands. His baby Endel, whose professional level is only special, is still a long way from the master. The only pity is that this guy is a Grey Dwarf. It's also screwed, Brown said with a bitter face. Jejaloo is studying the destroyer in the secret room. He said he must give life to the destroyer before he comes out. "Do you need me to call him?" Richard then remembered that when the Grey Dwarves were annihilated, the chieftain of the Grey Dwarves drove a mechanical puppet wrapped in blood-colored muscles, the destroyer. The Grey Dwarves were defeated, and Jejaloo, a master alchemist, said he could give life to the mechanical puppets, so he handed the destroyer mechanical puppet to the other party for a search. Unexpectedly, this guy also looked a bit like Andel's research maniac. "Forget it, ignore him." Richard glanced at the statue and saw that it was a bit disgusting. "Push this thing to me," Brown said weakly. "Master, I suggest you keep it. The Grey Dwarves worship you extremely, and your statue can be a great deterrent to them. Because of your statue, the public security has improved a lot during this period." Richard's expression was quite wonderful. Is this a joke? A statue can also improve public security? But looking at Brown's serious face, he felt a little powerless. He really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these dungeon creatures. He waved his hand. "Forget it. Keep it if it's useful. Out of sight, out of mind." He was too lazy to stay any longer. He turned and walked towards the city lord's mansion. He asked as he walked, "What's the matter with the dwarf with the blood of the gods?" Brown, who was following closely behind him, responded immediately. "Those god blood dwarfs took the initiative to join us. They claim that they have the blood of the dwarf god flowing in their bodies. Although I can't see that they have it, there is one thing that is very suspicious. Those dwarfs have always insisted that they have never learned alchemy, but they are very proficient in alchemy. I often ask them some difficult alchemy questions, and they can answer them easily. I suspect that they may not only have the blood of gods, but also have a high level inheritance." Richard narrowed his eyes. Dwarf god. Didn't this god fall? Among the mythological information he collected, there was a record about the dwarf god. Brown curled his lips. Those stupid dwarves don't think so. They still firmly believe in their own legend, that after a certain moon rises, the dwarf god will be resurrected. Richard's originally careless expression suddenly froze. His eyes were like knives, staring coldly at Brown. His voice was full of strong oppression. What legend? Brown was shocked, not understanding why Richard reacted so strongly, and hurriedly said, "It's a legend that circulated among the dwarves. I also learned about it by accident. All the dwarves say so. I mean the rising of that certain moon. Do you know?" Richard stared at him closely and said word by word, "But the crimson moon? Master, this I don't know." Brown felt like he was being stared at by an ancient dragon. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. The big beads of sweat on his forehead flowed down. Sensing that the other party was not lying, Richard slowly restrained his momentum, but his face was still full of coldness. "Bring the dwarfs here immediately, without missing a single one." "Yes." Brown responded with a trembling voice, not even bothering to wipe the sweat off his face, and quickly turned around and led the soldiers around him to the dwarf station. Richard came to the city lord's mansion in deep thought and sat directly on the golden throne, motionless like a sculpture. After a long time, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from far and near. After a dozen breaths, about 40 dwarfs entered the hall under the escort of mechanical puppets. The average height of this race is between 1.3 and 1.4 meters, and they look ugly and scary. The clothes they wear are also very simple, and many of them are even torn. You can tell at a glance that they are not doing well. Rand Augustus, the old dwarf, saw the figure of the high throne immediately after entering the hall. He immediately raised his spirits. He suppressed his excitement and stepped forward while the other tribesmen were still in panic. He knelt down and saluted. "Great Lord, the descendant of the dwarf god, Rand Augustus extends his highest regards to you and thanks you for meeting me. No need to be polite." The old dwarf stood up tremblingly when he heard the other party's voice, but at this moment, he still lowered his head and dared not look at him anymore. That person was a great existence who flattened the underground world. The gap between their identities was too big. "I heard that you have the blood of gods flowing in your body? If so, why do you want to join me?" The old dwarf gritted his teeth and raised his head. Only then could he see the figure on the golden throne clearly. The other party wore a black and red crown on his head, with an extraordinary handsome face. The dark cloak behind him covered part of the throne, making it more mysterious. What impressed him most was the pair of dark and deep eyes, as if he could see through everything. His temperament was full of the aura of a king that made people tremble, as if the other party was a natural master, and he was only worthy of kneeling. He took a few deep breaths to calm down, and then spoke. "Great existence, although the blood of the father god flows in our bodies, the glory of the dwarfs has disappeared in the long river of time. We have lost the ability to open the blood in our bodies. Now, only a huge amount of resources can reactivate our power. In the huge underground world, there is no one more kind than you to rely on. Being loyal to you is the only way out. You can bring us hope." After speaking, he knelt on the ground again. "Great master, the dwarfs are willing to give our lives and souls and be eternally loyal to you." As he said this, his heart was tense to the extreme because the other party's next words would determine all their fates. At this moment, he was like a sinner sitting in the dock, waiting for the court's verdict. He was uneasy. After a moment, the words with a strong sense of oppression sounded again. "Dwarf, what do you have to prove your identity?" The old dwarf took a deep breath, raised his head, looked directly at the Supreme King, and with trembling hands, he took out a bloody dwarf statue from his arms. "Great Lord, this is the last treasure that the Father God left for the dwarfs." The moment Richard saw the statue, his pupils shrank sharply. His breathing became rapid. "That is the breath of the gods!" Exclamation mark. "It can't be fake." Just as he was about to open the system panel to check the properties, the words of the old dwarf below made him stand up directly from the throne. Before the Father God fell asleep, he predicted the future. After the crimson moon rises into the sky, he will return. And this treasure can summon the Father God to come. Crimson Moon. Chapter 389. The dwarf god is in my hands. This heavy news was like a depth charge dropped into Richard's heart, causing a huge wave. He never thought that he could get news related to the crimson moon in the underground world. And it was so shocking. When the crimson moon rises, the dwarf god will return. This prophecy seems ordinary, but it completely overturns his previous inference about the crimson moon. Isn't the crimson moon a fear that can make the gods tremble? How come it is suddenly related to this fallen god? Question mark. What is this new expansion pack about? If this prophecy is true, the crimson moon is probably countless times more complicated than he expected. As his thoughts turned, he looked at the blood-colored statue in the old dwarf's hand that exuded the breath of the gods. He forced himself to suppress the waves in his heart and slowly opened the attribute panel. Statue of the dwarf god. Level. Special. Features. It seals part of the soul of the dwarf god and can activate the power of the descendants of the dwarf god. Introduction. This treasure was forged by the god of dwarfs himself, and a part of his soul was sealed in the core. Richard held his breath. The soul of the god of dwarfs is sealed in this statue? He felt a little incredible. When did the gods become cabbages? How come he can meet them everywhere? Exclamation mark. Are these guys playing so big? And this is different from the kobold god's clone that he imprisoned. This is the other part, his own seal. Its soul power is definitely countless times more than that clone. From the information just now, we can know that this statue is the key to the resurrection of the god of dwarfs. The light in his eyes flickered. Rand Augustus, the old dwarf, looked at Richard for a long time without saying anything, his face full of uneasiness. It seemed that he was afraid that he would order them to be dragged down and hanged on the city gate in the next second. After a long time, he mustered up the courage and spoke in a trembling voice. "Great Lord, do you have any questions?" Richard was awakened, looking at the nervous old dwarf, and took a deep breath. "How much do you know about the crimson moon?" The old dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Master, the prophecy of the father god is too vague. We have searched for countless years and have not found any information about the crimson moon. Now that the dwarves are declining, we no longer have the ability to dig into this legend." He sighed. "Our ancestors once inferred that this prophecy might just be a legend made up by one of our sages to unite the dwarves. The father god. It may be difficult for him to wake up." When he said this, his eyes were full of bitterness. After countless years of expectation and countless years of searching, the dwarves have not found hope. Under the scouring of time, the once powerful dwarves have become the bottom race. The faith that supported them in their hearts has long collapsed. There is only a small number of people who firmly believe in the prophecy left by the dwarf god. They can't afford to waste it. Richard looked directly into the other person's eyes, and every word he said was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "No, this prophecy is not a fabricated lie." The old dwarf was shocked. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the tall figure in front of him in disbelief. "Lord, are you telling the truth?" His voice was so trembling that it was hard to hear clearly. In the hall, the dwarves who dared not speak also breathed faster at this moment, staring at the Lord who sat high on the golden throne with unparalleled momentum. They were waiting for the judge who would pronounce their fate to make a judgment. Richard nodded. "You are not worth my deception. I have accurate information that the crimson moon will rise soon. If this sentence was said by someone else, even if it was Sel Bloodhoof of Bloodhoof City, the new overlord of the underground world, the dwarves would not believe it. But now the one who said this was the real ruler of the underground world. The great existence who wiped out the grey dwarves with his own strength. His reputation is so great that even 10 Bloodhoof cities tied together cannot match it." The dwarves immediately became excited. "Wow, the legend is actually true. Praise you, great lord of Twilight City, god of the dwarfs. I swear, this is the best news I have ever heard in my life." The old dwarf was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Tears were pouring out uncontrollably at this moment, and because of the wrinkles on his face, the tears flowed horizontally along the wrinkles. It looked inexplicably sad. The legend that the dwarves had been looking forward to for millions of years and no longer had any hope turned out to be true. Their protector would reappear! Exclamation mark. The emotions in his heart at this moment were so complicated that they could not be described in words. After a long time, a group of people gradually recovered. The old dwarf seemed to have thought of something, suddenly woke up, stepped onto the golden steps, and respectfully presented the statue in his hand to Richard. "Great Lord, please control the fate of the dwarfs. We will fight to the death for your glory." The other dwarves looked at the old dwarf's actions and felt unwilling. Many people even thought about whether they could just leave and wait for the revival of the dwarf god. But when they saw the mechanical puppets around them, they immediately came to their senses. Now they have no choice. From the moment they made the decision to join the City of Dusk, their fate was no longer in their hands. No, from the moment the dwarfs were no longer able to activate their blood, they had already lost the power to control their fate. Richard looked at the old and weak dwarf with interest. There was a bit of admiration in his eyes. He liked to deal with smart people. He didn't refuse and reached out to take it. The statue was like a weight, quite heavy. Just as he put it in front of his eyes and prepared to take a closer look, the situation suddenly changed. The divine aura that he could sense before suddenly disappeared. There was no energy fluctuation in the statue anymore, as if it had turned into an ordinary item. The old dwarf's pupils shrank. He was horrified. What was going on? How could the aura that made people fear this treasure disappear? Seeing that Richard's face was normal, he lowered his head and dared not look at the other person again. Even the aura of the gods can be wiped out. This great existence is really terrifying. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly, without any expression fluctuations. The power of the statue is not disappearance, but fear. The next second, a hideous statue appeared silently in his hand. The statue of the old god. The two statues were placed side by side. The statue of the dwarf god had no breath, but the statue of the old god was emitting a faint dark light, like a shark that smelled blood. He naturally would not rashly take the statue of the dwarf god, as the power of the gods was elusive. In order to prevent accidents, he always controlled the statue of the old god. The statue of the old god, which feeds on the gods, is a killer to deal with the controller of the rules of this world. Now it seems that the soul of the dwarf god sealed deep in the statue obviously still has a certain perception. It may not have a clear consciousness, but it still knows how to avoid danger. Richard sensed the breath that was trying to hide and looked at the old dwarf. Rant, how can we use this statue? Do you mean to call the father god or activate the blood in our bodies? Tell me what you want. The old dwarf forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, if the father god has returned, then you only need to input energy into the statue to call him. If you want to activate the blood, it's not that simple. His face turned a little ugly as he spoke. The statue is the key to activate the blood. But to maintain this energy, we need to consume 1 million units of rare resources every year. Because of the weakness of the dwarfs, we have long been unable to pay such a huge amount of resources. This also led to the fact that the blood in our bodies has never been activated for hundreds of years. The more he spoke, the more complicated his eyes became. Now at least 1 million units of rare resources are needed to restore the statue's key function. If it weren't for a last resort, who would be willing to give up everything? The declining dwarfs have no way out. Richard understood. No wonder the other party was willing to offer the statue 1 million units of rare resources. This is an exaggerated number for the City of Dusk. He had been in glorious era for more than half a year, but the rare resources on the books had never reached 500,000 units, let alone 1 million. The few top treasures in his hands might be worth this price, but they could not be sold. Moreover, he had to pay 1 million every year, which was simply an unbearable gold-eating beast. No wonder the dwarfs were weak. If they were not a powerful force, the annual payment of this amount of resources would have dragged them down. Thinking of this, with a bit of curiosity, he opened the attribute panel of the old dwarf. Although the other party spoke beautifully, he also had to see whether this divine bloodline was worth such a huge price. Rand Augustus Hero Unit, Level 9, Potential, Class B, Skills, Descendant of Divine Blood, Legendary, Potential increased by 1 level, Upper limit is Super A grade, can actively activate the divine blood in the body and open the body of the descendant of the god. The body of the descendant of the god grows to 4 meters in height. All attributes increase by 800%. Skill attributes increase by 200%. Level temporarily increased by 2 levels. Immune to death before the energy in the body is exhausted. Duration 20 minutes. Cooldown time 24 hours. Sealed. Inherited knowledge. Super A grade. The knowledge of ancestors can be inherited through blood. Combat skills. Alchemy. Magic knowledge. Sealed. Strong physique. B grade. Stealth. B grade. Dwarf archery. C grade. Dwarf combat. C grade. Forging, C grade. Tailoring skills, D grade. Identifying herbs, D grade. Hero talents, smart brain. When commanding dwarfs, intelligence increases by 20%. Racial talent, super strong comprehension. Learning speed of advanced knowledge such as alchemy and magic is increased by 40%. Bond, dwarf. When the number of dwarves exceeds 20, intelligence increases by 10%. When it exceeds 40, intelligence increases by 15%. When it exceeds 60, intelligence increases by 20%. Introduction. A dwarf with great potential will have surprising talents once the hidden power in the body is activated. After Richard read the other party's attributes, his expression was quite subtle. A word emerged in his mind: ice and fire. The old dwarf's god-blood descendant and inherited knowledge skills made him jealous. They are top-notch skills. But apart from these two skills, the rest are all garbage. This seems to explain the current situation of the dwarf from the side. Unlimited potential pool life. If it is not out of helplessness, how can a combat hero learn a skill like tailoring? Richard sighed slightly. Racial talent and bond are not bad. If the bloodline is activated again, the seal of the two top skills can be broken. I'm afraid that this old dwarf will become the top hero in an instant. He looked at the other dwarfs. After a glance, he found that the skill of the descendant of the blood of God on other dwarfs was only super A level, and the upper limit of the potential upgrade was also reduced to A level. The temporary level upgrade was also reduced to 1 level, and the attributes of various aspects were also reduced to varying degrees. But even so, within 20 minutes, the energy in the body is not exhausted, and the feature of immunity to death is still a bug. But what made him a little regretful was that the skill of knowledge inheritance was not seen on other dwarfs. In the hall, except for the old dwarf, no one else was a hero unit. This was obviously the main reason. After a little sigh, Richard looked at the old dwarf. What he valued most was not the opponent's combat power, but the knowledge inheritance. Brown had mentioned before that the dwarf had not learned alchemy, but could answer many alchemy problems that he didn't know. Obviously, it was also thanks to this skill. Twilight City is not short of high-end combat power now, but it lacks scientific researchers. The other party's attributes gave him a new idea. In Solon City, 5-star strategic treasures can be sold for millions of rare resources. Using 1 million rare resources to exchange for a powerful hero unit, this deal is not a loss. Moreover, he still has a lot of dark crystals in his hands, which can completely train ordinary dwarves into heroes. Thinking of this, he looked at the old dwarf. Besides you, are there any other dwarves? The old dwarf said bitterly. When we decided to join you, some of our tribesmen had a huge disagreement with us, so half of them stayed in the garrison. Richard nodded and looked at Brown, who had not spoken. Brown, you have someone take those dwarves back to the Crucible City, and don't let any casualties occur. Brown nodded immediately. Then he asked the two dwarves to lead the way, and turned to go down. Richard looked around, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "Are you willing to live on the surface?" This made all the dwarves' eyes light up. In the underground world, the surface is synonymous with richness, safety, and hope. Almost all the dungeon life has an obsession with the surface. Great lord, we are willing. In the end, the old dwarf was the representative. Very good, believe me, you will sincerely feel honored for your choice today. After going to the surface, I will activate the key function of the statue and give you power again. This immediately excited the dwarf. Thank you for your kindness. Praise you, great lord. Richard nodded, said nothing more, and waved his hand to let everyone disperse. Although there are still many details to ask these dwarves, they are not important. Just leave it to the subordinates. After the room was cleared, Richard's eyes were placed on the statue of the dwarf god again. Feeling the breath of the statue, his heart moved slightly. The statue is extraordinary, but it makes him not know where to start for a while. The soul of the dwarf god, needless to say, is naturally priceless. But the biggest question is, how should this thing be used? Can the soul hidden inside be forced out? Letting the statue of the ancient god devour it is a bit of a waste of resources. It seems that all the top treasures in my hands have this common problem. The plain stone is like this, the world tree seed is like this, and now this dwarf god statue is still like this. Richard smiled bitterly and shook his head. Others are afraid of not having good things, but he has too many good things and doesn't know how to use them at all. After retracting his thoughts, he focused on the key issue. The most critical point now is the Crimson Moon. As long as we can find the Crimson Moon, all problems can be solved. I wonder if Chris, the little girl, has made any progress. He shook his head and didn't dwell on it. It's only about 2.5 months. Even if the trace of the Crimson Moon cannot be found during this period, with the strength of the Dusk City, it can also get a share of the upcoming changes. Isn't the power he has accumulated for so long just to deal with these emergencies? Chapter 390, Alchemy Technology Vision. Under Richard's strong will, the next morning, a group of more than 60 god-blood dwarfs were brought back to Twilight City by Brown. When Richard arrived, he found that the old dwarf Rand was already there. Both sides were looking at their companions with complicated eyes. Seeing Richard surrounded by a group of people, the dwarf controlled by the mechanical puppet immediately panicked. He lowered his head in fear and didn't dare to look directly at Richard. Richard nodded to the old dwarf who saluted him and didn't talk nonsense to the captured dwarfs. He opened the attribute panel directly and checked the attributes. After a circle, a total of 3 heroes were found, one of which had a potential of C level, and the other 2 were D level. Without exception, these 3 heroes all have the 2 top skills of legendary god blood descendant and transcendent air level knowledge inheritance. They are not the skills of ordinary dwarfs after being castrated. I must have thought it was indeed because of whether they were heroes. In this way, investing 1 million rare resources in these dwarfs must have a lot of benefits. Retracting my gaze, I looked at the old dwarf. Rand, all the dwarves are under your management. Take care of your internal affairs. If you have any problems, ask Brown to solve them. Richard gave them a warning and ignored them. He didn't need to do anything to subdue a few dwarves. What are the identities of these dwarves? Are they worthy of him asking for help? Even if the god of the dwarves is still there, it's just that. Not to mention that now the dwarves even have their own souls under his control. Yes, great master. The old dwarf replied respectfully, not daring to say anything more. The other dwarves didn't even dare to fart in front of the fierce and powerful surface lord. What else can they do except wait for the other party to decide their fate? After the dwarf left, Brown came to Richard excitedly and told him a good news. Master, the mechanical transportation manufacturing workshop you ordered to be built has been completed. Richard's eyes lit up. How to travel quickly in the desert has always been a big problem in the glorious era, where transportation is not convenient. The flying troops have limited carrying capacity and they also have to serve in important combat positions. It is impossible to devote all of them to transportation. Normal means of transportation must still be available. Sandworms that can reach a length of 100 meters and can drill into the sand are the best power. For this reason, he built the 4-star air blueprint obtained in the dungeon, the transportation machinery manufacturing workshop in the Furnace City. The purpose is to produce the corresponding tools as quickly as possible. Conquering the underground world is not the end, but ruling this area and enjoying various hidden conveniences are the ultimate goal. Brown led the way in front, and Richard followed behind. Walking in the dungeon full of mechanical punk style, his mood was also a little subtle. If those fans come to such a place, I'm afraid they will directly have a spiritual climax. The mixture of machinery and exotic customs is very impressive. What can alchemy do? For the natives of Glorious Era, this question is just like asking the Blue Star people what physical chemistry can do. Alchemy is a different world science that conforms to the rules of Glorious Era and can change the world. For Richard, the Grey Dwarves are such a group of races who have studied alchemy deeply. Although this race is arrogant, greedy, cowardly, timid, selfish, and almost all the negative characteristics of intelligent life are reflected in them. However, their talent for alchemy, that is beyond the reach of ordinary people, is enough to make them win a place in the City of Dusk. As for how to use alchemy, Richard has always had his own ideas. However, the biggest problem at present is that the accumulation of alchemy in the Furnace City is not enough to achieve the effect he wants. He can only take it step by step. In front of the huge mechanical transportation manufacturing workshop, in a courtyard with an exaggerated area, 3 machines with extremely special structures are placed at this time. The three machines are exactly the same in appearance, 10 meters high, 20 meters wide, and 30 meters long, divided into 3 layers of upper, middle and lower. It looks like a canoe and is streamlined. Interestingly, there is a giant hook in front and behind it, which looks like the connection between the carriages of a train. When Richard was about to ask, Brown pointed at the special machine in front of him and said loudly, "Master, this is the mechanical boat we designed for sandworms. We adopted a special segmented design. If the transport volume is small, we can separate the mechanical boat. If the transport volume is large, we can use hooks to connect multiple sections of the mechanical boat to increase the carrying capacity. If the 3-story building is not needed, it can be completely dismantled, leaving only the base of the mechanical boat, which can meet the transportation needs of large materials. And the front is specially designed for the sandworm's body shape. The size can be adjusted automatically and will not fall off. Not only that, we have also reserved magic space in the mechanical boat, and it can be enchanted later." Looking at Brown, who was talking freely, Richard looked quite happy. My goodness, just looking at the appearance of this thing, you can tell how impressive the transport volume is. The loading capacity of a mechanical boat is at least comparable to that of a brigade of skeleton blood dragons. This thing is simply a desert train. Since I got the 4-star air blueprint of the transportation machinery manufacturing workshop, it has been several months, and finally there is a result. The foundation of the Great Wharf is indeed strong. Yes, he is very satisfied. Master, although the mechanical boat has taken shape, there are still many difficulties that need to be improved, and the sandworms need to cooperate in further research. Richard nodded. I will dispatch a few more sandworms for your research. As he said that, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The birth of the machine suddenly reminded him that the development direction of alchemy in Glorious Era seemed to be born for battle. The research on people's livelihood can only be described as unremarkable. The root cause is that Glorious Era is full of dangers. The field army bases that are refreshed every week, the terrifying monsters in the dimensional plane, demons, the endless abyss, the 9 layers of purgatory, the undead, etc. This world is never safe. Maslow's need theory. Survival and safety are always the most basic and basic needs. So when your own safety is threatened, whether actively or passively, you must invest resources to improve your own safety and ensure survival. This is the most basic logic of military competition. The same is true for alchemy technology. It's not that other people are stupid, but the environment requires it. If you hoard food and the enemy next door hoards guns, then everything you do is meaningless. So basically all forces will focus on developing military forces. Even the development of Twilight City has been the same. This mechanical boat, which is somewhat similar to a train, was originally intended to transport troops, but when it comes to transportation, it can completely reduce the communication costs between the 2 regions. Civilian and military use can be switched seamlessly. This made him think of a question that most people can think of. If that's the case, why can't alchemy be used to do more? For example, making special mechanical puppets to mine ores, forging weapons, designing special machinery to cultivate farmland, and developing mechanical modules to produce goods. Other forces may be forced to engage in an arms race and have to invest all their resources in improving the strength of the army. But he has an underground world, and Twilight City is in the desert, and the surrounding environment is relatively safe. There is room for him to develop. Richard touched his chin. Although the technology of Glorious Era is completely different from that of Blue Star, and the basic rules are also different, but it doesn't seem to be too difficult to localize some of Blue Star's products that have a significant impact on life and use alchemy technology to achieve them. Isn't the natural environment of the underground world bad? Then is it feasible to directly change the environment by planting in greenhouses? Following this direction, Richard instantly felt that there was a lot of potential for this direction. Alchemy is a top discipline that can be as famous as magic. Retracting his thoughts, he looked at Brown. The sandworms have not yet fully grown, and their size will change in the future. Did you take this into account in your design? Master, the mechanical boat was finalized after many discussions. Please rest assured. Brown said this with confidence. To become the overlord of the underground world and rule a large area for hundreds of years, The Grey Dwarf's talents and alchemy accumulation can be called strong. After the occupation of the Furnace City, although there were many casualties, a large number of Grey Dwarf talents were gathered from other areas. Richard nodded. After organizing his words, he recounted his idea of developing livelihood technology, and finally said, "Alchemy has the potential to create miracles, not just in the military, transforming the natural environment, turning an unsuitable environment into one that suits us. This should be the ability of alchemy." Brown opened his eyes wide and looked at Richard with surprise. "Master, few people pay attention to this aspect now. In fact, when alchemy was first born, it was used to transform the environment and improve production efficiency," he said with some surprise. "Your wisdom is really admirable. Alchemy greenhouse, alchemy mining, alchemy forging. I have a feeling that, if we really develop in this direction, one day we will be able to achieve results that will amaze everyone." Richard smiled and was quite pleased with Brown's acceptance of this aspect. There was also some expectation in his heart. Perhaps some smart players have already started similar attempts. However, it is difficult for players to have an entire underground world as a test field. It is also difficult to have a large city like the Crucible City as a base, and it is even more difficult to have a race like the Grey Dwarfs who have accumulated hundreds of years of technology to work for him. If he activates the statue of the dwarf god again, he will have a group of dwarves with knowledge inheritance to participate in it. Bloodhoof City manufactures weapons, and Forge City studies alchemy. The two largest cities in the underground world will compete for hegemony again. The prize for this victory will be Richard's praise. This will determine their future status in the City of Dusk. No one dares to ignore the will of the master. After a tour of the Forge City, Richard was in a good mood. The Forge City has been on the right track, and the regime of the Grey Dwarfs seems to have completely fallen into nothingness. The City of Dusk gradually left its mark here. The Grey Dwarf's timely style of doing things has allowed his will to be best implemented here. As long as the City of Dusk controls the underground world for one day, the Grey Dwarfs will serve it obediently. October 18th. After Richard arranged the affairs of the underground world, he quietly returned to the surface. Bloodhoof City has Cyril in charge, and Forge City has Brown in command. Both of them are capable of executing orders, so he doesn't need to keep a close eye on them all the time. When he left the underground world, he did not disturb the sleeping ancient tree. He brought out all the god blood dwarves. The total number was just enough for a squadron. There were many dwarves in this world, but perhaps only the one in his hand had the blood of the gods. Although Richard intended to send these dwarves to the Crucible City and let them cooperate with the Grey Dwarfs to study alchemy. But before that, he had to activate the blood in their bodies. However, 1 million units of rare resources made him feel troubled. In the player trading market, 1 unit of rare resources can now be exchanged for 500 units of ordinary resources. This is not a small amount. Ordinary resources have a large output, and various mineral veins are refreshed every week. Even if it is a low-level force, it can accumulate a lot by mining alone after a period of development. Rare resources are different. Not only are they refreshed less, but the output is also less. In the Lord's mansion, Richard listened to Kalu's report while thinking about where to earn the 1 million rare resources. When Kalu stopped, he withdrew some of his thoughts. Just arrange the dwarves normally, don't worry too much. After their blood is activated, keep the useful ones, and send the useless ones back to the underground world. Kalu replied. After knowing that the dwarves all had the blood of gods flowing in their bodies, he was a little unsure about Richard's attitude towards them. After getting the confirmation, he felt relieved. Richard seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and turned his head to look at his side. Looking at the empty ground, his eyes moved slightly. Has Sinner sent back any news? Kalu shook his head. Not yet. Maybe they have just arrived at the Krina tribe. Richard did not comment. He was used to Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie guarding him, and it was really a bit uncomfortable to leave them suddenly. I hope that the two can step onto a higher level when they come back next time. Seeing that Richard did not ask any more questions, Kalu continued to speak. Sir, 2 hours ago, Weya sent back a letter. He took out the opened letter from his arms and handed it over. As the political official of Twilight City, this letter was originally written to him to communicate with him, so it is normal to open it. Richard did not take it, but waved his hand. Just get to the point. Yes. Kalu's tone became solemn. Most of the matters are about how to develop the Violet Chamber of Commerce. We have already replied to Weir. Only one of the proposals requires your decision. Seeing Kalu's serious tone, Richard also perked up a bit. What new ideas does Weir have? Kalu said in a serious voice. Weir suggested that we use the characteristic of Twilight City, that it will not get lost in the desert to develop trade. Richard was a little confused. Wasn't this a plan that had been in place for a long time? Why did he have to tell him specifically? Kalu's voice did not pause. In addition to ordinary trade, Weir suggested that Dusk City be made into the core city of the Death Desert, so that all the goods in the entire Death Desert can be circulated through Dusk City. Dusk City can form its own transport caravan and use our characteristic of not getting lost to help other forces transport goods out of the Death Desert. In addition, we can also train special guides to show the way for the chambers of commerce of other forces. The Death Desert has a large number of restricted areas. Those terrifying areas will make all maps and magic items invalid. The characteristic that we will never get lost in the Death Desert is an incomparable advantage. Richard heard this, and his expression was a little subtle. Isn't this just logistics? Moreover, the Furnace City just happened to manufacture mechanical boats suitable for large-scale transportation. Did Weir get the news in advance? Chapter 391 Love of a Lifetime. After a busy day, Sam left the blacksmith shop. His hair was a mess like a chicken coop, and his clothes were even more shabby, which made people frown. He looked like a wandering beggar, extremely embarrassed. With only one arm, this appearance did not give people a very good feeling. But Sam did not care about these, still holding his chest and shining his eyes. The residents who passed by him did not show him strange eyes, but were full of envy and respect. Because the grey clothes on his body were the uniform specially designed by the tailor shop for the blacksmith shop. In the whole Dusk City, only the staff of the blacksmith shop are qualified to wear them. That is the blacksmith shop, the most prestigious place in the Dusk City, nothing else. The clothes of the blacksmith shop are divided into 3 levels: apprentice, forger and more advanced forging master. What he wore was the exclusive clothes of the top forging master, which was a symbol of status. In the whole Dusk City, only he and Andal had it. Sam's steps were very brisk, and he hummed an unknown light tune. He didn't know what the tune was called, but he occasionally heard it from Shanna. Because the girl liked it, he liked it too. Thinking of the figure waiting for him at home, his steps could not help but be faster. He had been in the blacksmith shop for a week and wanted to research the special attack technology before going back. But he had to come out now because today was very special. Shanna's birthday. In fact, he didn't know when Shanna's birthday was, and he didn't even know his own birthday. The reason why today was his birthday was because he regarded the day they met as their common birthday. For him, this was even more important than his birthday. Because on the day he met Shanna, there was light in his grey life. The appearance of the girl gave him, who was sinking in the darkness, expectations, hope, and the strength to live. To outsiders, he had been taking care of Shanna, but only he knew it. It was the girl who could no longer see this world who was supporting him, and she was his support. The light in his eyes became more gentle. Think about how crazy and suffocating it was for a disabled man with only one arm to cross the Death Desert with a blind girl a few months ago. But for her, he was not afraid of any difficulties. Fortunately, he made this choice at the beginning. Thinking of this, Sam's face showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the original decision, he would not be discovered by the City of Dusk, nor would he come to this great city, and he would not become a respected top blacksmith. Sir Richard whispered this name in his heart. His eyes showed a scorching light. It was the master of this territory who gave him everything. He will never forget that his soul belongs to his girl, but his life has already belonged to this city. If necessary, he will stand on the city wall without hesitation to protect this city and give everything for Sir Richard. Sam, you come back so early today. A crisp voice with surprise beside him interrupted Sam's thoughts. Subconsciously turning his head to look, a girl with a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. The other party was wearing a pure white dress, and a pair of big blue eyes seemed to be carved out of gems, which made people tremble. Her face is exquisite and perfect. Her temperament is elegant and lively. Even the most demanding people can hardly find any flaws. Sam didn't dare to look at her anymore, avoiding her sight unnaturally, and said with a somewhat stiff voice, "Miss Helena, good day. Today is Sana's birthday, so I came back a little early." Hearing this, the smile on the girl's face faded slightly, and she smiled reluctantly. "It's great. I didn't expect Miss Sana's birthday to be today." Her eyes were slightly dim as she said that. "Then, I'll go back, and won't bother you anymore." Sam said and nodded blankly. "Okay, Miss Helena, goodbye." Seeing that the other party didn't say anything to stop her, the girl lowered her head and turned away sullenly. Sam didn't think much about it and regained his happiness and walked to go home. But before he walked far, a middle-aged man with a big belly and fat body stopped him. The other party was wearing a black robe and looked quite wealthy. Sam smiled softly when he saw the person coming. "Uncle Odd, good day." The middle-aged man named Odd smiled. "Sam, good day." He looked around. "Didn't you meet Helena just now?" Sam pointed in another direction. "Yes." Miss Helena went back. The middle-aged man showed a subtle expression on his face. "You didn't talk?" Sam shook his head. "I have already greeted her, and today is Sana's birthday. I'm in a hurry to go back." "Understandable." He looked Sam up and down. Although the other party's clothes were covered with dust, his high spirits were not to be underestimated. After thinking for a while, he stepped forward, approached Sam, and lowered his voice a little. "Sam, what did you think about what I told you before? Helena is a famous girl in Twilight City. Her appearance and education are both top choices. There are many young men who want to pursue her." Sam shook his head decisively. "Thank you for your appreciation, Uncle Odd. I already have Sana." The middle-aged man said disapprovingly. "I didn't ask you to give up Shanna. Shanna is a good girl. You can still be with her after you marry Helena," he said arrogantly. "Men, what's wrong with marrying several wives? Especially for an excellent man like you. You are the pillar of the blacksmith shop. Even Lord Richard treats you differently. You have unlimited potential in the future. You can't just marry Shanna in your life. You have to marry other girls, right? In that case, why can't you marry Helena back? If you are worried that Shanna will not agree, it's okay. I will help you talk to her. Believe me, she will understand." Sam was slightly stunned by the other party's retort. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head at the middle-aged man. "Uncle Odd, I think you may not understand me. There are many good-looking, smart, and beautiful girls in this world, but that has nothing to do with me. I only want Shanna. Having her is enough," he said with happiness on his face. "Sana is everything to me. No girl in this world can compare to her. No." The middle-aged man who had vowed so solemnly finally froze. She looked at him incomprehensibly. When their eyes met, he saw the other's incomparable love for a person in his eyes. The mountains and seas collapsed and could not be moved. The middle-aged man, who did not believe that anyone could resist such temptation, fell silent. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. "Maybe I underestimated you, Sam." She reached out and patted his shoulder. "Sana is a good girl. It must be the blessing of the goddess that she can get your favor." Sam smiled and shook his head. "No, Uncle Ode, it is my honor to be with Shanna. Without her, perhaps I would have become a rotting corpse long ago. She is my light." After a moment, the middle-aged man looked at the figure with brisk steps disappearing at the end of the street, and there was inexplicable envy in his eyes. It must be very happy to love someone so firmly. After the other person's figure disappeared, he lowered his head and pulled up his sleeves a little. A crystal bracelet full of impurities was tied around his wrist. There was a bit of reminiscence in his eyes. Sam will definitely become a big man in the future. He may marry you to be his wife, but he may not have only one wife. Who of those big men doesn't have several women? Besides, in your situation, being with him will only delay him. Sam is now a top figure in Twilight City. He often doesn't come back for several days during this period. Doesn't this mean something? The greater the gap in status between you, the more difficult it is to maintain this relationship. Sana, maybe you haven't discovered that Sam has gradually forgotten you. He has a better life and will no longer put you first. You are no longer that important to him. And you also know that he met a girl named Helena some time ago, and the girl likes him very much. She has a pair of bright eyes, can play an instrument called kronkin, her singing is particularly beautiful, and her father is a big man in the logistics department. They are the most suitable couple. In the bright house, a young man in his early 20s was looking at the girl with unfocused eyes sitting on the stool. The boy was tall and had shiny golden hair. His eyes were full of intoxication. He emphasized his tone a little, trying to increase his persuasiveness. I'm different, Sana. I only want you in my life. I swear to the goddess, from the day I saw you, your appearance has been engraved in my soul. You are the only love of my life. I have become an employee of the food workshop. I will work hard and make a lot of money to help you treat your eyes. I will accompany you after get off work every day. I will never let you be ignored for many days. Sana. After listening to the boy's words, Sana, who had been silent for a long time, slowly raised her head and looked at the figure in front of her seriously. Her tone was firm. Daniel, I'm sorry, please forgive my directness. Sam is not the kind of person you said. In the future, please don't say bad things about Sam in front of me. I don't like him. Sam is my lover and my only one. Besides him, I will never fall in love with anyone else in this life. No, in the next life. Daniel, considering that we have known each other for a few years and you have helped Sam and me a lot, today I will pretend that nothing happened. You can go. The boy raised his voice unwillingly. Sana, don't you understand? Love is mutual. Sam may be holding hands with Helena outside the city to watch the sunrise and sunset. Otherwise, why didn't you come back for a week? Although the work in the blacksmith shop is busy, it is impossible that I can't spare a little time. Today is your birthday. I can always accompany you. The girl's face became a little cold. Daniel, I warn you for the last time, don't say anything bad about Sam again. You don't need to worry about how Sam does things. Even if it's just 1 month, a year, or even never coming back, I can't accept you. I love Sam more than my life and soul. Looking at that unshakable face, the boy's heart felt like it was cut by a knife. He opened and closed his lips several times, but couldn't speak anymore. In the end, the whole person seemed to have his soul taken away. He sighed, staggered, and left with a look of disappointment. The girl ignored the other's departure, still thinking about her boy in her mind. Sam must be very busy these days. I made his favorite honey bread today. I'll ask Aunt Sana to take me to the blacksmith shop later, thinking that she would see him later. The girl immediately showed a bright smile on her face. Just as she was groping to get up, the sound of the door being pushed open was heard, and a familiar sound of footsteps came into her ears. The girl showed a bit of surprise on her face, and subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. Sam, you're back. His tone was filled with indescribable joy. The girl, who hadn't been very angry just now, was like a statue that had been given life and was full of spirit. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of spring flowers. It was fascinating. Sam looked at his beloved girl and smiled brightly. He stepped forward and took out a bouquet of white flowers from his back with one hand. He led the other to take it with one hand. Happy birthday, Sana. The girl held the flowers in her hand and sniffed them lightly. Smelling the fragrance of the flowers, her face was full of smiles, and she said with surprise, "White moonflower. Sam, where did you get the white moonflower? This is a desert." Sam smiled. "Do you like it?" The girl nodded vigorously and held it in her arms happily, not wanting to let go. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, the girl felt that the figure in front of her seemed to squat on the ground, and one of her hands was held by the other. Just as she was wondering, a mellow and gentle voice sounded. "Sana, today is our birthday, and it is also the day we met. This day is like a rebirth for me. It is because of your appearance that my life has been given new meaning. I hope to be by your side forever in the days to come, to protect you, to care for you, and to love you. I hope to be your husband and the father of our children. I hope to be able to hold your hand when I'm 80 years old and gray-haired. Sana, my love, I hope you can marry me." As soon as the voice fell, the girl only felt the coolness of the ring on her ring finger. At this moment, an indescribable sense of happiness surged from the bottom of her heart. Tears could not be suppressed and slid down. The voice was trembling uncontrollably. Sam. Are you serious? Sam's tone was solemn and hot. I have never been so serious in my life. Are you willing to be my bride? Wow, I do. The girl could no longer hold back her excitement. She choked and pulled the boy up and hugged him tightly in her arms, smelling the scent of the other person. At this moment, she felt that it was worth it even if she died. Sam whispered in the girl's ear with a trembling voice. Sana, when we were trapped in the death desert, I was very scared. I was not afraid of death, but I was afraid that when I died, I would not make you my wife. At that time, I was thinking that if we could leave the death desert alive, I would definitely propose to you immediately. Fortunately, the goddess favored us, and Lord Richard pulled us back from the hands of the god of death and brought us to Twilight City. Later, the Lord gave me powerful power and gave me everything. Now, I finally have the ability to take care of you. Since the day I came to Twilight City, I have been thinking about this moment. The wish has finally come true. I'm willing to die at this moment. Sana, I love you. The girl was intoxicated when she heard the most straightforward and passionate words in her heart. Choking with sobs and excitement, she could no longer speak complete words. The only way to respond was to hug the boy harder in her arms, as if to rub him into her body. After a long time, she sobbed and whispered, Sam, we will have a future. You still have to work for Twilight City and make greater achievements to repair Lord Richard. We must live well together. Live until the day when Twilight City becomes the pearl of the desert, and live until the day when we can no longer walk. Sam hugged the girl tightly. Yes, we must live well. Twilight City has not yet become the immortal city, and Lord Richard has not yet become the master of the death desert. The favor we owe has not yet been repaid. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Black Condensed Ice Cream. After careful consideration, Richard still felt that Waya's proposal to build a core logistics city in Dusk City was feasible. However, this plan cannot be carried out at present. Dusk City is not suitable to be exposed to outsiders. In the later stage, it may be possible to develop by taking advantage of the characteristic of not getting lost, but this core logistics city cannot be Dusk City. The current Dusk City is not yet able to cope with the pressure from the outside world, and the characteristic of not being afraid of getting lost is simply an irresistible attraction for the forces around the death desert. Before there is sufficient strength, rashly exposing this characteristic is like a child carrying gold through a busy city, and there is a high probability that there will be no good results. It's not too late to develop this idea when the strength is sufficient in the later stage. Now, Dusk City has the power to travel freely in the death desert. If we dig deep, we will definitely be able to gain considerable benefits from it. Thinking of this, Richard rubbed his forehead. Originally, the Death Desert was impassable, and there was a lot of business to be done in it, but because of the appearance of players, the price difference in most areas has been eliminated. It's unlikely that the price difference in some areas is 100 times. A market that can trade freely has changed many rules. The arrival of players can be said to have fundamentally changed the way of business in Glorious Era. Even with a handling fee of up to 30%, a lot of costs can be saved by relying on a timely and direct transaction method. Before, due to inconvenient transportation, the price difference of items in a far-flung area could reach tens or hundreds of times. But after the appearance of players, this situation was directly killed. Even some players who lost their territory specifically explored unfamiliar maps to find the price difference of goods. Retracting his thoughts, he said slowly, I'll make plans for this matter when I have a chance in the future. Kalu nodded and stopped worrying about it. The reason he hesitated was that although this plan was good, it was obviously not the right time now. After thinking about it, he changed the subject. Sir, the food workshop has recently developed a special food using a magical plant from the underground world. After eating it, it makes people feel very cool. I think it has great potential. Richard became interested. The food workshop, as the earliest architectural drawing he got, has been established for more than half a year. The resources invested during this period are too numerous to count. Last time I heard that the food workshop had made progress. Now, it finally has a product that can be presented. However, given the poor performance of the food workshop before, he decided to see the finished product before making a comment. Let someone bring that food over. Yes. Kalu immediately turned around and left. Not long after, he entered the hall with a young man who looked excited and nervous. Richard saw 3 conspicuous porcelain bowls on the tray held by the other party at first glance. There was a black jelly-like item in the bowl. It looked ordinary and unappetizing. Sir, this is the product developed by the food workshop, black condensed ice cream. Would you like to try it? Seeing that Richard had no expression, Kalu was a little nervous. Whether it would succeed or not, he would have to judge it. Bring it here. Although Richard was somewhat reluctant, he had been scolded once before by the food workshop. They couldn't trick him again this time, right? The young man came to him respectfully holding the tray, his eyes full of expectation. Richard didn't rush to taste it, but opened the attribute panel to look at it first. Black condensed ice cream level. 1-star features. After eating, it can restore 20% of physical strength within 10 minutes. Introduction. Magic food made from special plants. 1-star item. Richard was relieved. Although the level is not high, it can't be too bad, right? He picked up a bowl casually and took a quick look. There was no difference between the black condensed ice cream and the black jelly. They were both very chewy. He put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. There was no special strange smell, but a faint sweetness. This made him feel relieved. If it was not sour, he would never fall for this kind of evil again. He picked up the spoon next to him and scooped half a spoonful. Slowly put it into his mouth. Kalu and the 2 young men were all worried at this moment. Afraid that Richard would put down the bowl and curse in the next second. Richard thought that the black condensed ice cream tasted like jelly. But in the next second, a sweet and refreshing taste burst out, and the taste was extremely wonderful. At the same time, a strong icy breath escaped as he chewed, sweeping the whole body. The coolness instantly dispelled the heat in the body, and unlike the coldness of ice cubes, this kind of coolness was more like blowing an air conditioner at 20 degrees. Just right. The whole person suddenly became energetic. Richard's eyes lit up. Good stuff. This thing is simply 100 times more cooling than any ice cream popsicle. I couldn't help but scoop another spoonful to experience the icy feeling again. In 2 or 3 bites, a bowl of black condensed ice cream was directly finished. Richard put down the porcelain bowl with an unsatisfied look and looked at the 2 people with burning eyes. Kalu was in a good mood. Looking at the action just now, I knew that the other party must be very satisfied. Sir Richard, what do you think? Richard reached out and patted the shoulder of the young man holding the tray. He laughed. Good stuff. The food workshop didn't let me down. The black condensed ice cream has a bright future. This is the scorching hot death dessert. This kind of food that can make people feel refreshed is definitely a top killer for people in hot areas. When it's hot as hell, a bowl of black condensed ice cream can instantly relieve the heat. Just think about it, and you will know that this thing will definitely have a market. Compared with its heat relieving and heat removing property, the 1-star rating, and the effect of restoring 20% of physical strength are secondary. Hearing Richard's praise, the young man's face flushed with excitement. Kalu also smiled brightly. Sir, do we need to increase the production of black condensed ice cream? Increase, as much as possible. Richard smiled and asked, as if he suddenly thought of something. What is the production cost of each bowl of black condensed ice cream? Kalu looked at the young man. Sir, the black condensed ice cream was developed by Bicky. Let Bicky report to you. After seeing Richard nod, the young man suppressed his excitement and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the lord of the city, the main raw material of the black condensed ice cream is a magic plant you brought back from the underground before, frost grass. This magic plant has very strange magical properties. From the outside, it doesn't look strange, but it contains a hidden ice magic power. After touching it, it will freeze people. And as long as it is handled properly, the ice magic power can be preserved. With this frost grass as a core, and combined with other 30 kinds of ordinary plants, it can be made into black condensed ice cream through 12 procedures such as grinding, filtering, and steaming. At this point, the other party paused for a while before continuing. Frost grass is the main cost of black condensed ice cream, but we don't know the value of this magic plant. Richard had an idea after hearing this. It seems that the wealth of the underground world is far more than what it seems. We still have to increase the development efforts. Not only should we get the superficial benefits, but we should also collect the rare plants and special animals. They may be used. After coming to his senses, he gave an order directly. Call Rand Augustus and go to the food workshop to get the frost grass. Yes. Not long after, Rand, the old dwarf, entered the hall with a nervous mood. Richard didn't waste any words when he saw him and directly handed him the frost grass he had just got. Rand, do you know this magical plant? The old dwarf reached out to take it, just glanced at it, and raised his head. He was a little puzzled. Master, this is frost grass, which grows near swamps and water sources. It contains a special magical energy. It can make you feel cold after touching it. Apart from that, it seems to have no other use. Richard became more interested. Is this magical plant rare underground? The old dwarf looked a little strange. Rare? This is not everywhere in the underground world, but it is available wherever there is water. Great lord, what do you need the frost grass for? Anywhere there is water? Richard's expression was a little subtle. He shook his head, retracted his thoughts, and pointed to the bowl on the tray. Try the latest top-grade food developed by the food workshop, black condensed ice cream. The old dwarf looked at the black gelatinous substance, and although he was a little skeptical in his heart, he still took a quick bite. After the black condensed ice cream entered his mouth, his body trembled and shivered directly. The whole person showed an extremely happy expression. It was too cool. He couldn't help but eat a few more bites. Finally, after the bottom of the bowl was scooped out, he was reluctant to put the spoon down. He looked at Richard with surprise. Lord, what kind of food is this? It's so delicious, and the icy breath is simply fascinating. Although there is an ice and snow elf statue, the temperature of Dusk City has been kept constant, but the desert is a desert after all. It is still hot and unbearable when leaving the city. The feeling of icy whole body is simply irresistible in the hot environment. The old dwarf was halfway through his speech when he looked at the frost grass in his hand and immediately came to his senses. I didn't expect that this inconspicuous magical plant could be made into such a delicacy. Richard looked at the other party's amazed expression and suddenly had an idea. Rand, all dwarves will temporarily join the food workshop to find special magical plants in the underground world for the food workshop to try to develop new food. Before the divine blood in their bodies was unsealed, the power of these dwarves was not strong enough. In this case, it is better to make the best use of them. Even if the other party has no knowledge inheritance, he has lived in the underground world for such a long time, and he has experience in this area. After speaking, he looked at the young man holding the tray. Bitchy, you did a good job this time. The black condensed ice cream has a great significance for the city of Dusk. This time, the research and development work will continue to be left to you. He just took a look and found that this young man named Bucky was actually a B-level life hero. After asking Kalu, he knew that the other party had automatically become a hero unit a week ago. This is a rare talent. In addition, you have to collect recipes from the underground world and foods with special effects and flavors. Find valuable ones for improvement and research and development. Glorious Era is a world with magic. Many plants have special effects, which makes the taste of food more creative. For example, black condensed ice cream is a unique specialty in this world. On Blue Star, even if you suck 10 ice creams, you can't let your souls be covered with cold air. After thinking in this direction, Richard felt that his mind was opened. Since there are magical plants with full coldness, are there any that are hot all over? Hot areas can be sold, but cold areas can't be viewed with tinted glasses. The old dwarf is obviously a smart man. He immediately realized the deep meaning of Richard's order. He answered very firmly, "Yes, great master. We will do our best for Twilight City." The last slogan sounded a bit abrupt, but for the old dwarf, it was from the heart. Although he has not been in Twilight City for a long time, this city gives him an unprecedented feeling. Vibrant and hopeful. It seems that all the beautiful adjectives are appropriate here. In the dark and disordered underground world, the strong prey on the weak, and they can fight each other for a piece of bread. The difference between the two is so clear and dirty that it is difficult to describe in words. If the underground world is a chaotic jungle of flesh and blood, then this is an orderly paradise. Maybe he came to the surface out of helplessness before, but after feeling this completely different environment, he really wanted to integrate into this territory with the dwarf. Richard was about to speak when he suddenly heard a private message prompt. Open the chat panel. A new message popped up on it immediately. It was sent by a lion player with the ID of Hyena among the players he met in Solan City this time. Hyena, Boss King Q, are you still in Solan City? A large number of abyss demons suddenly appeared in a collapsed ruins in the southern area. A large number of players have gathered there. We are preparing to form a team to take a look. Do you want to join us? Rotten tree in collapsed ruins? Richard frowned. A bad feeling rose in his heart. After asking in detail, it turned out to be the location of the rotten tree. There have been too many things happening recently, and with the departure of Inna and the Dark Valkyrie, the ancient godly tree, and Alvis sleeping, his power has been greatly reduced, so he has not had time to go to investigate. Why did it suddenly change? What is the specific situation? Hyena, I don't know. Now I only heard that a large number of demons have poured out, and those demons have 5 times the experience of ordinary field soldiers, so many people have been attracted to go there. You go first, I will be there soon. If there is any situation, report to me as soon as possible. Hyena, okay, don't worry. After turning off the chat, Richard suppressed his doubts, looked at Kalu, and briefly told the matter of the rotten tree and the collapsed ruins. Finally said, I'm going there right away. You supervise the implementation of our plan. The value of a single black condensed ice cream may not be high, but this thing is a consumable. There is a huge market in the hot country, and it can definitely generate huge wealth. Send someone to find out the distribution, quantity, production cycle, and growth requirements of the frost grass. After the cost is calculated, send the finished black condensed ice cream to Solan City and hand it over to Wenia. Let her determine the price of the black condensed ice cream. In addition, Dusk City must also participate in the knowledge sharing system that Bloodhoof City is establishing. The underground world has accumulated hundreds of years of knowledge, and its knowledge reserves must be richer than ours. In addition, you must also follow up and find out the situation of the heroes and arms nests in the underground world. This is very important for controlling the underground world. The alchemical technology of the Crucible City is full of infinite possibilities. Brown is already exploring the application of alchemical technology in people's livelihood. You must cooperate with him. In the future, agriculture, mining, forging, and transportation can all be assisted by alchemical technology. Now, the food workshop can also benefit from the underground world, and we must strengthen exploration in this regard. Developing the underground world requires long-term stable resource investment and tremendous energy. In a short period of time, the output that can be obtained is probably limited. But as long as you persist, you will eventually be able to produce considerable results one day. Chapter 393, Lord of the Abyss, the King of Decay. Whoosh! Hundreds of skeleton blood dragons with wingspans of more than 20 meters flapped their broken wings and flew away from the City of Dusk. Behind them were 6 squadrons of stone statues of the dead. The residents below did not have any extra expressions when they saw this scene. No matter what happened, they firmly believed that the Great Master would return victoriously. This was the confidence that the City of Dusk had established for them after victory in the past 6 months. No one could break it. Because the heroes had their own tasks, Richard did not bring any heroes with him, except the statue of the ancient god. Gray and Gunter were left in the city to guard. Now he is no longer the weak lord who could only command from behind when he first entered the glorious era. With the increase of his personal combat power, his confidence is no longer the same as before. The army galloped at full speed in the direction of the collapsed ruins. Richard saw that the speed of the army did not reach the posture he wanted, so he simply mobilized the power of the yellow sand and attached it to the surface of the soldiers to provide them with additional thrust. This subtle movement greatly accelerated the flying speed of the army. The overall speed exceeded 400 kilometers per hour. Looking at the army behind him flying in a line, Richard felt a sense of accomplishment. This is all the wealth he has accumulated bit by bit. Especially the stone statue of the dead. This fusion soldier is really powerful. The stone statue of the dead is born at level 9, with brilliant potential of 3 stars. But its combat effectiveness is much stronger than the skeleton blood dragon with 1-star crown and 10 level of birth. He even has the confidence to rely on this army to defeat most players without going out in person. The process of rushing is always a bit boring. Richard had to communicate with the hyena players about the situation of the collapsed ruins while flying. It must be said that these guys are really good. With their own connections, they can accurately give him the real-time situation of the collapsed ruins. As time went on, the situation of the collapsed ruins gradually became worse. Although the number of players gathering was increasing, the pressure from the demons was even greater, and the players were forced to evacuate. On the morning of October 19th, after flying all night, Richard finally approached within 100 kilometers of his destination. Looking at the mark on the system map getting closer and closer, Richard also perked up. The news from last night never stopped. The ruins seemed to be connected to the bottomless abyss. A large number of high-level demons appeared in it. Players were even forced to retreat into the desert and were about to leave the collapsed ruins. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly in my ears. Ding, you have triggered the regional mission. The 333rd layer of the endless abyss has opened up a passage to the death desert. A large number of demons have appeared in the main plane, seriously endangering the safety of Solon City. The legendary strongman, Grand Duke Salon, has issued an order that all the God Grace Lords immediately send troops to eliminate the demons. Within 1000 kilometers around Solon City, all lords will be forced to accept the mission. Those who refuse to fulfill it will be regarded as indifferent by Solon City, and all contributions will be reset to 0. In the next 6 months, entering Solon City for transactions will be charged 5 times the tax. During the mission period, the experience gained from hunting demons will be increased by 5 times. Every time a demon is killed, a certain number of Solon City contribution points can be obtained, and the contribution points can be exchanged for high-level treasures in Solon City. The Lord who finally seals the Abyss Passage can be personally rewarded by the Lord of Solon City. The duration of this regional mission: 3 days. Regional mission? Richard's eyes lit up. This was the first time he encountered this type of mission. It looked quite interesting. But this mission only lasts for 3 days. This means that, if the demon problem is not solved after 3 days, Grand Duke Salon, the legendary ascetic, will personally take action. He has not seen a legendary strongman take action yet, and he wonders if he can see his style this time. He immediately increased the speed of flight. At this time, the private message sounded again. Hyena, Boss King Q, we have triggered a regional mission. Have you received it? Yes, I will be there in 20 minutes. Hyena was very excited. He could finally hug his thigh again. Okay, we'll wait for you. Quick, retreat quickly. Fuck, so many angry demons. We can't stop them. Be careful of the fire demons. The level of these demons has reached level 14. In a building ruin covering an area of tens of kilometers, a large number of players led their armies to fight the demons pouring out from the central area in the dilapidated ruins. Looking down from the sky, the demons were like a black tide, with hideous faces that made people's backs cold. Low roars like dying beasts resounded through the world. High-level demons even spoke with terrifying words of doom. The abyss breath, representing the most evil, was like a giant hand grabbing the neck, making it difficult to breathe. There were too many demons. There were countless low-level inferior demons and fallen demons, and high-level angry demons and fire demons were everywhere. In the outer area, the players led the army, like a reef, to resist the demons that were surging like waves. The priests of the sect camp continued to cast light magic. The human archers pulled the bows and arrows. The gunners of the fortress tribe pulled the trigger, and the flying axe warriors of the orcs were a variety of arms of various races that made people dizzy. However, there were too many demons. Although the players were also very tenacious, they were still forced to retreat step by step. Moreover, they came to hunt, earn contribution points and experience, and would not confront them head on, so they fought and retreated, and had no idea of fighting to the death with the demons. Richard saw this grand war scene that stretched for dozens of kilometers from thousands of meters away. Dozens of races, thousands of players, and hundreds of thousands of troops confronted the demon army head on. This scene was still relatively rare, but he was not interested in getting involved at this time. Contribution points are useful to him, but not so useful. Chris is still helping him look after the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Richard retracted his gaze and flew in another direction according to the coordinates given by the Hyenas. A few minutes later, he sensed the Hyenas hiding in a collapsed building. He drove the skeleton blood dragon under his seat to the front of the ruins. When the hyena, the bald man, the boss, the third and fourth brothers saw Richard coming, they immediately came out of the bunker excitedly. Kinky boss Richard looked down at the few people and said softly, "Do you know why the demons suddenly appeared?" The bald man said, "No, it's just that 2 days ago, a player suddenly sent a message saying that a large number of demons appeared here, and the experience was very high, so I paid extra attention to it. At first, the number of demons was still within the controllable range, but then it gradually became uncontrollable. After I noticed the abnormality, I asked the hyena to send you a message. Until the regional mission was triggered just now." Richard frowned slightly. He had heard from the player who discovered the rotten tree that this collapsed ruin had existed for a long time. Now it suddenly changed. Could it be related to the Crimson Moon? Although there was no necessary connection, it always gave him a very subtle feeling. Too many things had happened recently, making him a little sensitive. Don't get close to the central area. There may be extremely powerful demon heroes hiding in it. It's very dangerous. Try to help me find out the reason why the demons appeared in the periphery. I have something important to deal with now, so I can't get out. The combat effectiveness of these guys can only be described as mediocre. A team of dead stone statues can easily kill them. They are useless in combat, but they are just right for finding out information. After a period of contact, although these guys are not people with high IQs, they are not stupid either, and they are still easy to use. Okay, you do your work. If you need help, just ask at any time. The Hyenas are very self-aware and don't say anything nonsense. The gap between them is too big. They are definitely useless in combat, so it's better to follow the arrangements. After Richard gave a brief instruction, he did not stay for long and led the army to gallop in another direction. Looking at the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead that disappeared from sight, several players showed envious eyes. This is the real top level army. I wonder when they can have it. King Q boss is worthy of being King Q boss. Who Richard flew across the sky without any scruples. The heroic and domineering postures of the two arms caused many players to exclaim. But he ignored these guys who were entangled with the demons and quickly flew to the north of the collapsed ruins. The rotten tree. The goal of this trip. Although he was very curious about why the demon suddenly appeared, it was more important to find the rotten tree. Confirm whether the other party still had life. Whether it can be revived. Others are secondary. The flying speed is very fast. No matter how wide this collapsed ruins covering an area of tens of kilometers is, it can't withstand the flying army. 10 minutes later, Richard looked at himself and the mark on the map. He subconsciously looked up and looked ahead. The next second, his eyes opened. I was filled with doubts. I saw a dry giant tree over 50 meters tall standing on top of the ruins and building ruins 1,000 meters away. It was like a scene left after a natural disaster. Vicissitudes, ancient, dilapidated, and exuding an indescribable breath. The abyss demons that forced the players to retreat were now stationed 100 meters away from the dry giant tree, as dense as locusts. But these synonyms of evil and chaos seemed to be frightened at this moment, and dared not step within 100 meters of the giant tree, forming a striking hollow circle around it. Looking closely, you can find that dozens of branches of the dry giant tree are weird, not only extremely twisted, but also more like shriveled human arms, giving people a creepy feeling. The most frightening thing is that there are densely packed human skulls growing on the main trunk of the giant tree, and their shape is like the protruding tree knots of ordinary trees. Ordinary people will have nightmares for half a year if they just take a look at it. This is not the end. On the ground of the ruins 100 meters around the dry giant tree, there are countless pale bones, all kinds of life. It's like the bodies in the mass grave were turned over on the ground. It adds countless horrors to the already horrifying scene around. In addition, there are demons wandering around. Evil, dark, cruel. It seems that all negative adjectives can be used to describe this strange and twisted tree. This scene has a great psychological impact. Even veterans who are used to seeing life and death will have shortness of breath when seeing this scene. Richard forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart and continue to approach. The demon on the ground sensed the strange breath and immediately raised his head, staring at him coldly with scowled eyes. The throat made a sharp roar that made people tremble. Although Richard was not affected by the demon, as he gradually approached the rotten tree, he gradually felt a terrifying pressure. It was the pressure from the depths of the soul. It was as if he was being watched by a giant beast of the abyss that could devour the devil. This feeling reached its peak when he approached the boundary point of 100 meters from the rotten tree. If he took another step, it seemed that the abyss beast would open its huge mouth and swallow him. Richard's eyes condensed, and he waved his hand to stop the army, without stepping into the sky above the skeleton. His eyes were fixed on the rotten tree, that seemed to still have no vitality. After calming down, he opened the attribute panel. Rotten tree status, dead, reviving. Introduction, an evil tree with a mysterious origin. Simple attributes make it impossible to know the specific situation. But the reminder of reviving behind the status bar made him happy at first, and then he had a bad premonition. Could it be that after the abyss connected to the main plane, it was replenished with energy? This is not a good thing. Richard frowned. Reviving or not is not the key. The biggest problem is, how can he benefit from it? He doesn't have a treasure like the dark contract in his hand now. Richard rubbed his forehead and subconsciously opened the black gold system. But the next moment, when he saw the prompt on it, his breathing froze. His eyes were full of disbelief. The Tree of Decay, the ruler of the 333rd floor of the bottomless abyss, the King of Decay, is a seed planted by Labas for some purpose, and it contains a trace of Labas's decayed authority. 1. It can irrigate the power of the abyss to restore the power of the decayed tree. At that time, Labas can use the decayed authority to regain control of the decayed tree. 2. It can irrigate the decayed tree with holy water, destroy its vitality, and smash the decayed authority. Labas will permanently lose part of the decayed authority and his power will decrease. 3. It can consume divine power and snatch the decayed authority hidden in the decayed tree. Richard only felt dry mouth. There was a sense of unreality and dream. This rotten tree was arranged by the ruler of the abyss who ruled a plane? Question mark? It also contained a trace of the other party's authority? Exclamation mark. What is authority? That is the power unique to the abyss, and it is the same thing as the priesthood of the gods. The power of rules. Is the world really going to change recently? He has imprisoned part of the soul of the kobold god, and the statue of the dwarf god is in his hands. Now, he has discovered a backup plan of the abyss lord buried in the main plane. Is this because the new expansion is coming, so some top level beings are gradually surfacing? But can the current players deal with beings of this level? Even he feels numb at this moment. A master who can rule a plane in a terrifying place like the abyss. If this level of boss fights against a god like the kobold god alone, I'm afraid he can be slaughtered, right? Chapter 394, Corrupted Authority. Richard collected his scattered thoughts and put his attention back on the rotten tree. The first and second points of the black gold system's prompt were completely unacceptable. Once the rotten tree regained its power, the King of Rot, who dominated the 333rd floor of the abyss, would gain powerful power in the main plane, especially when the other party had buried a part of the power of Rot. Once the other party's layout was successful, no one could imagine how big a storm it would set off. I'm afraid the entire Death Desert would be affected, and it was unknown whether the Dusk City could avoid it. By then, even the legendary Grand Duke Zolan would have a headache. That was the master who ruled an abyss plane. He had never even heard of the holy water mentioned in the second prompt, so there was no chance, not to mention that destroying the rotten tree would not benefit him at all. The last third point made his heart beat faster. This was the most valuable option for him, but for the natives of the glorious era, it was definitely the craziest option. Because they had to snatch power from the Lord of the Abyss. Exclamation mark. The authority of decay. This is the power held by the master who rules the abyss plane, a terrifying existence above level 30. It is the most fundamental rule power in this world. Even if there is only a trace of it, it is not something that ordinary people can peek into. But at this moment, with the existence of the black gold system, he got this opportunity. Once he made a choice, he would have to play a game with the master of the abyss. Even Richard, who had experienced countless big scenes, couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up at this moment. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart. His eyes gradually became wanton and arrogant. I can imprison his soul in front of the god of the dog-headed man, so why can't I take your authority? The master of the abyss, the ultimate villain in myths and legends? So what? On the edge of madness, his thoughts began to turn. The rotten tree has not revived yet, and the master of the abyss is subject to the rules of the main plane and cannot come. The other party can't do anything to him. And at this time, Solan City didn't know that there was a treasure of this level hidden in the collapsed ruins. This is a rare gap. Thinking of this, a plan gradually came into my mind. His eyes regained calmness and he looked around. All troops, listen to the order. Clear the surrounding demons. No one is allowed to approach within a kilometer. Clear the field first. At this time, the surface is full of demon armies that cannot fly. The skeleton blood dragons and the stone statues of the dead have absolute air superiority. Moreover, this is the death desert. Even if the flying arms of the demons appear, the terrifying lost characteristics will make them experience what home advantages. The moment the order was issued, a squadron of skeleton blood dragons and 6 squadrons of stone statues of the dead immediately swooped down. The moment they were about 30 to 40 meters above the ground, raw scarlet energy surged in the throat of the skeleton blood dragon. Puff, a tongue of fire dozens of meters long, was pulled out in the air. Although the demons sensed the danger, their dense numbers made it impossible for them to dodge. They were directly enveloped by the dragon's breath. Even though the demons were known for their tough skin and flesh, at this moment, they were corroded into bloody remains. Looking around, they looked like ice and snow melted by a high-temperature musket. Large tracts of open space immediately appeared on the ground. The stone statues of the dead on the flanks were not to be outdone. After descending to a low altitude of 50 meters, the battle axe in his hand whistled out. Crack! The battle axe hit the ground with the force of thunder, and then shattered in the center of the most densely packed demons. The sharp fragments blew up a metal storm, directly covering the surrounding area of dozens of meters. The thick skin of those demons was as fragile as paper, and was penetrated without any effort. The next second, the fragments burst out with terrifying heat, exploded a second time in the body, and directly turned them into groups of death fires. The lethality was so terrifying that it made people tremble. After being strengthened by the legendary treasure, the Origin of Fire, the battle axe of the dead stone statue came with extremely terrifying flame damage. The already terrifying battle axe throw. The denser the enemy, the better the effect. Lesser demons, fallen demons, seduced demons, angry demons, and other demons that are fierce and powerful and difficult for players to deal with are being slaughtered one-sidedly. Thousands of meters away, on a ruin with higher terrain, more than a dozen players from a small guild looked at the scene of the battle between the skeleton blood dragon and the dead statue, dumbfounded. Then, is that really the player's army? The demon army, that made their scalps tingle, was slaughtered like little chickens? Moreover, why can the opponent's army fly in the death desert? Question mark? Just now I took a special look at the owner of this army. It is the players panel. Fuck him. Who is this big guy? Why is he so fierce? Don't worry about the other side. Start the army battle immediately. That big guy attracted most of the firepower. We just have to drink some soup here. After recovering from the shock, this group of players immediately responded. They couldn't compete with the big guy, but they still had the ability to drink some leftovers. Richard didn't pay much attention to the battle of the army at this moment. The strongest demons guarding the rotten tree were only level 14, the fire demons burning with blazing flames. Without anti-aircraft means, facing the siege of the stone statues of the dead with an attack range of 80 meters, no matter how fierce they were, they would fall down after a few rounds. Even the strongest demons were like this, let alone other demons. The one-sided battle made him lose interest. Richard stared at the lifeless rotten tree in front of him. After observing for a while, he saw the bones covering the ground with his peripheral vision, and his mind moved. The power of yellow sand surged out of his body. The next second yellow sand surged from all around, directly submerging the ruins of the building where the rotten tree was located, and conveniently transferred the bones on the ruins to the yellow sand a few hundred meters away. The surrounding building ruins completely became a land of yellow sand. The desert is his home ground. After the preliminary work was completed, the statue of the old god held tightly in his hand exuded a dark light. The light flowed and gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the body was condensed with a somewhat illusory divine soul. Rennie. In the form of a night elf, she has a powerful fighting power with the resurrection feature. The other party even relied on the resurrection ability to drag down the dark Valkyrie. Master, I feel an extremely evil force. That tree is not dead. The moment Rennie appeared, she was immediately highly alert. Her eyes were fixed on the rotten tree. Her words were full of solemnity. Richard simply told the other party the reason, and finally said in a concentrated voice, "The original power of the Lord of the Abyss is hidden in its body. The power of decay. But, the Lord of the Abyss cannot control this power now. Before the rotten tree is revived, we can suppress it with divine power, and deprive it of the hidden power of decay." Rennie was in high spirits. The power of the Lord of the Abyss? No wonder it is so terrifying. He answered proudly. "As you wish, my lord. Rennie will not die unless the statue of the old god is destroyed. As a life residing in the statue, this divine soul does not even have the concept of death." Rennie clenched the elven sword in her hand, full of momentum. Suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. The next second, in front of the tall, twisted, lifeless rotten tree, Rennie's voice appeared out of thin air. Then, without any hesitation, the divine soul, with a somewhat transparent palm, printed on the trunk of the tree with human skulls growing one by one. Divine power surged out. Sensing the influx of external force, the rotten tree, which had been motionless, suddenly changed. Boom, the mountain collapsed, and the river roared. A terrifying pressure erupted from the rotten tree. At this moment, the world suddenly dimmed. In Richard's pupils, it seemed that there was only the twisted and evil giant tree. It seemed that the other party could directly support the world and tear the earth apart in the next moment. The dozen or so players who were picking up leaks in the back suddenly felt a suffocating pressure coming. Subconsciously turned their heads. The moment they saw the giant tree, they were all terrified. What is this? Did that player do it? Question mark. How did the tree come alive? It also emitted such a terrifying breath. The leading player did not dare to look at it anymore, and turned around and roared hysterically at his companions. Go. Get out of this area. He was shocked and scared. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but now it seems that this is not an advantage at all. It's simply the death of the soul. Players who can have such a powerful army are really not easy to mess with. Fortunately, the opponent has not really started the war. If you don't want to die, run quickly. Fuck. Richard didn't know what was happening outside at all, and his eyes were extremely solemn at this moment. Because the dry rotten tree moved. Those twisted branches, like human arms that have been weathered for decades, slowly waved. Although it was very slow, and could not even cause any damage, the stiff movements plus the human skulls growing on the trunks. This scene was so chilling that it made people's backs cold. As the rotten tree's movements gradually increased, Richard, who was waiting for Rennie to achieve results, suddenly felt an unspeakable sense of danger in his heart. Danger, extremely dangerous. It was as if the Grim Reaper had placed his sickle on his neck, and with a simple swing, he could reap his soul. Every cell in his body was warning him. Richard did not hesitate for a moment, and his figure was as fast as lightning, retreating dozens of meters, and he stopped only when the terrifying danger had dissipated. He suppressed his inner doubts and looked carefully. He saw that the rotten tree was emitting a faint hazy light, like the morning mist. The mist dissipated in all directions, and wherever it passed, there was a special atmosphere between heaven and earth. Rennie, who had her palm on the tree trunk, was immediately enveloped by the mist. The transparent body actually began to rot in large areas, which looked inexplicably frightening. After a moment, the mist spread to 100 meters away. The demon corpses covered the ground. The demon corpses that had just died began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye the moment they were stained by the mist. In a few breaths, they turned into pork that had been stored in a trash can for more than 10 days, with a foul odor. In less than a minute, the bodies turned into blood and were swallowed by the dry desert, leaving only skeletons. The stench in the air was so bad that it made people's eyes uncomfortable. What made Richard even more terrified was that countless yellow sands on the ground began to decay and break at this moment, gradually turning into powder that would dissipate with a breeze. Not long after, the yellow sand that had just covered the ground kept sliding down, revealing the ruins of the submerged buildings. Those building ruins did not last long either, and were also corrupted and turned into powder. Richard looked at the silent scene of everything decaying and breaking around him, and felt his scalp tingling. The power of decay was simply terrifying. Is this the power controlled by the Abyss Overlord? In the myths and legends of Glorious Era, the closer to the abyss and the lower the depth, the more powerful the demons inside. How terrifying would it be if the Abyss Overlord who ruled the 333rd floor appeared in his prime? Wherever he passed, everything would decay and collapse. After coming to his senses, he looked at Renee, who was standing in front of the rotten tree. At this moment, a faint glow appeared on Renee's body. She was using divine power to forcibly block the erosion of the power of decay. Although her body was no longer rotten, Richard could see that the pressure on her body was extremely terrifying. Perhaps in the next second, she would be directly swallowed up. A level 14 divine soul, facing the power of decay, even if there was only a trace, even if the opponent was unconsciously controlling it, it would be difficult to resist. This was also the first time that Richard saw the power of rules. Although there was no gorgeous picture brought by ordinary skills, the pressure it brought to him was much more terrifying than facing any super A level skills directly. This is the power of rules. Without divine power to protect yourself, stepping into this range can only be a delivery. Moreover, this is when the rotten tree has not recovered. The opponent is not even aware of the defensive nature of the burst of this power at this moment, which makes him feel a little overwhelmed. The dim light emanating from Renee's body became more and more eye-catching. However, there is still a huge gap from controlling the rotten tree. Richard's face became solemn. He could feel that after the rotten tree was activated, the speed of swallowing the surrounding power was getting faster. Although the black gold system gave away to seize the authority, Renee's divine power seemed insufficient to support this consumption. We can't wait any longer. If the rotten tree continues to recover like this, it won't be long before the King of Rot will regain the authority of Rot. By then, let alone seizing the authority of Rot, even leaving alive will be a luxury. He looked at the cold statue in his hand. This was his greatest confidence in facing the existence above level 30. The statue of the old god feeds on the gods. He held it tightly. He stepped closer to the area covered by the authority of Rot. The moment he approached the mist, the statue of the old god was stimulated and shone brightly. It was like a light was turned on, and the unique dark light directly enveloped him. At the same time, the power of decay that could corrode everything and turn rocks and gravel into ashes was blocked outside. The faint dark light was as thick as a plain barrier. Richard could clearly feel that the statue of the old god was excited, and its energy became unusually active. The hunter smelled his prey. He felt relieved. He looked towards the rotten tree that was still waving its twisted branches. Chapter 395, Fight for Power. Richard held the statue of the ancient god tightly and approached the rotten tree steadily. Although the evil giant tree was already waving its branches, its stiff posture showed that it was far from regaining consciousness. The master of the bottomless abyss had not yet controlled the rotten tree. The dim light of the statue of the ancient god domineeringly resisted the power of decay. The power that could corrode everything seemed to be invalid in front of the dim light. Not only did its own power not dissipate, but it became even hotter. Desire, hunger. The statue of the ancient god was like a shark smelling the scent of blood. It was ready to move. The gravel lingering around Richard would quickly decay and collapse once it left the range of the dim light. It seemed that nothing could survive in the power of decay. This was the power of the rule of depriving time. The closer he got to the rotten tree, the more he could sense how terrifying the pressure from the other party was. the twisted branches that looked like the arms of a mummy, the trunks with countless heads, all of which were filled with extreme evil and darkness. Ordinary people standing under the tree are as small as ants standing in front of elephants. Richard approached Renee, who was trying her best to suppress the rotten tree with divine power. The other party's body has become transparent at this moment, and the breath emanating from her body is even weaker. It seems that she may be swallowed by the power of decay at any time. Level 14 is still too weak to face the power above level 30. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the other party's shoulder. The next moment, the dim light of the statue of the ancient god spread out and protected Renee. The shaky feeling disappeared immediately, and Renee slowly returned to normal. After catching her breath, she immediately reported, "Master, the power contained in the rotten tree is too surging. My current power cannot control it." Renee's eyes were filled with shame and unwillingness. She didn't expect that the power of this dry giant tree was so terrifying. Without regaining consciousness, she felt powerless. What made her even more depressed was that there was a majestic power hidden in the other party's body, like the abyss of the sea, endless. Compared with the other party, her strength was like the difference between a child and a dragon. This made her feel quite frustrated. At this moment, she finally understood why Xena and the Dark Valkyrie left alone to train themselves. Strength is everything. Richard nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The source of the rotten tree is a master who controls an entire plane of the abyss. Even if it is far from revived now, it is not something that ordinary people can shake. I'm afraid that Renee will have to break through the extraordinary before she has a chance to suppress the other party. You go outside to guard the surroundings, and don't let the demons get close." Renee immediately adjusted herself and held her chest. "I will follow your orders." As soon as the voice fell, it suddenly disappeared and appeared directly outside the area covered by the rotten power. Seeing this, Richard stopped distracting, and his eyes became serious. After carefully sensing, the rotten tree in front of him was like a volcano about to erupt magma. The energy and pressure contained in it made his skin a little tingling. It was too violent. No one could imagine how exaggerated the scene would be if this giant tree revived. The stronger and more ferocious the enemy is, the more blazing his eyes become. This is what he wants. Weaklings are not worthy of his serious attention. Rotten authority, the power of rules. This is the closest I've ever been to the ultimate power of this world. If I can get the power of rules that only gods can control now, it will definitely be a great benefit in the future, whether I become extraordinary or legendary, or even plan to become a god. There are so many demons guarding the rotten tree. With the cunning of these evil lives, the master is probably already planning other things. There is no time to delay. His eyes became more and more wanton. He clenched the statue in his hand and pressed it hard on the tree trunk. Bang! A dull sound sounded. In an instant, the dark light of the statue of the old god was shining, like a torch being doused with gasoline. It burst into flames. The dark light quickly spread along the trunk of the rotten tree, and in a few breaths, it covered most of the trunk. Goo goo goo! The statue of the old god was like a dried sponge thrown into the water, and began to frantically devour the power in the rotten tree. The mist-like decaying power around him gradually became thinner under his unscrupulous devouring. The foundation of the decaying power was shaken. As if sensing the danger, the twisted trunk of the rotten tree swung more and more. Several of the nearest tree trunks began to smash towards Richard. Whoosh! A violent sound of breaking through the air sounded. Any one of them was 3 times thicker than a millstone and more ferocious than a battering ram. He had to control the statue of the ancient god, and must not leave the trunk. A little more delay would increase the danger. Compared with the master of the abyss, a few branches were not worth mentioning. His eyes condensed, and his flesh and bones turned directly into gravel. Cindification. Bang! The exaggerated tree trunk smashed down. The body exploded directly. Countless gravel splashed, and a part of it flew directly out of the range of the dim light, and was corroded and collapsed. After controlling the remaining yellow sand to condense into shape, Richard frowned. At this time, most of his body was already broken. It looked like a statue broken by a child. It was quite miserable. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the ground that had been corroded into an exaggeratedly large hole, and the yellow sand on his body was surging. The next second, the gravel outside the shroud of the power of decay surged up. It directly formed a river of yellow sand and flew backwards. The huge amount delayed the time of decay and collapse. The gravel washed directly from bottom to top, and in an instant, Richard's broken body was restored to its original state. After doing all this, Richard's mind settled down. It is true that the power of decay is the power of rules, but there is only a whispered present, and no one has actively controlled it. Therefore, there is a conspicuous flaw. The energy of rotten objects has an upper limit. With a wave of his hand, he continued to control the gravel on the ground to rise. A thick yellow sand shield with a thickness of several meters was formed around him. It forcibly blocked the bombardment of the dry and twisted giant tree trunk. Gravel splashed in the sky. At the same time, the breath of the ancient god sculpture, which was unobstructed, became more and more violent. The speed of swallowing was exaggerated. The area covered by the power of decay became smaller and smaller. Richard could clearly sense that after the statue of the ancient god swallowed up a large amount of power from the rotten tree, a special power was added inside. It had a unique sense of vicissitudes, as if it had been washed away by thousands of years of time, and at the same time it was accompanied by loneliness, darkness, and decay, which made people feel inexplicably palpitating. The power of decay was being swallowed by the statue of the ancient god! Exclamation mark. Richard's mood became particularly high. He didn't expect that the ultimate power of this world would be captured by him in such an attitude. At this moment, a shrill roar came from a distance. Richard frowned and turned his head subconsciously. He saw that in the center of the collapsed ruins, the sky was covered by countless demons. Dark clouds covered the city. The flying soldiers of the demons arrived. These flying demons were covered with half-meter long sharp bone spurs all over their bodies, looking like hedgehogs. The strong and powerful arms tightly grasped the trident with blood grooves. The wings flapped again and again, the air made a whirring sound, and the ferocious eyes stared at his position, flying quickly. Spike Demon, level 12, brilliant 3 stars. At a glance, their number was probably more than a battalion, and it was unknown how many more would follow. Skeleton Blood Dragon, Dead Stone Statue, protect the master. A cold and angry shout sounded, and Rennie held the sword and rushed forward. There was no hesitation. The Dusk City army, which was expelling and hunting ground demons, immediately turned around and rushed towards the spike demons in front. Under the dim sky, the troops of both sides, who belonged to the evil camp, confronted each other under the thick dark clouds. The speed of the flying troops determined that the battle between them was often more intense and more crazy than that of the ground army. In just a few breaths, the two sides were close and about to collide. The first to launch the attack was still the dead stone statue. With an attack range of 80 meters, as long as the opponent was not a long-range soldier such as an archer, they would have enough range advantage. Whoosh, the battle axes tore through the sky, and the whistling sound was like the whisper of the god of death. The spike demon felt the crisis surge, and immediately let out a scream, and then flexibly dodged the battle axes flying straight at it. In one round of attacks, most of them missed. But before these demons had time to get excited, they saw the battle axes that didn't hit them cracked like glass. A terrifying metal storm broke out in the air. And unlike the ground, the battle axes that broke on the ground are easily offset by the earth. The battle axes that broke in the air had no cover and directly caused full damage. Although only the front half of the 600 dead stone statues launched an attack, the first round of axe breaking still caused hundreds of meters in front to be swallowed by the metal storm. What's more ferocious is that the broken battle axe fragments also come with 30% instant death characteristics and fire damage granted by the origin of fire. If the hit spike demon is not hit in the vitals, it will also be tested by the instant death characteristics. If it survives by chance, the fire energy contained in the fragments will explode again. From a distance, you can see flames rising in the air. The spike demon never thought that his enemy could cause so many waves of damage in one round of attack. Each wave could be fatal. The stone statue of the dead, which has the powerful characteristic of magic immunity, did not hesitate to rush through the flames that had just risen in the sky and fight the spike demon in close combat. The spike demon, which had suffered heavy losses, was already furious. Seeing that the enemy dared to approach, it immediately took on a violent killing intent and vowed to crush the front of most of the soldiers who were only level 9. The trident in his hand tore through the void and swung it out with endless anger. But the next second, their anger was extinguished by a basin of cold water. In close combat, the stone statue of the dead was not afraid at all. Every time the heavy battle axe in his hand chopped, the spike demon felt a tremor in his heart. The opponent's strength can be described as terrifying. Even if the level is lower than them, it is useless. He was still suppressed. The thorn demons were full of confidence, but they didn't expect that they would be defeated by a frontal charge. When the dead stone statues passed by, the number of thorn demons in a battalion was less than a squadron. Those players who ran a distance sensed that the danger had disappeared and stopped to see what happened. At this moment, they were using telescope-type strategic treasures to watch the rotten tree and happened to see this air battle from beginning to end. When they first saw the thorn demons with such excellent attributes, they thought that the mysterious player who had offended the big boss would suffer heavy losses this time. But in the blink of an eye, those high-level demons of level 12 were slaughtered. Half a year has passed, and the undead dragons are no longer exclusive to the City of Dusk. It is not so easy to distinguish the skeleton blood dragons without special talents or special attention. A group of people looked at each other in silence, feeling that they were not feeling well. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. The leader of the team recovered after a long time and said with trembling, "Who on earth is that player? Damn it, how come a level 12 spike demon was slaughtered like a chicken? Why haven't I heard of such a big guy near our Solan city?" The curiosity in their hearts was like a cat scratching. They really couldn't figure out how the current players could have such fierce power. Richard looked at the spike demons that attacked the defense line being hunted down almost one-sidedly, and a strong sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. These were all the soldiers he had trained from the lowest level. The absolute trump card of the City of Dusk. The price he paid to train this army was expensive. Most of the accumulation of the City of Dusk in half a year was spent on this. But the effort will eventually pay off, and now the sweet fruit is worthy of his investment. After the danger outside was quelled, Richard immediately retracted his mind and focused his attention on the rotten tree again. At this moment, the range covered by the rotten authority had shrunk to 50 meters. The mist became increasingly faint, and it seemed that it could dissipate at any time. As one thing grows, the other loses. The extra power of the statue of the old god is gradually becoming stronger. The breath it exudes is more and more frightening. Its horror even touched the soul of the sealed god of dog-headed men. The other party was struggling unconsciously and seemed to sense something extremely terrifying. This also made Richard's eyes more and more scorching. The power of decay. The ultimate power of this world. He is determined to get it! Exclamation mark. After the coverage of the power of decay was reduced to 50 meters, the light emitted by the statue of the old god became as turbulent as a huge wave. Hunting has entered the most critical moment. While Richard was waiting to harvest the spoils, he heard a low roar with endless anger in his ears. Ancient god. It was a high-level language filled with darkness and loneliness. There was an unspeakable evil, as if it came from the extremely evil life that had sunk into the abyss purgatory for millions of years. Ordinary people would fall into madness, even if they just heard a note. That was not a blasphemous word that could exist in the mortal world. Richard's heart skipped a beat, and all the pores on his body bulged at this moment. An indescribable danger poured down from the top of his head, and it seemed as if the top of his head was opened. Before he could react, a picture that could make even the most resolute person's heart and liver burst suddenly appeared in his mind. In a lonely, dark, and decaying world, the sky was filled with blood-red clouds, and lightning was tearing the sky apart. A dead body that looked like it had been soaked in water for more than 10 days, with a white and swollen body and an extremely distorted face, was covered with a black shroud stained with blood, sitting high on a throne, made of countless rotting corpses. The other party was staring at him with pale pupils. A name that made Richard's heart stop suddenly appeared in his mind. The ruler of the 333rd layer of the abyss, the ultimate existence, that holds the power of decay, the king of decay, Labers. The other party found him. Chapter 396. Who am I? I'm a believer of the god of kobolds. Lord of decay, wait to be slaughtered by my god. The pale eyes spanned the void. It was as if the whole world was sinking under the other's throne. The pressure that made people's heart and liver split swept across the sky and the earth. The decay, darkness, and evil breath that could not be described in words was like a poisonous snake wrapped around the neck. It was difficult to breathe. Richard couldn't help but hold his breath, and his heart was thumping at this moment. It seemed to jump out of his throat. Ancient God. On the throne, built of countless rotten corpses, the grey and swollen body covered with a black shroud squirmed. Reptile. Whose believer are you? How dare you associate with the ancient gods? The blasphemous words with an extremely evil breath resounded through the soul. Richard's mind was buzzing, and he even had the urge to kneel down immediately and offer his soul to the other party to obtain salvation. That was the instinctive reaction of life, and it could not be changed by one's own will. Life above level 30 has long been another dimension. They control the most extreme power in this world. The power of this master of the abyss is countless times stronger than the god of the dog-headed man he had faced. Richard groaned, and his tenacious will forced his body to bite hard on the tip of his tongue. Puff, the smell of blood escaped in his mouth, and the severe pain made him regain some sanity. With a thought, the 5-star treasure hidden under the robe, the starry sky necklace, suddenly dimmed. The stored 100,000 points of magic power were directly consumed by 50,000 points. The yellow sand on his body surged, and the powerful magic power suppressed the pressure and fear that penetrated into his soul. After the impact was reduced to the minimum, Richard's eyes were extremely solemn. What a terrifying existence he almost found a way. If this terrifying boss really came, I'm afraid that the power can only be described as destroying the world. This thing is not an opponent that can be challenged now. It is definitely an ultimate boss that can only be challenged in the late stage. However, no matter what kind of boss you are, even if a tiger comes today, I will touch your butt to see how much meat there is. After calming down, he decisively shifted his attention and stopped staring at the illusory picture in his mind. Without saying a word, he silently input power to speed up the swallowing speed of the statue of the old god. This scene appeared in the eyes of the Lord of Decay outside the endless plane. Feeling that the power emitted by the statue of the old god was still increasing, he inexplicably felt a little doubt and fear in his heart. The ancient god has returned? That reptile is the other party's believer? No, it's impossible. Those beings have long disappeared, and there is no way they are still alive. The pale eyes of the Lord of Decay became more and more creepy. If it's not the ancient god, then it must be a conspiracy against me by a bastard from the abyss. Thinking of this point, his heart immediately became solemn. He has been laying out the main plane for more than 10,000 years. This seed is buried very deep. A weak human being can never find the rotten tree where he hides his power. And it is even more impossible for him to know the power of authority. And it is even more impossible for him to be so bold as to snatch it. Exclamation mark. This is absolutely not in line with common sense. Compared with the sudden appearance of those ancient gods who had long disappeared, he would rather believe that someone was calculating him. A certain existence in the abyss is spying on his rotten authority. Exclamation mark. The abyss is not a peaceful paradise. It is the birthplace of chaos and evil and the end of evil. The only rule here is that there are no rules. Although he is the controller of the 333rd floor of the abyss and has infinite power, his enemies are equally terrifying, and there are even masters living under the 6,000th floor. Thinking of this, the breath emanating from the Lord of Decay became more violent. No one can create a conspiracy under my watch. Low blasphemous words resounded through the sky, rumbling thick blood-red clouds streaked with countless lightning, and the sky and the earth were lit up. Around the throne, those rotten corpses began to wriggle, as if they were about to revive at any time. Looking closely, one can vaguely discern the origins of those severely decayed corpses. Great demons, fallen angels, devils, and titans are all top creatures. Lightning exploded again, and the horror in Richard's mind shattered like glass and disappeared. At the same time, a stream of energy escaped from the rotten tree, and in the air not far from him, the terrifying picture was condensed again. The Lord of Decay, Labers, stared at him with pale eyes. Outside the endless plane, the Lord of Decay, who had not been calculated like this for many years, felt the anger coming from his soul. That was the anger of being regarded as prey. Exclamation mark. Dare to provoke him? He will let those lowly bastards know what the power of decay is. Damn it, damn it. But the two sides are too far apart. The rules of the main plane do not allow beings above level 30 to descend. The more powerful, the more fierce the constraints of this rule, unless it can break through the rules of the main plane. However, even the master of the deepest part of the bottomless abyss cannot do this level of power. This feeling is very similar to cursing across the screen and the network cable. The rage is surging, but the person on the other end cannot be helped. The angry Lord of Decay. The pressure surged by dozens of times and pressed hard on Richard's heart. Richard's soul seemed to be squeezed at this moment, as if it would break at any time. He was not immune to the pressure of the gods, and the power of this level was beyond the limit. Destroy this reptile. Blasphemous words suddenly sounded. The rotten tree, which was madly devouring the power of the old god statue, suddenly burst out with an evil energy tide, which surged directly to the surroundings, covering the surrounding area of several thousand meters. The moment the energy tide swept past, the body of the level 12 spike demon suddenly swelled up, and the spikes on the body became dark, and a highly corrosive venom escaped from it. Spike demon, level 14, temporary, enhanced state. At the same time, the demons on the ground also began to grow taller, their muscles bulging, terrifying. Almost all demons levels were raised by 2 levels at this moment. An existence of the Lord of Decay has the power to change the situation even across countless planes. The ultimate boss. Not only that, the demons in the entire collapsed ruins also turned around at the same time and attacked the rotten tree. Those players who were fighting the demons were shocked to see that the opponent they had just fought to the death just left them behind. They looked at the ruins of the ruins that became empty in the blink of an eye with a confused look on their faces. They had no idea what was going on. The dozen or so players who witnessed the Dusk City army sweeping across the world suddenly saw demons from all over the world rushing in this direction. They were immediately shocked and confused. What did that player do again? President, should we go and take a look? Go away. If you want to die, go by yourself. Don't drag me down with you. Don't you see what kind of enemy that player just faced? Back off 500, no, 1000 meters. The other party must be fighting a boss. The battle is so exaggerated, he doesn't want to die young. Seeing the situation change, Renee, who was leading the army at the front, had a sharp look. Protect the master well, and never allow any enemy to cross our defense line. As soon as the voice fell, the figure disappeared suddenly. After the level was raised by 2 levels, the spike demon felt that his power was enough to crush the enemies blocking them in front. Just when he was excited to rush forward and crush the opponent, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes, but before he could see clearly what it was, the phantom disappeared without a trace. He turned his head subconsciously and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his consciousness dissipated directly. Spatial movement. Every 0.3 seconds, Renee can teleport without consumption. This ability has a very obvious effect on Renee, whose single combat power is already strong. Even though the level of the spike demons has been raised by 2 levels, they are still slaughtered wantonly. Looking from a distance, you can see the surging spike demons falling one by one like raindrops. The defense line formed by the stone statues of the dead and the skeleton blood dragons in the back is also indestructible. Dragon breath, battle axes and the roar of demons have become the main theme on this battlefield. Life and death are harvesting souls wantonly. Not long after, more demons came like a tide. On the ground, it seemed as if thousands of horses were galloping. Some small stones bounced up on the ground in the distance. The scene became extremely exaggerated. But even so, it still couldn't shake the defense line of the City of Dusk. The 2 powerful arms showed outsiders what a trump card is. More than a dozen players who were watching this battle from a distance were stunned at this moment. Although they knew that the opponent was very strong, the scene that thousands of troops could not break through the defense line still made them feel that their 3 views were overturned. This great god is simply going against the sky. Is this still the weak player in their impression? The Snigger NPC army is just like this, right? Who is the other party? Players in other directions of the collapsed ruins followed with strong curiosity after seeing the demons gathering in one direction. Could it be that a boss appeared here? Bold and black-hearted players are always good at courting death. Gradually, the area of the rotten tree became the center of everyone's attention, and everyone was moving in this direction. The king of rottenness was extremely depressed when he saw the demon army being blocked outside by the soldiers of the city of dusk. He had the power to destroy the plane at this moment, but he couldn't use it. If the other party was in the abyss, no, even as long as it was not in the main plane, the rules would not restrict him so much. He could easily crush that damned false god believer! Exclamation mark. As the controller of the abyss plane, in its eyes, those who did not reach the extraordinary level were just the most garbage and low-level creatures. But now, he had to rely on these low-level demons to achieve his goals. His anger was growing. Richard was relieved when he saw the demons surging. The more so, the more it showed that the Lord of the Abyss was in a dilemma. Compared with the extremely terrifying Lord of Decay, these demons were as cute as angels. The longer he delayed, the greater his chance of grabbing this ray of power of decay. What made Richard's heart beat faster was that he was in front of a Lord of the Abyss who was above level 30 and ruled a plane, and he was forcibly robbing the other party's power foundation. Power. This feeling was like touching the scythe of the god of death. Dancing on the edge of death, crazy and deadly, but so emotional. A natural adventurer. After the anger in the Lord of Decay's chest accumulated to the extreme, he could no longer hold it in. Blasphemous words roared. Humble reptile, whose believer are you? Son of darkness? Lord of mud? Lord of blood? Lord of dread? The tone was filled with deep anger and imperceptible fear. Obviously, the origins of each existence here are very exaggerated. The power emitted by the statue of the ancient god blocked the power of decay and also prevented the Lord of Decay from spying. It could not find out more information about Richard and could only sense its approximate level. The other party's series of titles also made Richard's heart move slightly. This guy seems to have a lot of enemies. However, these have nothing to do with him. Only those evil god believers with abnormal brains will believe in the demons of the chaotic evil camp. Take a deep breath and feel the statue in your hand again. There are about 20 minutes left before the statue of the ancient god can completely devour the power of decay. This period of time must be dragged out. It has come to this point, and there is no retreat. The creatures of the bottomless abyss will not be fine, just because he gives in. Chaos and bloodthirstiness, evil and darkness, as the antonym of the light of this world, the creatures of the abyss possess all the evil. And just as Richard's thoughts were flying, the dog-headed man clone sealed in the statue felt the aggravation of the power of decay. Unconsciously, he sensed a bit of crisis and struggled again. Richard, who had no time to pay attention to this clone, suddenly had an idea. The King of Decay just asked me, whose believer am I? I have someone to protect me. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the illusory picture condensed in the void, looking directly into the pale eyes. You lowly abyss bastard, go back to your dirty garbage dump that never sees the light of day. Are the scum of the abyss worthy of my faith? My god is a real god, the eternal existence. Lord of Decay, you, a demon, dare to spy on my god. Who do you think you are? On the terrifying land where countless rotten bodies gathered, the King of Decay suddenly stood up. The grey and swollen body was extremely terrifying. The black shroud seemed to come alive, rustling, and the mottled blood on it exuded energy that made the void collapse. The rotten corpses around the throne began to twist and wriggle, gradually reviving. The scene was extremely visually impactful. The pale eyes stared at Richard, and the blasphemous words were filled with endless coldness. Reptile, you are courting your own death. No matter who the master you are loyal to, you will pay the price. A lowly existence dared to challenge him? Shrouded in the dark light, Richard, whose face could not be seen clearly, said in an extremely fanatical tone, "What is the abyss? My god has a pantheon to support him. How can a lowly demon like you challenge him? When I get your authority, the great master, my god, the ultimate faith of the dog-headed people, will come and kill you with my own hands." Chapter 397 Swallowing Power, The Final Harvest. Death Desert, Collapsed Ruins. After Richard called out the name of the kobold god in a fanatical tone, he immediately controlled the statue of the ancient god to loosen the seal of the kobold god's clone. The kobold god's clone had already felt a fatal threat from the power of decay. Now that he realized there was a chance to regain his freedom, he immediately mobilized all his strength to struggle. Therefore, the pure divine power inevitably escaped. Richard naturally let it flow outside the light of the statue of the ancient god. The King of Decay didn't really believe his words. Although the dungeon god system was not weak, it was not strong enough to plan the abyss unscrupulously. Richard's behavior was more like diverting trouble. This must be the work of the abyss demon. But when the power of the kobold god was revealed, all the doubts in his heart disappeared instantly. Everything can be fake, but the divine power emitted by the other party cannot be fake. The dissipated soul power and the mastered rule power cannot be fake. It was really the damned bastard of the kobold god who was using the relics of the ancient gods to devour his authority. Bastard. Bastard. At this moment, he hated the dungeon god system so much. He wanted to chop the kobold god into pieces. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of humiliation in his heart. Who was he? The great lord of decay. The master of the 333rd floor of the abyss. The master of the abyss who had lived for millions of years. Now, his authority was being peeped at by a middle-level god in the god system who was not even at the top. Moreover, the other party really dared to do it in front of him. This was no longer a provocation to it, but rubbing its face on the ground with its feet, and the other party was humiliating him in an unprecedented manner. Was this bullying it, because it couldn't leave the abyss? Exclamation mark. Even if the other party's soul was taken out and burned with the fire of the abyss for 10 million years, it would not be able to wash away the humiliation he felt at this moment. Kobold god, how dare you? I can't do anything to your chess pieces in the main plane, so can't I deal with you, a lowly reptile? The dark blasphemous words made the space collapse. At the same time, the rotting corpses that were wriggling around suddenly increased their movements, and one after another, the horrible creatures with severely corrupted bodies climbed up. Fallen angels, titans, big demons. Looking around, these severely corrupted troops are horrifying. The rotten corpses almost covered the ground. No one could imagine what a terrifying army these corpses would form if they were all revived. Their master was angry. Richard let the seal loosen for a moment and then immediately tightened the seal to stop its power from flowing out. Looking at the furious King of Decay, the face hidden under the dark light showed a bit of amusement. After several collisions, the City of Dusk and the God of Dogs have become mortal enemies to the death, and there is no possibility of easing at all. Either the other party dies or the City of Dusk is destroyed. There is no third option this time. This time, maybe the other party will suffer a big loss. The most ingenious point of this sudden idea is that the soul breath and divine power of the god of dog-headed people cannot be faked. Even if someone comes, they must be sure that this is the god of dog-headed people. It is impossible for anyone to suspect that he, an ordinary human, has imprisoned the other party's soul, right? No one will believe this kind of thing if it is told to others. The smile in his eyes became more and more intense. The yellow mud sticks to the crotch. Some things are hard to explain and no one will smell the yellow mud on the crotch to prove the other party's innocence. With the devil's temper, if he doesn't retaliate, he may not even be able to sleep. As for whether it is really the god of dog-headed people who created all this, the life in the bottomless abyss doesn't care. They think you are, and you are, whether you are ill or not. There must be a place to vent anger. Even if it is not, so what? The bottomless abyss is a synonym for chaos, disorder, darkness and evil. When did it need to talk about reason and facts? Unless the kobold god appears in front of him now and explains everything clearly. However, the main plane is not a place where gods can come whenever they want. Although the routine of killing with a borrowed knife is a bit old, it can also play an excellent effect if used well. In the end, even if the Lord of Decay did not go to trouble the kobold god, he would not lose anything. After finding the real mastermind behind the scenes, the Lord of Decay suddenly calmed down and was no longer as furious as before. The pair of pale eyes without eyeballs stared at Richard indifferently, watching him devour all the power of decay bit by bit. It knew that the main plane was too limited in facing its power. Even if it took action again, it would be impossible to stop the kobold god who had been planning for a long time. In this case, it is better to see what the other party will do after obtaining that ray of rotten power. Does that lowly kobold god have the courage to show up? Authority, like the priesthood of gods, is the embodiment of the rules of the world. Rotten authority is the rotten rules. In the glorious era, the power of these rules is controlled by gods one by one, or in other words, those who control the power of these rules can become gods. Light, darkness, fire, water, dawn, dusk, decay, vitality, and so on. Most of the time, the power of these rules is scattered and difficult to concentrate in one person's hands, which also leads to the overlap of the power of many gods. The distribution of power is like the shares of a company. The more you control, the more power you can enjoy. At this moment, the Lord of Decay controls more than 95% of the power of decay. The loss of that 1% will naturally have an impact on him, but that's all. However, this 1% is already an extremely exaggerated power for most lives. After all, this is the power of the rules of the glorious era. Richard saw that the Lord of Decay did not make trouble again, and he was sure in his heart. Brother, the god of dogs, helped a lot this time. I must thank him in the future. While keeping vigilant in his heart, he also accelerated the swallowing speed of the statue of the ancient god. One more second of delay, one more danger. As the power of decay was stripped away, the mist that enveloped the surroundings also shrank to the vicinity of the tree trunk, and finally dissipated directly. The power of rules that could corrode everything no longer existed. The twisting branches of the rotten tree also slowly slowed down, until they finally stopped, and turned into a stiff dead tree again. On the trunk, the hideous and terrifying heads also lost their luster at this moment. Richard's heart began to beat faster and faster. Because it was about to reach the last moment. He stared at the Lord of Decay nervously with his eyes. If the other party made any move, he would immediately take action to counterattack. The ancient god sculpture also noticed this, and the dark light was like a burning torch, lighting up the sky directly. Forcibly devoured the last ray of the power of decay hidden in the giant tree. At the moment, when the power of decay was completely locked into the statue of the ancient god, the demons that were still madly attacking the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead suddenly became like puppets with their strings cut. They fell into a huge panic and fled in panic. The army of the City of Dusk couldn't even stop them. At the same time, the abyss atmosphere that permeated the surroundings was also dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The evil and darkness that suppressed the hearts of the crowd disappeared in the blink of an eye like a spider web ignited by a torch. The light of the old statue of the ancient god also dimmed at this moment, and in a few breaths, it returned to its inconspicuous appearance in the past. Richard subconsciously looked up at the sky. The illusory picture reflecting the Lord of Decay was gradually disintegrating. The Lord of the Abyss, who ruled the 333rd floor of the bottomless abyss, and possessed supreme power, was trampled underfoot this time. The other party's pale eyes stared at him intently, as if to record everything. Richard responded indifferently, and looked directly into the other party's eyes. When the picture completely disappeared, the surging pressure also disappeared. The oppressive dark clouds in the sky burst out with golden sunlight. It was like thousands of sharp swords piercing through black armor. Richard saw this scene, and breathed a sigh of relief. That is a god-level existence, not just a nobody. Fortunately, the goddess of victory is on his side again this time. At this moment, a series of system prompts rang in his ears. Ding, you use the statue of the ancient god to seize a wisp of rotten power from the Lord of Decay. Labbers, your bold and reckless behavior is full of legends, and you have gained 3 points of legend. Ding, you extracted the rotten power hidden in the rotten tree, and the rotten tree died completely. You killed a dying extraordinary boss unit, and you got the reward, level +1, and an additional reward of +1 level for all arms. Your current level is 14. Ding, you destroyed a huge hidden danger in the Death Desert. You can inform the Lord of Solan City, the legendary Grand Duke Solan, of this news, and hand over the rotten power to him. The other party will give you generous rewards. Ding, the space gate in the collapsed ruins was closed, and Grand Duke Solan's relationship with you was upgraded to friendly. Ding, you completed the regional mission, and gained 1000 points of Solan City contribution. At the same time, you led the army to kill a large number of demon armies and gained an additional 500 points of contribution. Ding, you led the army to hunt demons and won a brilliant victory. You gained 100,000 experience points. The experience points of this battle were increased 5-fold. The final experience points were 500,000. Your current experience points are level 14. 500, over 3 million. After reading the system prompt, Richard was delighted, but his expression was a little subtle. He didn't expect that the ending would be like this. When he first found the branches of the rotten tree, he thought he would find a boss unit like the ancient godly tree. But he didn't expect that the origin of this rotten tree was much more exaggerated than that of the ancient godly tree. Although there were twists and turns in the middle, fortunately, he finally snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and snatched a ray of the ultimate power of this world from the Lord of Rot in front of him. And by the way, he also upgraded his level to level 14, and all the soldiers were collectively upgraded by 1 level. This wave is not a loss. He was too lazy to pay attention to other prompts from the system, especially the one that asked him to tell all this to Grand Duke Solon and hand over the authority of Rot. Isn't this funny? What reward could be more generous than the power of decay? The tasks issued by the system are all optional, and can be done or not. Richard chose to ignore them directly. After coming to his senses, he looked at the rotten tree in front of him that had completely lost its vitality. His heart moved slightly. I don't know if this tree can be saved. He opened the black gold system and took a look. What disappointed him was that this time there was only a simple prompt of a dead tree. There was no information about resurrection at all. While thinking, he moved forward a distance, but not close to the rotten tree. A crisp sound rang out. Then, the rotten tree collapsed directly under Richard's eyes. Wood chips flew all over the sky. The rotten tree went from a 50-meter high towering tree to rotten fragments all over the ground. Looking at this scene, Richard's mouth twitched. It can't be so extreme. Good guy. This blocked his idea of cutting down the rotten tree to study whether it can be used. After coming to his senses, he also had some enlightenment. The real reward this time was a wisp of decay authority. I think the value of this thing far exceeds the reward of this regional mission. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten nothing. After understanding this, I didn't dwell on it. Seeing that there was no movement around, he floated up and sat on a skeleton blood dragon. He waved his hand and put Rennie into the statue of the ancient god, ready to set off for the return trip. This time, I'd better leave this place of trouble first. Staying here may not be a good thing. If Grand Duke Solon suddenly comes, it will be difficult to deal with. The King of Decay may have hated him madly, and there is no telling what will happen to the God of Dogheads. Watching Richard lead the army away, the players who witnessed all this had a complicated look on their faces. Damn it, this 3-day regional mission was completed by the other party in just an hour. Who on earth is this great god? Why is there no news at all? President, don't you want to say a few words? The leader of the team smiled bitterly. What the hell, our guild combined is probably not enough to defeat that great god alone. Let's go back and do the quests to level up. Alas, this time we know how big the gap is between us and the top players. Outside the main plane, in a kingdom of God hidden in the void, the god of the dog-headed man, lying in a golden doghouse, yawned lazily. He was originally careless, but suddenly felt a bit of palpitations. His expression became alert, half climbed up, and looked around. After careful sensing, the entire kingdom of God was still under his control, and there were no accidents. He felt a little relieved. It was impossible for someone in his kingdom of God to harm him. As his mind turned, a figure that made him grit his teeth suddenly appeared in his mind. Lowly human. Damn blasphemer. I will definitely make you pay the price. No, I can't wait any longer. I want him dead now. He was so angry that he suddenly climbed out of the doghouse with a raging flame and walked out. The kobold god, who was still thinking about how to kill Richard, didn't know that in the bottomless abyss, a master who had survived for millions of years and ruled an entire plane was now summoning his army. The other side's anger could ignite the sky. Chapter 398 Fierce Master Level Technology. Dusk City, Lord's Mansion. Richard sat comfortably in the main seat, stroking the cold statue of the old god in his hands. The statue has an unusual appearance, with octopus tentacles on its head, hands on its legs, and broken wings folded behind it, which looks unspeakably weird. But it is this statue full of dark style that has given him the upper hand in the game with the gods several times. This time, he snatched the power of decay from the Lord of Decay. Although there is only a wisp, it is enough to shock people. Mental power spread out. Carefully sense. The dog-headed god clone sealed in the center of the statue is still being sealed tightly, unable to struggle. Passing by this place, he detected the core. A wisp of decay, vicissitudes, and dark power slowly flowed. The power of decay. This is the rule of glorious era, an eternal power, and at the same time, it cannot be swallowed. The power of rules can only be controlled and utilized. Unless this power can be separated from the world and the glorious era is completely free of the rule of decay, it can be completely devoured. But to achieve this level, we can only wait for the creator god to revive. Richard was carefully sensing the power. A tiny wisp of decay authority. It doesn't look like much. But when the mental power touched it, in an instant, he felt the stars in the sky flowing, and the endless ocean surging. The power contained in this wisp of authority is almost endless. Beads of sweat slid down Richard's forehead. The mental power was driven away, before it could sense it for the second time. When he came to his senses, he was a little surprised. What a terrifying power. The power released by the decay authority around the decaying tree before was as small as a drop of water in the ocean. Although it was only a wisp of authority, it was a wisp of the world's rules. Just like 1% of a company's shares. It seems small, but it can't be said that 1% of the giant banks such as industry and commerce and agriculture is also an exaggerated share. Richard suppressed his emotions and looked solemn. Although this power was imprisoned in the statue of the ancient god, it was impossible for the outside world to explore it. But it was definitely not an easy thing for him to control it. He calmed down and tried to contact it with his mental power again. This time, he was no longer repelled by the rotten power, but he still couldn't directly control this power. Even if the other party didn't resist, he couldn't activate it. That feeling was like a breeze trying to blow to Mount A. A dragonfly shaking a tree. The newly condensed Lini next to him noticed this scene and couldn't help but speak. Master, your current body is not able to carry the rotten power. At least you have to reach the extraordinary level to control it. Richard was awakened by Lini, and after he came to his senses, he gave up the useless attempt. He smiled helplessly and shook his head. It's like this again. He has too many good things in his hands, but few of them can be used. Suddenly, he felt a little disgusted. He didn't want to, but who said that by chance, one top treasure after another was automatically delivered to his door. He looked at Lini. Can you use your divine power to activate the power of decay? Lini shook her head. No, you can only use it if you control this power. My current power is too weak, and I can't control this terrifying power. Richard's mouth twitched. It seemed that he had done useless work again. For the time being, he could only let this power be sealed. He let out a long breath. I have to level up quickly. I have delayed for too long. Extraordinary, he is only level 14, and there are still 6 levels to go. There are too many things recently, and he has no time to level up. As a lord, he has to grasp the development direction of the entire territory, and he can't just abandon everything. Dusk City is his foundation. Moreover, the experience required to upgrade from level 14 to level 15 has risen to an exaggerated 3 million. This made him frown. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. It's so exaggerated now. Waiting until level 19 to level 20, isn't it going to be a long time? Take a deep breath and stop struggling. Don't think too much, just upgrade to level 15 first, and then talk about other things. And we have to do it before Sinner and the Dark Valkyrie return. Then, we can complete the S-level mission that he has been eyeing for a long time. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Richard's ears. Ding, the stone statue of the dead has been strengthened, and the distance of the battle axe throwing has increased by 100 meters, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the stone statue of the dead has been strengthened, and it has obtained the outer shell defense scales, and the defense power has increased by an additional 200%, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the stone statue of the dead has obtained a strong body, and the strength has increased by an additional 200%, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the stone statue of the dead has obtained super flight, and the flight speed has increased by 300%, has been strengthened to the extreme. Ding, the stone statue of the dead has obtained a tough body. After the body is broken, it can consume energy to automatically repair itself, has been strengthened to the extreme. 5 system prompts in a row made Richard full of astonishment. What is this? Andel's research has succeeded! Exclamation mark. The 5-star treasure obtained from the copy the psychic gem finally took effect! Exclamation mark. But before he could come back to his senses, the system continued to sound. Ding. Twilight City hero, Sam, while researching the special technology to upgrade the venomous Scorpion Warrior, triggered a special inspiration. The current venomous Scorpion Warrior technology has been upgraded to the master level. Master level attack technology, venomous Scorpion Warrior Scorpion Tail, poison damage added 300%, double pincer strength increased by 300%, overall attributes increased by 50%, and additional skills, unparalleled killing, all attributes increased by 80%, body size increased by 2 times, each enemy killed has an additional 1% attribute increase, the maximum limit is 200%, and the duration is 20 minutes. Ding. Twilight City has successfully developed a master level technology. When researching the same type of technology in the future, the time consumed will be reduced by 30%. Sam's master level technology! Exclamation mark. Richard's eyes were bright. Good guy. Did these 2 people make an appointment together? These 2 surprises are awesome. 5 psychic gems have improved 5 characteristics of the dead stone statue, and its attributes seem so exaggerated. The dead stone statue is already terrifying, and now it is directly upgraded as a whole. Is this type of soldier going to be against the sky? Andal, worthy of being the Pearl of Twilight City, did not disappoint him. Sam was not weak either. This guy studied super grade technology and directly reached the master level. Judging from the system prompt, it was definitely not simple. Although the number of Scorpion Warriors was a small part of Twilight City, the nest had not been purchased too much. But this was not a problem. As long as the technology was strong enough, it was possible to buy 10 or 20 soldiers at the same time. The resources seized from the underground world had not been spent yet. He could not sit still at the moment. The frustration he suffered from the rotten authority was swept away. He immediately left the Lord's mansion excitedly and came to the blacksmith shop. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Sam with a chicken coop hair and only one arm. The other part, his thick dark circles, seemed to have not slept for half a year, and his clothes were covered with black and grey marks, as if he had come back from coal mining. He looked very embarrassed, but his mental state was extremely high, and his bright eyes made people dare not ignore him. After seeing Richard, Sam immediately stepped forward and saluted excitedly. Lord City Lord, I have succeeded in my research. He turned around and signaled the Scorpion Warrior following behind him. The Scorpion Warrior has been strengthened to the maximum. His voice was a little trembling. He did not disappoint the master who gave him everything. His eyes were red at this moment. Richard subconsciously followed the instructions and looked to the side, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The Scorpion Warrior in front of him had grown to 3 meters tall. He seemed to be covered with a thick layer of armor. It gave people a sense of oppression like a human tank. Once a charge was launched, I'm afraid that the heavy cavalry of mankind would be defeated in front of it. The most eye-catching thing was the opponent's huge iron pliers. At this time, the iron pliers were like pure steel pliers, reflecting the unique luster of metal, with dark red lines on them, which meant that the opponent had been strengthened by the fire element core. The curved scorpion tail behind him seemed to be made of metal, like a steel whip connected in sections. The sharp scorpion tail was like the spearhead of a spearman, reflecting a faint blue light. Very poisonous. Judging from the appearance alone, the strengthened Scorpion Warrior is not a life of the same dimension as the Scorpion before strengthening. In battle, I'm afraid that the strengthened one can fight 5 at once. With strong expectations, Richard opened the attribute panel. Poison Scorpion Warrior, level 9. Potential, rare 3 stars. Skills, master level enhancement. Toxic Scorpion Tail, B level. The Scorpion Tail can cause huge armor piercing damage. After stabbing, there is a 30% chance of causing instant death damage. At the same time, the attached poisonous damage is increased by 300%, and it causes a 10-second paralysis characteristic. Attached enhancement body of the dead. Sea level. Reduces physical damage by 70%. Increases all attributes by 50%. Is immune to plague and poison. And will not die as long as the head is not chopped off. Master level enhancement flame iron pincers. B level. The sharpness of the two pincers is increased by 300%. And the strength is increased by 300% and the fire element damage is attached when the two pincers are swung. When using the front hook attack, the flame blasting characteristic is obtained, which can instantly tear the opponent's armor and ignite the opponent's body. Unparalleled killing. B level. All attributes are increased by 80%. The size is doubled, and the attributes of each enemy killed are increased by an additional 1%, with a maximum limit of 200%. Duration 20 minutes. Desertification. Sea level. Racial talent. Increases strength by 30% when fighting in the desert. Bond. Scorpion. When the number of scorpions is greater than 30, the strength increases by 30% and the toxicity increases by 30%. Activated. Introduction. The undead life sealed in the Pharaoh's pyramid. I believe you would not want to be stung by it. The moment he finished reading it, Richard felt his heartbeat speeding up. This is too strong, isn't it? Question mark. The master level attack technology directly makes the Scorpion warrior reach a perverted level. Is this a rare level soldier? Question mark. He felt that, as long as it was not a flying soldier, the glorious soldiers would be slaughtered by the Scorpion warriors. Ordinary crowned soldiers are just like this, right? This attack power is simply outrageous. Coupled with the exaggerated body size, this is a head-on battle. It is simply killing people and Buddhas. With a long sigh of relief, Richard felt more comfortable than ever. This is the soldier he wants to cultivate. Although the dead stone statue is a top-level powerful soldier, the ground forces of the City of Dusk cannot give up cultivation. Coordinated combat between the Navy, Army, and Air Force is the perfect military system. Suppressing his excitement, Richard asked in a serious tone, "Sam, how many resources are needed to strengthen a Scorpion warrior? This is the key. Don't research the Scorpion technology, but in the end, it's too expensive to support it." That would be funny. Sam could feel Richard's joy and was even happier. Lord City Lord, strengthening Scorpion warriors requires the top grade fine steel, which can only be obtained by forging with a large amount of ordinary steel. At present, each Scorpion warrior consumes 50,000 units of iron ore. 50,000 units of iron ore. 1. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the combat effectiveness, this price is obviously very cost effective. Although large-scale cultivation will consume a lot of resources, it is ordinary resources after all. If rare resources are to be consumed, then he has to consider whether to cultivate them on a large scale. Now Dusk City is extremely thirsty for rare resources. Taking out a part of them would be a life-threatening thing. He opened the system panel and took a look. The total number of Scorpion warriors is now 141. Because the single type nest has always been in operation, the number is only maintained at a low level. But now, it is possible to increase their number. Not too many. 2 or 3 battalions are enough to protect the City of Dusk. After all, recruiting rare soldiers does not require rare resources. He can still afford it. Without further ado, he directly opened the trading market and searched for the nests of the poisonous Scorpion warriors. He bought the poisonous Scorpion warriors from the trading market. The initial level was only elite level. Now that the player's level has been upgraded, not many people care about the elite level soldier nests. A search will find a large area. Richard was not vague and directly bought 19, plus the existing one, which is exactly 20. Since it is a violent soldier, let's do something fierce, so as not to waste this master level attack technology. Next, Sam will study the attack technology of the dead stone statue. Other soldiers will not be able to do it for the time being, and the dead stone statue is not so easy to study. For a long time in the future, the master level attack technology may only be available here. It must be used well. What's more, the new expansion is about to start. It will not be wrong to increase the power in your hands now. After getting the 19 troop nests, he upgraded them to the rare level. Richard was a little helpless afterwards. After upgrading the troop nests, there was a 7-day cooldown, and he could not upgrade continuously. He could only wait until next week to upgrade to the rare level. Seeing that Richard did not speak for a long time, Sam said in a low voice with some embarrassment and trepidation, "Lord City Lord, can I ask you to do me a favor?" Richard came back to his senses and couldn't help laughing at the other party's embarrassed expression with a red face. "You are a rough man. What are you doing like a little girl?" "No problem, just say it. You have made such a great contribution to the City of Dusk, and the reward you deserve will not be reduced at all." Sam's face flushed, and he stuttered for a long time before he could speak clearly. "Lord, can I ask you to be my witness? I will marry Shanna next month." Richard thought of the other party's past experience for some reason, and he was a little surprised. The blind girl, looking at the happiness in the other party's eyes, he admired in his heart. A blacksmith who lost his arm, took his blind lover into the desert, experienced countless darkness, confusion, setbacks, suffering, life, and death, and finally achieved success. This is definitely the best subject for film and television dramas on Blue Star. After the other party became rich, he still kept his original heart, which made him satisfied that he did not make a mistake in choosing the right person. This is a caring person. He nodded happily. "Okay, next month, the whole Twilight City will congratulate you, Sam. I hope you can treat your bride well. I look forward to the day when I see your children running and laughing in Twilight City." Looking at Sam's excited expression, Richard had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. His territory has finally become a city that can protect one side, allowing residents to live and work in peace and reproduce. It is worth his efforts in the past 6 months. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 5-star enhanced Statue of the Dead. Seeing Sam leave the blacksmith shop excitedly, Richard also smiled. He never thought that he would have a day to be a witness. However, he was in a good mood to see this pair of lovers who had gone through countless hardships come together. He hoped to see more examples like this. He touched his chin and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. How about having a Valentine's Day in the future? I can be the witness for those who get married on this day every year, and become the witness for everyone. At the same time, the whole city will have 3 days off, and be free to date. After thinking for a while, he felt that this idea was very promising. If this goes on for 10 or 20 years, wouldn't he be the godfather of the city's future generations? Apart from anything else, this thing will definitely increase the public's popularity by 100 or 80 points. He made a note of this matter in his heart, and went back to discuss with Kalu to see what day to choose. While thinking, he stepped onto the second floor. The master level attack technology has greatly improved the Scorpion Warrior. It was very excited. I wonder how much improvement the Dead Stone statue can get after being strengthened by 5-star treasures, the psychic gems. The Dead Stone statue, no matter when, is the trump card of Twilight City's top priority. If it weren't for the purpose of improving the level of Twilight City, this round of technological improvement should also be the turn of the Dead Stone statue. Going up to the second floor, Richard saw a figure falling on the operating platform. He was shocked and stepped forward. After sensing that the other party's life breath was normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down, I saw Andal, with messy hair, lying on the dirty operating table and sleeping soundly. Because the corner of her mouth was pressed by the table, a pool of saliva had already flowed out. From time to time, she smacked her lips, which made people look funny and cute. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl. Shaking his head, he stepped forward, bent down and gently picked up the girl, and quietly came to the simple bed placed next to him, and slowly put her down. Richard felt a little distressed when he saw the girl move her body, adjust to a more comfortable position, and continue to sleep soundly. This girl, who knows how many days she has been up all night. Someone must be watching her in the future. If she continues like this, even the extraordinary world may not be able to bear it. Staying up late is not a good thing. Seeing that the other party showed no sign of waking up, Richard regained his mind and walked back to the operating table. He turned his head and looked around, and then looked at the corner. At this time, an object like an iron tower was blocked by a gauze curtain. Richard felt the emanation, and found out what was inside. He was a little amused. Why block the stone statue of the dead here? With a wave of his hand, the gauze curtain was lifted. The figure of the stone statue of the dead was revealed. Instantly, Richard's eyes lit up. The sense that the scorpion warrior gave him was cool enough. Now, the stone statue of the dead appeared in front of him, and the visual impact was even stronger. After being strengthened, the original height of the stone statue of the dead, which was 3 meters, has now reached 4 meters. The already fierce momentum became like a demon descending to the world, giving people an extremely wild psychological impact. The brown wings carved from the rock behind are now covered with dark lines, giving people a solemn and light feeling. Once the sharp barbs in front launch a dive attack, I'm afraid that they can easily pierce the thick shield of the warrior. No one dares to doubt its lethality. The body of the dead stone statue, the dragon scale stone armor that was not originally eye-catching, has become particularly conspicuous at this moment. It is a piece of armor that grows from the body, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. Combined with its properties, I'm afraid that it can withstand the strong shooting of the siege crossbow. The sturdy arms firmly hold the battle axe that is more than half a person's height, and the chain is wrapped around it. Once the dark red battle axe is thrown out, the dragon of the same level cannot withstand it. In the empty eye sockets, you can see the burning blue soul fire. The overall appearance of the dead stone statue has not changed subversively. The biggest change is still the momentum. It feels 10 times more fierce than before. This is a real killing machine. Once an attack is launched, it can tear everything apart. Opening the attribute panel, 5 newly enhanced additional attributes appeared, and they were listed one by one at the end. Special characteristics obtained by promotion. 1. Defense scales. With a scale defense system, defense power is increased by an additional 200%. 2. Strong body. The body structure is optimized to the maximum, and the strength is increased by an additional 200%. 3. Tough body. The body structure is endowed with extraordinary power, and after the body is broken, it can consume energy to automatically repair. 4. Super flight. The wings are improved, and the flight speed is increased by 300%. 5. Battle axe throwing. The chain wrapped around the arm is extended, and the attack distance is increased by 100 meters. The current distance is 180 meters. All attributes are related to the works in the following text. Looking at these newly acquired attributes alone, although they are strong, they are not to the extent of abnormality. But if combined with the previous skills of the dead stone statue, Richard gave a perverted evaluation sincerely. No, anyone who sees this attribute will use this word to describe it. It is not an ordinary pervert, it is simply too fucking perverted. Exclamation mark. Is this really an attribute that a brilliant level soldier can have? Question mark. The attributes of the skeleton blood dragon placed in front of the dead stone statue are a bit unbearable to look at. This is a glorious 1-star unit. Ding, the dead stone statue has been extremely strengthened and cannot be strengthened any further. Do you want to solidify it into the unit nest? Note, after solidification, recruiting dead stone statue from the unit nest will only recruit the strengthened dead stone statue. Hearing the sudden system prompt, Richard did not hesitate for half a second and directly chose to confirm. Ding, solidification completed. All currently recruited dead stone statue automatically promoted to the strengthened state. Richard's eyes lit up. He thought he had to upgrade the other dead stone statue again, but he didn't expect there would be such a benefit. This is good, and it is worth Angel's hard work day and night for the past few months. After looking at it with satisfaction for a few times, he seemed to have thought of something, and quickly opened the unit nest of the dead stone statue. After a moment, his face became a little subtle. The information that he was most concerned about changed. Resources required to recruit the dead stone statue. 300 units of gems, 300 units of crystals. Wow, it was 200 units of gems and crystals before, but now it has increased to 300 units. It has increased by 50%. 11 dead statue nests produce 110 per week, which means 33,000 gems and 33,000 crystals, 132,000 plus. 132,000 in 4 weeks of each month, a total of 264,000. This is a lot of money, and the current income of the city of Dusk can only barely cover it. If there is any accident in the middle and some rare resources are consumed, it may be necessary to draw additional resources from other aspects. However, compared with the combat effectiveness of the dead statues, these resources are completely worthwhile. No matter how much you invest, it is not a loss. At this moment, a soft moan behind him made Richard come back to his senses suddenly. Turning his head, he saw Andal, who was lying on the bed in a daze, propping up his body. He looked around blankly, still in a state of not waking up. After rubbing his eyes subconsciously, he found Richard's figure, and suddenly woke up. Lee, Lord Richard, why are you here? Richard looked at the other person's cute appearance, and couldn't help but laugh. I've been here for a while, he said with admiration. Andia, you did a great job. The girl sat up, and saw the gauze that was lifted, and the majestic stone statue of the dead. She pouted immediately. She said pitifully, Lord Richard, I wanted to give you a surprise. Richard was very touched by the cute appearance. He stepped forward, and rubbed the other person's head. I'm already surprised. You are really great, Andia. You must be a gift from the gods to me, the most precious pearl in the city of Dusk. The strength of the stone statue of the dead is beyond my expectation. This will be of great help to the dangers we will face next. Hearing this generous praise, the girl's eyes were watery, showing a little embarrassment, but also very happy and proud. But when she heard the last sentence, her brows couldn't help but frowned. She raised her head, and looked at him hazily with her big eyes. Sir Richard, are we going to face a lot of dangers next? Richard frowned slightly. A new expansion, that can make the gods fall, plus offending the Lord of Decay and the God of Kobolds who was badly cheated by him. He himself didn't believe that there would be no danger in the future of Twilight City. Each of these changes could affect the fate of Twilight City. Seeing that Richard didn't speak, Andal became anxious, and stood up quickly, looking straight at him. Sir, please give me more psychic gems, so that I can continue to work. The tone was full of determination, without the slightest hesitation. Richard looked at the worried eyes, and felt warm in his heart. Perhaps this is why he felt that building such a city was particularly fulfilling, because they are really willing to give everything for Twilight City. This is true for Kalu, Sam, and Andal. He pinched the other's face and said dissatisfiedly, what's wrong with you? Still working? You don't want to enter the hero's cemetery before that guy Kalu? Don't think too much. There will be many crises in the future, but none of them are urgent enough to make you risk your life. Have a good rest. I have more important tasks for you next. If you are exhausted, who will complete them? Seeing that the girl wanted to say something, his face turned serious. You are not allowed to step into the blacksmith shop within a week. I will have someone watch you. Andal suddenly became depressed and looked at Richard pitifully. My lord. Richard ignored the other party's coquetry and turned his head to look at the strengthened stone statue of the dead. From today on, you will guard and protect Andal. She is not allowed to step into the blacksmith shop again within a week. The other party knelt on one knee and a hollow voice sounded. I will obey your orders, my lord. The soldiers have the wisdom of normal people. They may not be able to lead troops in battle like heroes, but they have no problem in executing orders. Andal felt very wronged. Not being able to enter the blacksmith shop for a week is more uncomfortable for her than being in prison. Sir. Richard didn't dwell on this topic, and went straight to the point. Andia, which type of soldiers do you think should be strengthened with the psychic gems next? The most powerful dead stone statue has been fully strengthened. Only other soldiers can be chosen. Andia also became serious. After thinking for a long time, she said slowly, there are no suitable soldiers at present, and you still have 2 fusion crystals, which can create 2 more powerful soldiers. Why not wait until the new soldiers are born, and then strengthen them? Richard nodded, and there was no other way. This kind of good thing should be used less and less, and it should not be wasted. No one can determine whether it can be obtained in the next copy. After thinking for a while, he continued. Do you have any suggestions for the remaining 2 strengthened soldiers? In this regard, the girl is actually a professional. The flying soldiers we have, the dead stone statues, are already strong enough in combat power and can completely control the air superiority. Andia said seriously. For the time being, there is no need to invest more resources in it. For any matter, the more resources you invest, the greater the benefits you will get. A complete army should not only have flying arms. We should consider other aspects. Richard asked with interest. Which aspects? Andal affirmed. Ground troops, ranged troops and spellcasters. After that, he explained one by one. For ground troops, Sam is developing the technology of poisonous scorpions. After the development is successful, it should be able to ease the pressure in this area. And we are in the desert, with additional reinforcement. The ground army has always been a strong point, so we can put it a little behind. The most important thing to pay attention to is still the ranged troops and spellcasters. Ranged troops, sand condensing archers, spellcasters, cursed pharaohs and crazy sand mages. After these troops are promoted to rare, although they are not weak, they are far from being strong. Perhaps we can consider these two aspects. Although Andal's analysis is simple and there is nothing profound, it is in line with Richard's idea of the development of the Dusk City army. It is important for a force to have a strong army, but it cannot have two obvious shortcomings. The statue of the dead is his favorite, so for so long, whenever he has resources, he will invest in it as soon as possible. This also led to the birth of this super powerful troop. Now that the statue of the dead has taken shape, it is time to take care of other troop types. I will think about it seriously, Richard said solemnly. Sensing his attitude, the girl's face immediately filled with a bright smile. She likes this feeling, being recognized and valued. It's simply great. Richard is still thinking about this matter carefully. I will go to the trading market later to see if there are any powerful troop types suitable for the current Twilight City. He hasn't purchased troop nests on a large scale for a long time. It's not that other troop types are not strong enough, but the higher the level of the troop type, the greater the resource investment required. Twilight City does not have the confidence to recklessly increase the number of troops. Now even if he is given 1,000 crown level troop nests, he can't use them. The resources required for recruiting this thing every week can make him bankrupt. After all, it's still back to making money. Richard laughed a little, but then he became energetic again. It won't be long before the underground world can have a stable output. It may not even take that long. As long as the black condensed ice cream goes into production and the whitetail wine expands its production capacity, these flagship products will immediately bring back rich profits. It's not in vain that I have been farming for so long. The essence of managing a territory is to develop the economy. Only by making more money can the residents live a happy life and build a stronger army. Fortunately, the current Dusk City is on the right track. Chapter 400, New Soldier Type, Sandstorm Controller, Fierce Combat Power. Lord Richard, if you have no other choice for the time being, I suggest you consider fusing the Cursed Pharaoh and the Crazy Sand Mage. Both of these arms have excellent combat effectiveness, and they are both mummies with similar attributes. Perhaps after fusing, the effect of 1+1 is greater than 2. As for other arms, I'm not optimistic. When Richard was about to leave a blacksmith shop, Andal hesitated and said her judgment. Richard paused when he heard this, and after thinking for a moment, he smiled and waved his hand, asking the dead stone statue to take the other party away from the blacksmith shop. You go and rest first, I will take care of this matter. After saying that, he ignored Andal's aggrieved expression and wanted to beg for mercy. He called another person in charge of the blacksmith shop, told him that he would be in charge of the blacksmith shop for the next few days, and turned back to the Lord's mansion. After the Scorpion Warrior and the dead stone statue were strengthened, he felt more confident. No matter what changes there are in the future, the strength in his hands will always be the greatest guarantee. At the same time, he was also thinking about Andal's proposal, the possibility of fusing the two arms of Crazy Sand Mage and Cursed Pharaoh. However, there is no need to rush. Let's see if those stupid players have any good stuff. Open the trading market and search. Desert camp, spellcaster troops. Tens of thousands of pages suddenly appeared, densely packed and countless. But after a quick look at dozens of pages, he shook his head. The attributes are all unsatisfactory, and there is nothing he likes. There are only one or two, but they are only comparable to the Cursed Pharaoh or the Crazy Sand Mage. After searching for almost an hour, Richard rubbed his eyes, feeling a little helpless. The Cursed Pharaoh and the Crazy Sand Mage were already the choices after careful selection. It is obviously a bit difficult to buy more powerful troops from the trading market. It is true that he can train low-level troops into high-level troops, but that also requires sufficient potential. While thinking, he still set his sights on the troops that Dusk City currently has, and began to seriously consider them. 1. Bandaged Mummy, 3 nests, weekly output 21. 2. Scorpion Warrior, 20 nests, weekly output 140. 3. Mummy Guardian, 3 nests, weekly output 30. 4. Condensed Sand Archer, 10 nests, weekly output 50. 5. Cursed Pharaoh, 1 nest, weekly output 5. 6. Great Axe Death Knight, 5 nests, weekly output 25. 7. Wild Sand Mage, 5 nests, weekly output 25. 8. Dead Statue, 11 nests, weekly output 100. The Arms Without Arms nests, 9. Axe of the Dead, 10. Dark Gargoyle, 11. Skeleton Blood Dragon. Now each of the arms has its own characteristics. It is even enough to support a system of operations. Now there is no shortage of air forces, and there is no shortage of ground forces. For long range, there are alchemical cannons, dead statues, various city defenses, and condensed sand archers, which seem to be no shortage. The only thing that has a strong power is the spellcaster, who has been silent in the City of Dusk. Cursed Pharaoh, Skill Curse, Forced Control. Crazy Sand Mage, controls the yellow sand to attack the enemy, and also has powerful control skills such as Yellow Sand Prison. Will these two arms overlap to a certain extent? Or can they have the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2? Richard pondered for a moment, and still felt that these two arms were not perfect. I need a powerful output spellcasting arm, and the Cursed Pharaoh is a supporting arm, and its positioning is control. For now, it is enough. Increasing the number can play a strong role. There is no need to force the two arms to merge. The next fusion should still be based on the Crazy Sand Mage. After determining the idea, Richard made clear the goal, and searched again in the trading market. As the player's strength increased, the number of arms nests sold also increased. Now there are rare and even brilliant level arms nests for sale. But the attributes are terrible. Ignoring these junk, Richard started looking from the lower levels. This time it took him 2 full hours to find the type of soldier that caught his eye among the nests of tens of thousands of soldiers. Sandstorm Mage level 5 potential, rare 3 stars mana. 500, recovers 5 points per second. Skills, Mummy Body, D level, immune to curses, poison, instant death skills, magic damage increased by 30%. Sandstorm, D level, can transform into a sandstorm, reducing physical damage received by 99%. Flying consumes 5 points of mana per second, and attacking enemies consumes 20 points of mana per second. Giant Sandstorm, D level, can combine with other sandstorm mages to form a giant sandstorm. The more sandstorm mages there are, the more powerful the sandstorm is. At the same time, they share the damage, and will not exit the sandstorm state, unless their magic power is exhausted, or they are killed at the same time. Death Tornado, D level, can be used in the sandstorm state. A minimum of 100 sandstorm mages are required, which can condense a giant tornado sandstorm to destroy enemies in front. The more sandstorm mages there are, the higher the damage of the tornado sandstorm. Racial talent, damage is increased by 30% in the desert, and mana recovery speed is increased by 30%. Bond, Sandstorm, after becoming a sandstorm, the damage of every 10 sandstorm mages increases by 1%, with a minimum of 100 people to activate, and a maximum damage of 300%. Introduction, the mobile sandstorms on the desert. Once the number increases, they may become a mobile natural disaster. Sandstorm Mage. This unit is quite interesting. Even if it is not used for fusion, it has great training value. He thought of the sandstorm placed in the east. He knew the power of this thing very well. If it can move, it can be described as terrifying in war. He did not hesitate and chose to buy it directly. The Sandstorm Mage is only rare, but it is sold at an exaggerated price of 1 million ordinary resources. Obviously, the seller knows that this unit is extraordinary. Richard did not hesitate and bought 10 directly. 10 million resources were consumed. At the same time, his eyes looked at the crazy sand mage. There were only 5 at this time, and he was not ambiguous, and bought 5 more from the trading market. The number of nests of both units reached 10. After doing all this, he first upgraded the nests of 10 rare level sandstorm mages and 5 rare level wild sand mages to rare levels. This consumed another 7.5 million ordinary resources. Looking at the data on the panel, that dropped a lot. Richard was a little emotional. Once the troops are in a rush, no matter how many resources are enough. Without further ado, after the promotion, he came to the front yard and built 15 army nests. The army nest of the sandstorm mage is a constantly rotating sandstorm, which looks full of desert style. Take out the fusion crystal. Ding, the army has been selected. Wild sand mage, sandstorm mage. Do you want to use the fusion crystal to merge the 2 arms into one? Confirm. The moment the selection was confirmed, I saw the 2 army nests directly turned into yellow sand, then floated up and merged directly together. Under his gaze, a pyramid with a base made of yellow sand and an army nest surrounded by sandstorms appeared in front of him. Ding, crazy sand mage. Sandstorm mage fusion completed. A new soldier is born. Sandstorm controller. You can recruit the newly born soldier from the soldier nest. Sandstorm pyramid. 10. Level. Rare 3 stars. Recruitable soldiers. Sandstorm controller. Rare 3 stars. Number of recruits. 10 weekly output. 5 recruitment conditions. 200 units of sulfur for each soldier. Introduction. A soldier with strong control over the yellow sand, with excellent combat effectiveness. Weekly output of 5. Richard nodded. This output was quite satisfactory. The caster soldier has always been less than other soldiers. If 10 are fused, the weekly output of 50 is not too small. You can continue to increase the number in the future. However, looking at the empty rare resource panel, the corners of his mouth twitched. He spent all the rare resources in Solon City, and now he is really poor. Without hesitation, he bought 200 units of sulfur from the trading market, and chose to recruit. At the moment of making the choice, a hand stretched out from the pyramid. A mummy whose whole body was condensed by sand and gravel slowly crawled out of the pyramid. Yellow bandages, empty eye sockets, fierce breath. Standard mummy soldiers. After the birth of the sandstorm controller, the sandstorm lingering and the golden letter surged down. It moved directly around him. After a few breaths, a special yellow sand robe condensed on his body. The sandstorm controller quietly rose into the air, with his feet slightly off the ground by 10 centimeters. The sandstorm has been surrounding him, and has not dispersed. So handsome. Richard saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. Apart from other things, just this appearance can make people feel the extraordinariness of this soldier. With strong expectations, he opened the attribute panel of this new soldier. Sandstorm controller. Level 7. Potential. Rare 3 stars magic. 1400 points. Recovers 14 plus 7 points per second. Skills. Body of the dead. Sea level. Immune to curses. Poison. Instant death skills. Magic damage increased by 50%. Sandstorm. Sea level 1. Can transform into a sandstorm. Reduce physical damage received by 99%. Increase injury recovery speed by 200%. Consume 5 magic points per second when flying. And consume 20 magic points per second when attacking enemies too. Can condense into a yellow sand prison to forcibly imprison the enemy, increase the magic damage received by the enemy by 50%, and consume 30 magic points per second. Giant sandstorm. Sea level. Can form a giant sandstorm with other sandstorm controllers. The more sandstorm controllers there are, the more powerful the sandstorm is. When forming a sandstorm, all people will share health, magic, and damage together. Unless all magic is exhausted, or they are killed at the same time, they will not exit the sandstorm state. Death tornado. Sea level. Usable in sandstorm state. Requires at least 100 sandstorm mages. Can condense giant tornado sandstorm. The more sandstorm mages there are, the higher the damage of the tornado sandstorm. Sandstorm giant thorn. Sea level. In sandstorm state. Can condense sand into sharp thorns to attack the enemy. The more magic power consumed, the greater the damage caused. Cursed sandstorm, sea level. Enemies enveloped by sandstorm will lose their way, and their perception and vision will be compressed within 10 meters, and cursed, with all attributes decreasing by 20% per minute, up to 50%. Racial talent, in the desert, when transformed into a sandstorm. Magic damage increases by 50%, and magic recovery speed increases by 50%. Bond, sandstorm, after transforming into a sandstorm, magic damage increases by 2% for every 10 sandstorm controllers, with a minimum of 100 people activated, and the maximum damage is 500%. Introduction. The mobile sandstorms on the desert, once the number exceeds 1 battalion, they will become a mobile disaster. This attribute. Richard widened his eyes, full of surprise and excitement. Awesome. The combination of the crazy sand mage and the sandstorm mage was stronger than he expected. It was simply amazing that they turned into a sandstorm. Moreover, they shared health bars and magic power, and shared the damage. This thing gave him a feeling of going against the will of heaven. As long as they were not killed at once, they could continue to attack until their magic power was exhausted. Fusion crystal, eternal god. If he took 5 more psychic gems and strengthened them comprehensively, he felt that the sandstorm controller would soon be qualified to compete with his favorite, the statue of the dead. However, the two were not of the same type of troops, so there was no need to compare them too much. Without hesitation, he merged all the remaining troops' nests. With a surge of energy, under his gaze, 10 new troops' nests were born. From then on, Dusk City had its second fused troop, the Sandstorm Controller. Richard was in a good mood. He took a look at the attributes and found that the newly fused troops could recruit 2 weeks of output. He was not ambiguous at the moment and directly recruited them all. A total of 100. It consumed 20,000 units of sulfur. Rare troops already need rare resources to recruit, which shows the strength of the Sandstorm Controller. However, because the rare resources in his hand have been used up, he had to exchange them with ordinary resources. 500 units of ordinary resources can be exchanged for 1 unit of sulfur. These 20,000 units made him bleed a lot, and he lost 10 million units directly. This made Richard feel a little painful. Rare resources are becoming more and more important as the level increases. He must speed up to make money. However, when he saw a squadron of sandstorm controllers in front of him with their feet 10 centimeters off the ground and slightly floating in the low sky, the heartache turned into satisfaction. Although this wave of strengthening directly cost 30 million ordinary resources, it was worth it. This troop is the pillar of the army. With a thought, the yellow sand on his body surged and directly covered all the sandstorm controllers. Desertification. Although the opponent can turn into a sandstorm, the skill of desertification can be regarded as a skill of many skills, and the sandstorm controller can also be used when it has no magic power in the future. However, his original idea of training a long-range attacking soldier was temporarily thwarted. However, this was not a problem. It would not be too late to train it later. It was worth it to train this powerful soldier. Richard looked at the heroic and extraordinary sandstorm controller in front of him, who was surrounded by yellow sand, and waved his hand. "Everyone, follow me." He turned and left the city of dusk. The sandstorm controller followed closely behind. Although these soldiers could not fly too high with their feet off the ground, they could travel faster in the desert than ordinary people running. This made him quite satisfied. After being 2 or 3,000 meters away from the city wall, Richard turned around. The yellow sand was surging, and a heavy battle armor instantly condensed on his body. His momentum was as steady as a mountain, and he spoke calmly. "All troops, listen to my order. Turn into a sandstorm and attack me." He wanted to personally verify the strength of this soldier. The sandstorm controller did not hesitate, and instantly activated his most powerful skill. The body of the sandstorm controller at the front instantly scattered like a plate of loose sand, and at the same time, formed a miniature sandstorm covering a range of 10 meters around. The bodies of the other sandstorm controllers also exploded at the same time, turning into yellow sand all over the sky, and merging into the sandstorm. Under Richard's gaze, the sandstorm covering a range of only 10 meters began to surge at an exaggerated speed. When all the sandstorm controllers of a squadron turned into sandstorms, the area of 100 meters around Richard was covered. The gravel was swept by the hurricane, making a violent whistle, like the roar of the devil in the air. It gave people an unspeakable sense of terror. The crazy rotating gravel was like a sharp knife, flying at high speed. Once it hits a place without armor protection, it will cause huge damage. The yellow sand armor was hit with a ping pong sound, and Richard was more excited. This is the most basic skill. He gave the order again. Go all out. As soon as the voice fell, the whistling sound in the air suddenly surged 100 times. It was like thousands of demons hidden deep in hell roaring to the sky. The force of the sand and gravel attack increased tenfold and 20-fold. The armor on his body seemed to be hit by bullets, and the fine sand kept exploding. The sandstorm that was just very wide condensed quickly, and after a few breaths, a sandstorm tornado that could swallow everything condensed. Death tornado. The sky and the earth dimmed at this moment, and only the yellow sand lasted forever. Richard, who was in the center area, felt that the yellow sand armor was cut by countless razors and shattered at a rapid speed. If it was not repaired with magic power, it would be broken in less than 10 seconds. This is a super A level skill. A squadron of sandstorm controllers superimposed. It was so powerful. At this moment, the sand around him suddenly condensed, and a solid yellow sand prison forcibly imprisoned him inside. Yellow sand prison. The prison full of magic can provide additional energy blessing for the sand passing through the prison, and the damage suffered by the prisoners attacked inside will soar. Richard even felt that the space around him had been completely locked at this moment, and he couldn't teleport away. He was more and more surprised. This skill was too practical. For advanced soldiers who were proficient in space, it was simply a killer. This was not over yet. In the sandstorm tornado, hundreds of 3-meter-long spikes quietly condensed. Under the terrifying wind speed of the tornado, those spikes were 10 or 100 times more ferocious than the heavy crossbow shot from the siege crossbow. In the whistling, if the dragon rashly broke in, it would be shot directly. Sandstorm giant thorns. When Richard discovered this scene, the terrifying giant thorns had already pierced into the prison. He didn't have time to react. Crack puff, hundreds of dense spikes burst out, and the yellow sand armor around him exploded directly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.